I call to order today's meeting of the Boston City Council. Viewers can watch the council meeting live on YouTube at boston.gov/city-council-TV. At this time, I ask my colleagues and those in the audience to please silence their cell phones and electronic devices. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum?
Councilor Braden. Here. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Here. Councilor Durkin. Here. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fitzgerald. Here. Councilor Flynn. Here. Councilor Louisian.
Here.
Councilor Mejia. Here. Councilor Murphy. Here. Councilor Pepin. Here. Councilor Santana. Here. Councilor Weber. Here. And Councilor Worrell. A quorum is present.
Thank you. I've been informed by the clerk that a quorum is present. Now it is my pleasure to introduce this week's clergy, Reverend Ingrid Tucker, invited by Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor. Following the invocation, we will be reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so beautiful to see this chamber today. Yes. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, President Louisian, and good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to introduce the Rev. Dr. Ingrid Tucker. Dr. Tucker is the Deputy Director at Madison Park Development Corp. in Roxbury and was recently appointed as acting CEO. She is a passionate educator with a Bachelor's of Art degree in journalism from Ohio Wesleyan University, a Master's of Public Administration from Clark Atlanta University, and a doctoral in education from Boston College. Dr. Ingrid Tucker, you can come on down while I keep on talking about you. Dr. Tucker joined, that's right. Dr. Tucker joined Madison Park Development Corp. in July of 2021, bringing over 30 years of educational leadership and a lifelong commitment to social justice, and works closely with a dynamic team from the Do It Center, Hibernian Hall, who are leading the way for youth and residents and beyond Roxbury. She is also currently serves on several boards. She is the board chair for the Center for Women in Politics and Public Policy at UMass Boston. She is also on the board of the Greater Boston Food Bank. She serves on the Catholic School Foundation Board, St. John Paul Catholic School in Dorchester, Schooling for Hope, and is a member of the Cardinals Advisory Board and former board chair for Fellowship Christian Church in Boston. Dr. Tucker and her husband Philip are the co-founders and pastors of Awaken Christian Church in Roxbury. They are proud parents of 4 adult children, 3 daughters and 1 son. She is also a native of Boston, a die-hard New England sports fan. She enjoys traveling, writing, and spending time with friends and family. Dr. Tucker is a long-time commitment to education and is passionate about providing equitable access to education, socio-economically to disadvantaged communities. She's also committed to helping schools create environments that maximize the potential for our students. And before I introduce her, I'm just going to go off the cuff real quick here. I think when I speak when I flow, it's easier for me. One of the things that I really love about Dr. Tucker is the work that she's been able to do at the Do It Center, not just opening it up for other folks to do programming, but really understanding the power of the people and creating space for nonprofit organizations and for individual groups to actually incubate in her space so that they can provide programming. And it's that level of innovation that I think the city needs more of. And also, she's a fashionista. I'm gonna go raid her closet, but without further ado, this is her first time doing the opening the opening prayer here in the council. So you got the mic now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know you all can do better than that. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is an honor and privilege to stand before you today. I do know that today is a special day for our Somali brothers and sisters as the flag has been lifted, and we also want to give a shout out to English High baseball team for winning the World Series, the series. Absolutely. Before I pray, and I promise to be 3 things, bold, brief, and be done, I wanted to read my daily devotion to you before I go into prayer. It comes from the Hope for Today devotion. It's titled, Both You Know. It is God who executes judgment, putting down one and lifting up another. That's Psalm 75:7. It is arrogant to boast that you're a self-made person, because most often this is just not the case. Research has shown that success seldom arises in a vacuum. It mostly stands on the family's knowledge, experience, money, or connections, on the privilege of having a good education, or on opportunities that came your way. What others would call good fortune, we as believers call grace, or God's favor. Let's not be arrogant, the poet says. Let's be humble. It's up to God to decide who rises and who falls. Of course, we should work hard to attain something, because from our side, that's the way to success. However, we should also pray, because not everything is in our hands. Both of these aspects are important, praying and working. Remember that we cannot work what we should have prayed, or pray what we should have worked. There's a distinction. Lord, thank you for your grace and blessing. My hard work is nothing without that. Amen. In Luke chapter 12, verse 28, it reads, "From everyone who has been given much, much will be demanded. And from the one who has been entrusted with much, much will be asked." Let me paraphrase that. To whom much is given, much is required. And as you make decisions today, I discovered that it was the budget process today. I'd like to pray for each and every one of you. And so if you could bow your heads and join me in prayer. Father God, we thank you. We thank you for this day, for this is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you for our public servants who do so much to make a difference in the lives that we serve. Lord, I'm asking that you intervene and that your intercession into the prayer that's going forth. Lord, decrease us and increase you, and let the greater one in you abide in each and every one of us. Lord, I'm asking that you loose unity. Let there be unity. We know that a house divided will surely fall. Lord, I ask that you give peace to those that are wrestling with what decisions to make, that you give them the peace that surpasses all understanding. Lord, I'm asking that you transform the hearts that may be on the fence of doing what is right. Lord, you've called us to be bold as Christians, as believers, as many faiths. Lord, you've called us to be bold and not to shrink back, but to do what is right, not necessarily what is easy, but what is right on behalf of the people. Lord, I ask that you continue to change and transform the hearts of those that need it. I'm asking today that the decisions that are made, not just today, but moving forward, that it unites a city that I so love and that we all so love, Father God. We ask that you continue to use each and every one of us as empty vessels waiting for the assignment that you've called for us to do. Lord, we know that without you, nothing is possible, but with you, all things are possible. So, Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for our public servants. We thank you for the community, which makes Boston so great. Lord, allow us to do what you've called us to do, and let us do so gracefully, with wisdom, and with discernment. So we thank you for all that you're doing in and through each and every one of us. We ask in your name. Praise God. Thank you, and amen. and to God be the glory.
We'll now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you again, Reverend Tucker. We are now on to presentations. We will have two presentations, one from Counselor Weber, who is hosting the English High School baseball team champions. Followed by Counselor Tanya Fernandez Anderson, who has a presentation for Juneteenth. Each will have 5 minutes, and then under motions, orders, and resolutions, we know that we have folks in here from the Massachusetts Nurses Association and the Somali community here. We will take up those resolutions during that time. So now I pass the floor over to Councilor Weber. You have the floor in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd like to invite the baseball team to join me up on the podium. Everyone from English High, yeah. Coaches, athletic director. Okay, we're here for a happy occasion to celebrate the English High School baseball team. English High is in my district, in District 6, and I'm incredibly proud of the English High Eagles baseball team, which became the first team in the Boston City League to win a state championship since 1971. English High was actually undefeated last year, but lost 1-0 in extra innings in the state semifinal in a rain-delayed game. So I think it's even more impressive that this team climbed all the way back to the championship game this year at the Woosok Stadium in Worcester, right, and beat Georgetown 7-1. So, yeah. Senior David Castillo pitched 6+ innings and only gave up 3 hits. He also got an RBI when he was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded, so he contributed in both at the plate and on the mound. Junior Rusbert Martinez, where are you? Yeah, over here. He iced the game with a 2-run double in the 3rd inning. Congratulations. And, my congratulations to this team and the coach, Christian Ortiz. Where's Coach Ortiz? I mean, we talk about sacrifice. Our coaches sacrifice a lot. They care about their teams, even when they're not on the field. They spend time away from their families because they care about the kids that they're coaching. And Coach Ortiz has started to build a powerhouse here at English High School, and I really hope that he can bring them back here next year to celebrate, their repeat state championship. So congratulations. I have a resolution here that's signed by me and the council president. I also am the proud recipient of a hat from the English High Alumni Association. Of which our clerk is a member, Alex, yeah. And so would anyone like to say a word? Mr. Castillo or Coach Ortiz? Anybody?
David.
Yeah. No? Athlete? Okay, yeah.
I just want to say thank you for everyone being here. We had a pretty good year at English this year. It was a pretty good team. And I could just definitely say this is my brotherhood right here, definitely a family. And I think we're just all here happy just that we could just bring a state championship back to Boston. It's something that's just never been done before, and we're looking forward to making more things like this come true for Boston.
Okay, I'd like to invite my colleagues up here for a photo with the team. Thank you. And as they're walking up, I would like to recognize the parents who there's many of in the stands here. Congratulations. It's for Coach Ortiz. You guys don't play in the blue? Okay.
One more photo, everyone.
What happened?
You made a silly face.
Me? Okay. Hey, see. It's a launching pad, North Essex. So, okay. Thank you.
Congratulations again to our champions. We're all very proud of you. I would now like to call up Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, who has a presentation for Juneteenth. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum. This is a wonderful day, but a wonderful month. I just wanted to shout out Sister Deco Jabril, who paved the way for me to be here, the first Muslim to run in District 7, who's doing amazing work in the State House right now. Madam President, thank you so much for allowing me the space to honor the Museum of National Center of African American Artists and the Boston Juneteenth Committee. At this time, I'd like to ask Sister Jamada, Imam Abdullah Farouk, Brother Barry Gaither, sorry, I don't have my glasses, and the rest of the committee to join me here, please. Thank you. When I grow up, I want to be just like Sister Jamada. Please join us. Thank you. We are thrilled. Look at that afro. All right.
Miss Juneteenth. Which one?
You guys are an attractive group. A bountiful one. Wait until you hear Mr. Gaither speak. We are thrilled to be joined by some of the wonderful guests who have made it their mission to ensure that Juneteenth is a holiday that the city not just celebrates but commemorates as an important and crucial milestone in the liberation of African Americans across the United States. Sister Jamada, aka H. Smith, is the chair of the Boston Juneteenth Committee. Juneteenth is not only a celebration of emancipation and freedom, it is also a celebration of Black culture and the arts. Thanks to the work of Sister Jamada and team, our city now hosts a Juneteenth parade from Nubian Square to historic 1871 mansion in Roxbury, which now houses the National Center for Afro-American Artists on Walnut Street. We are also joined by Edmund Gaither, who is a respected individual in the Mr. Barry Gaither, who is museum field and has served many positions, some including Commission on Museums for a New Century, Commission on Equity and Excellence and Museums and Communities, American Alliance of Museums. We are also pleased to have Imam Abdullah Farouk of the Mosque for the Praising of Allah, who is also part of the Boston Juneteenth Committee, who has done amazing work in our city, is an incredible inspiration and spiritual leader and community leader. I'd like to leave room for Mr. Gaither to speak, and Sister Jamada, I'm sorry that each one of you may have like only a minute. I know that our Madam President has a clock there somewhere, so please welcome Mr. Barry Gaither. Oh, Sister Jamada, ladies first. Ladies first.
I'll let Barry go since you announced he's so fabulous speaking. So I'll do mine very quickly. In fact, as I talk long, I want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone. It means so much that you recognize and honor the Boston Juneteenth Committee and the National Center of Afro-American Artists in this very special and personal way. With June 19th being recognized federally, the celebrations have popped up throughout the city and the nation. And that's why we are so grateful that you are recognizing our 14th year. No matter what day the 19th of June falls on, we reverence, we educate, and then we kind of celebrate. So we also have the flag raising, and then the parade, and and then on our grounds of the museum, which we are trying to have people come to our museum. So we are the keepers of our culture, and this is why we do this, and my minute is up. Thank you. Oh, to God be the glory.
Wasn't that so eloquent?
Thank you for the opportunity to share with all of you something that we share with each other, which is the care of building a community through activities that are jointly conceived, jointly executed, and that support family and community life. One of the really important examples represented by the work of the Boston Juneteenth Committee and the National Center of Afro-American Artists over the 14 years that we've worked together is that building something is a long-term commitment, and that it's open to everyone who wants to step in and take up a piece of the work. So everyone you see assembled here, volunteers in this enterprise, bringing to it their intellect, their wit, and the joy of their souls. And we're happy to manifest that with the Juneteenth Emancipation observance. And we invite you all to our 15th, which is next year's work. And for the 15th, not just an invitation to come, but an invitation to join our committee, make it larger and more effective in delivering the work that we value so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. I'd like to just present to you the citation that the Boston Juneteenth, in recognition of their tireless advocacy, relentless hard work, and resilience in uplifting, honoring, and celebrating Juneteenth in the city of Boston, and be it further resolved that the Boston City Council extend its best wishes for continued success, that this resolution be duly signed by the President of the City Council and attested to and copy thereof transmitted by the Clerk of the City of Boston. Thank you so much for all of your work.
I would like, I humbly ask, I love all of my names, and so I want to say my name. Okay. Jamada Abdelhalik Henry Smith. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I ask my colleagues to take a picture with us, please?
And thank you to all of the Boston Juneteenth Committee, some who weren't able to make it today, but thank you all so much. Take the mic.
Where? Are we all here?
Hurry up, Flynn.
Thank you. Allahu Akbar.
You will observe that our committee is all genders, all ages, and really on the ball.
Thank you. It's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can I give you guys a American one, the actual Juneteenth resolution. Thank you for the committee.
See you, Reverend. Good to see you. Okay. Okay. Thank you again, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. We know that we didn't have a council meeting last Wednesday. We wanted to make sure that the Boston City Council honored Juneteenth and the African American community for all you've endured and all that you continue to endure. The Juneteenth parade and observance was wonderful, Jumada, and to the entire committee, Dr. Gaither, so thank you, and we'll be there next year. Mr. Clerk, could you please amend the record to reflect that Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson is now with us and Councilor Orell is with us?
Okay.
Got it. Anyone else? I believe that's those two. Okay. Now on to the first order of business, which is the approval of the minutes from the meeting of June 12, 2024. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The minutes of the last meeting are approved. We are now on to communications from Her Honor the Mayor. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 1043?
Docket number 1043, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $100,000 in the form of a grant for the Youth Sports Fund awarded by the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education to be administered by the Neighborhood Services. The grant will fund referee training, payments for travel expenses related to sports, and purchase of sports equipment for Boston school students.
Thank you. Docket number 1043 will be referred to the Committee on Education. We are now on to reports of public officers and others. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 1044?
Docket number 1044, the constable bonds of Charette Barbour, Yolanda Stinson Tubbs, Tashetta Stevens Weston, Tawania Morris Williams, Natalia Lavasco, Anne Marie Flaherty, Pat Tan Dow, Ismael Cruz, and Bara Fadel Mohammed, having been duly approved by the Collector Treasurer.
Mr. Clerk, one moment. Can I just ask that as you exit, you try to exit quietly so that we can continue? I see you there, Mahni, my friend. I see you, but we need to make sure that we can continue, so we gotta bring our voices down. Okay, Mr. Clerk, continue.
Were approved by the Collector Treasurer and received.
Thank you. Docket number 1044 is approved under the usual terms and conditions. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 1045 to 1049?
Docket number 1045, communication was received from Councilor Ed Flynn regarding his follow-up letter on the Boston Police Crime Laboratory. Docket number 1046, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Adrian Jordan as Chief of Emergency Preparedness, effective June 1st, 2024. Docket number 1047, notice was received from Lynn Smilage regarding her resignation from the Boston Landmarks Commission and Fort Point Landmark District Commission, effective June 30th, 2024. Docket number 1048, notice was received from the City Clerk in accordance of Chapter 6 of the Ordinances of 1979, relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the City Council at its meeting of June 5th, 2024. And docket number 1049, notice was received from the City Clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the Ordinances of 1979, relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the City Council at its meeting of June 12, 2024.
Thank you. Dockets number 1045 to 1049 will be placed on file. So we are going to move on to motions, orders, and resolutions. We know that matters recently heard for possible action includes the budget, and that will likely be lengthy. And so I want to move us on to motions, orders, and resolutions. I will be taking, as a courtesy, we are taking docket number 1056 out of order. Councillor Flynn. But I will just ask my colleagues, because we know that this will be a long meeting, the substance of a lot of these hearings on these for hearings and resolutions and other matters will be discussed during a hearing. So if we could keep our remarks brief for motions, orders, and resolutions, so that we may move on to matters recently heard for possible action, that would be great. Mr. Councilor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking this out of order. And Madam Chair, may
Sorry, Mr. Clerk needs to read it into the record, and then you can continue.
Docket number 1056, Councilor Flynn offered the following. Resolution calling for a commitment from the state government to ensure the preservation of all Stewart hospitals in Boston.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, before I begin, may I add Councilor Fitzgerald as an original co-sponsor and suspend Rule 12, and add Councilor Braden as well?
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald is added as an original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councillor Flynn seeks to suspend the rules to add Councillor Braden as a third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councillor Braden is so added. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, may I request after this is done if we could get a group photo with the mass nurses as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, this is a resolution calling for our state to do all we can to preserve Stewart hospitals in Boston, particularly Kearny Hospital in Dorchester, St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Brighton. It is critical that these hospitals continue to operate as Stewart files bankruptcy. Many of Stewart's hospitals are designated by the Commonwealth as high public payer hospitals and by the federal government as disproportionate share hospitals due to their high ratio of low-income patients who are either uninsured or rely on government-sponsored insurance programs such as Medicaid, MassHealth, Medicare, and receive public reimbursement. Both St. Elizabeth Medical Center in Brighton and Kearny Hospital in Dorchester are Stewart facilities that serve some of the most vulnerable residents in Boston. The closure of either of these hospitals will have a devastating impact on not only the patients, but overall the healthcare system in our city. As negotiations with potential buyers are now ongoing, there are concerning public statements and information from people with knowledge of internal conversations that the state government may or may not be committed to the preservation of all Stewart hospitals, and that some facilities will be considered collateral damage if they do not find an owner. Kearney Hospital has a long history of serving patients in our city, as it serves many residents of color living in Dorchester and elsewhere. Ongoing actions by Stewart at Kearney Hospital have created situations where either units are left inadequately staffed or not staffed at all, which then allows stewards to justify transferring patients and procedures to other facilities, which limits patient access to Kearney Hospital. Kearney Hospital was founded in 1863 in South Boston on the corner of Old Harbor Street and Dorchester Street. My grandmother, Winifred Coyne, worked in the kitchen. I also worked in the Kearney Hospital for 3 years in the security department. So Kearney Hospital is not only an important hospital to our community, but to me personally, I know many of the residents throughout Boston that work there, and they do a tremendous job. They're professional, they're exceptional, they give it 100% of the time, every day, every night. And I even, in the security department, have seen many times nurses being assaulted, unfortunately, by patients for many reasons. And then the nurses, what do? They go right back to work because they're dedicated to their patients. They want to make sure their patients get the critical medical care that they need and deserve, even at their own expense, even putting themselves in harm's way. I haven't seen it once, I haven't seen it twice, I've probably seen it 50 times. The loss of Kearney Hospital and or St. Elizabeth's Medical Center would pose significant risk to the health and well-being to the community served by these facilities. As I mentioned, a large number of patients of color, economically disadvantaged residents as well. The closure of Kearney and St. Elizabeth's will also compromise healthcare access for all communities in Greater Boston, as already overcrowded facilities will be forced to absorb this population of patients. So it's critical that our state government commit to ensuring that all Stewart hospitals will survive this bankruptcy and that the state government will do all it can to preserve these medical facilities in order to prevent a significant loss of access to health care to our residents. And before I ask to suspend and adopt this resolution today, I am honored to recognize several members of the Mass Nurses Association that play an incredible role in our city at the Kearney Hospital, at St. Elizabeth's, at so many other hospitals across Massachusetts, Tufts Medical Center. Brian Maloney, Anne Marie Ryan, Ellen McGinnis, and Matt Roth. At this time, Madam Chair, I'd like to, my other councilors want to speak as well.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Fitzgerald, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Councilor Flynn for bringing this forward. We just want to continue to sound the alarm, and while it's important to find out why we're here and what went wrong and what got us to this point, I think right now the focal point has to be making sure that these services stay provided to our community. Speaking for the Kearney and District 3 myself, I know they have a Vietnamese healthcare practice there that caters directly to that community. There's other folks in that area, as well as in District 4, that come to the Kearney, and these are lower unserved populations. And so it is super important, and we have to think about the overall healthcare system of the city and how it affects us all, where if the Kearney and St. Elizabeth's, if they were to go away, the Kearney receives 80 to 100 emergency department visits per day. 80 to 100. Where do those 80 to 100 go if they can't go to the Kearney? They're going to go to Children's. They're going to go to Faulkner. They're going to go to Beth Israel. places that are already overcrowded and are way beyond their capacity. And so it really is a healthcare crisis to the entire city and region. And so I'm with my fellow Council Flynn here in supporting the state to do whatever they can to keep the services open. That should be the most important priority at this time. And then we'll figure out how we got here and make sure it can't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councillor Flynn, for including me on this resolution. St Elizabeth's, I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have already said, but St Elizabeth's Hospital in Brighton has had a storied and long and storied history serving our community in the Greater Boston area for over 100 years. And it is the largest employer in our neighbourhood in Alston Brighton. We've seen this train wreck coming for a long time. Stewart is the largest private for-profit healthcare network in the country. Its financial problems became public 6 months ago, jeopardising the continuity of access to healthcare and vital services. Regional coordination is imperative to prevent a public health emergency. Across the system, there are 9 Stewart Healthcare hospitals in Massachusetts. We have 2 of them in the city of Boston, the Kearney and the St. Elizabeth's. And if these hospitals close, the ripple effects are going to be astronomical because all of our other hospital systems cannot pick up the slack and absorb this extra need. Stewart filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy last month to restructure its debt. And there was an auction of the hospitals scheduled, which has been delayed for a bid deadline has been delayed until mid-July. The auction is currently set for July 18th, with a July 31st hearing to finalise the hospital sales, which must be approved by the bankruptcy court in Dallas. In bankruptcy court, Attorney General Andrea Campbell, one of our former colleagues here in the City Council, has argued that the state must have the opportunity to review and to legally challenge or approve any proposed sale for the Stewart Massachusetts hospitals to new owners. Massachusetts supports the arrival of a new operator or operators who can provide high-quality patient care to Massachusetts residents, but any new owner must meet the requirements. Our senators at the federal level, Senator Warren and Senator Markey, have also called on the U.S. Trustee Program, USTP, which oversees bankruptcy proceedings, to ensure that Stewart and its executives comply with disclosure and transparency requirements. That's been a long-standing problem with Stewart. They've never been open with showing their books, including full and complete disclosure of the impact of Stewart-related private equity and real estate investment trusts. Warren and Markey also asked that we investigate criminal, fraudulent or abusive conduct for prosecution. Legislatively, Massachusetts needs to pass legislation to prevent real estate investment trusts from owning hospitals and strengthening the visibility of non-profit hospitals to serve the needs of our communities. I wear a button in the wintertime. I have a jacket and I wear a button. Healthcare should be for people, not for profit. And this is one of those moments when we see private equity taking over hospitals, ransacking and extracting all the assets from the system and then leaving the system to collapse in bankruptcy. And this is a travesty. It should never have happened. But right now we want our state and all those who have influence in the situation to try and preserve the hospitals in Massachusetts, especially the Kearney and St. Elizabeth's in Brighton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Just want to thank my colleagues for filing this. We've also sent letters to the governor and want to thank M&A for your advocacy. Is anyone else looking to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councillors Kaleta Zapata, Durkin, Fernand Anderson, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber. Please add the chair. Councillors Flynn, Fitzgerald, and Braden seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 1056. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. This docket has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, Councilor Flynn, would you like to come up, and my colleagues and the Massachusetts Nurses Association come up for a photo? Thank you. Just so everyone knows this. Girls first, and what should I get to? Food, it's fine, I can order that, so. Yeah, come on. Hi, how are you? Come on. Ellen.
Why don't you run up here front and sit?
Good to see you.
Great to see you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here today. I'd like to thank the counselors, and I'm here on behalf of the 1,000 M&A represented nurses and my brothers and sisters at SEIU. Not because of, but in spite of Stewart Healthcare, we are still taking the best care of our patients at both hospitals. We need to continue to do that. It's all hands on deck. Let's get this done. Let's make sure we can keep on taking care of our patients. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's do one more. Did we get the photo? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Of course, of course. Okay, Mr. Clerk, we'll resume with the normal order for motions, orders, and resolutions. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 1050?
Docket number 1050, Councilor Fernandez Anderson offer the following. Ordinance to establish an internal discretionary incidentals fund for each council office.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In our office, we strive to put professional polish, as we call it, to all communications and services we provide to our residents. We do not because we want to respect and address the needs of our constituents with the urgency they deserve. I know this is true for all of our offices. This work rarely makes the headlines, but constituent service represents the most important part of our job, from things as mundane as getting a pothole filled to something as consequential as housing stability. However, providing this level of service is contingent on having access to the resources which ensure that the needs of our constituents are met with the urgency they deserve. Unfortunately, too often, council offices cannot access the resources they need from the administration in order to efficiently and adequately provide care for our people. And by resources, I mean funds. How many times has this happened to you? You get a call to your office from a mother in tears because she and her family just got evicted from their home. You want to provide them with money for a hotel room so they don't have to spend the night on the street. But after advocating with the administration, we come to find out that the only resources they have are available by the end of the month. Or how many times have you tried to hold community conversation with interpretation services only to find out that the resources of Office of Language and Communication Access aren't available to you, the counselors? We need resources to come to cover these constituent incidentals, but we cannot access them, leaving many of us to dig into campaign accounts or spend and figure out a civic way of spend our own money to provide these services. There needs to be a better way. This ordinance attempts to make it easier for the council to provide prompt and efficient constituent services by creating a discretionary incidentals fund for the council. Section 17G of the Boston City Council Charter states that the council may take part in the expenditure of funds as necessary for contingent and incidental expenses of the City Council. Under our proposal, each council office will receive a fund which they may use to prevent immediate homeless, alleviate significant hunger, enrich services for youth, the elderly, persons with disabilities, and more. Each application for funding will be voted on by the City Council and must adhere to all conflict of interest laws. Our goal in filling this ordinance is so that in the instances where the administration is not able to provide expedient and sufficient resources to help our constituents, we can utilize a discretionary budget to help fill the gaps. I truly believe that with this fund, we will be able to truly, provide the level of constituent care that we all know our residents deserve. I look forward to this conversation, and I hope to have the opportunity to speak further with you, all of my colleagues, and the administration about this proposal. I know that we have many examples, such as the ones that I've listed already, and we all have this very sentiment. This conversation, hopefully, on this proposal, hopefully will lead us to at least dig into what are some of the incidental contingent services that we provide. What resources does the administration provide to the council in order for us to ensure adequate execution of constituent services? And for those at home watching, the council actually receives a budget to hire staff, but we do not receive a budget for any constituent services, any incidentals, anything that is contingent with constituent services. So I look forward to this conversation and my colleagues' input. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Durkin, Fitzgerald, Mejia, Santana, and Worrell. Thank you. Docket number 1050 will be referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 1051?
Docket number 1051, Councilor Santana and Durkin offer the following. Order for a hearing regarding gender-neutral bathrooms in city-owned buildings.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to ask to suspend Rule 12 and add Council President Louis Jen as a third original co-sponsor.
Councilor Santana seeks to suspend the rules to add Council President Louis Jen as a third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, I'm so added. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Stand before you to introduce an important hearing order regarding gender-neutral bathrooms in city-owned buildings. This initiative addresses a critical issue faced by transgender, non-binary, gender-conforming, non-conforming, and gender-expansive individuals. Across the country, these individuals encounter discrimination and escalating attacks, both physical and legislative. In 2023 alone, at least 32 trans individuals were murdered in the United States, with a disproportionate number being Black trans and trans people of color. Over the past 17 months, more than 1,026 anti-LGBTQ+ bills have been filed in the state legislatures, many of which specifically target transgender individuals. Access to restrooms facilities is one of the most basic public accommodations, yet it remains a significant mental burden for transgender individuals. Even in cities like Boston, which are considered safer, the lack of consistent and reliable access to gender-neutral facilities leads to harassment, discrimination, and violence. The Trevor Project's 2022 National Survey on LGBTQ youth mental health highlights this concern, with 91% of transgender and non-binary youth expressing worry about bathroom access due to state or local laws. Despite our city's intentions to create inclusive public spaces, many city-owned buildings, including City Hall, Faneuil Hall, the Civic Pavilion, and various Boston public libraries, schools, and community centers still lack adequate gender-neutral bathroom facilities. There are opportunities to address this issue, such as updating signage and leveraging recent updates to the Massachusetts Uniform State Plumbing Code, which now better accommodate the creation of gender-neutral bathrooms. Boston Public Schools and the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education already advocate for transgender and gender nonconforming students to use the facilities they are most comfortable with, and many schools are undergoing renovations, presenting an opportune moment to ensure these updates are made. Thank you to my council colleagues, Councilor Sharon Durkin and at-large City Councilor President Louis Jen for co-sponsoring, and I hope that all my colleagues can join for this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Council President, and thank you so much to Councilor Santana for adding me. We work hard as a city to ensure that everyone who interacts with our city has a positive experience, and the same should apply to bathrooms. We need to ensure that every person has the right and dignity to use the bathroom that they feel suits them best. Residents can face anything from insults to violence in attempting to use the restroom that best fits their identity. Being inclusive as a city means doing everything we can to ensure safety. In thinking about the spaces in my district who do not yet have this amenity, and I realize I need to correct myself. It's not an amenity, it's a right. Let's have a conversation about how to move this conversation forward now. I'm grateful to the Office of LGBTQ Advancement for all their work, knowing that we still have much more work to do. And having trans friends and people who have shared their experiences, this is so basic. It's so basic that it's sad that when we walk into spaces that, but that these accommodations are not always being met. But I am heartened to see new buildings appear that have these spaces, and as you know, the 5th floor has one gender-neutral bathroom, and we need more. We need more attention. We need more access, and we need more conversation. We were all here on Trans Day of Visibility to celebrate trans people and their voices. This is the least we can do for trans people. And this is one of the most impactful things we can do as a city to ensure that every space that we have in the city is inclusive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I just want to say thank you to Councilor Santana for adding me. This is an issue that is important that my office, at least as it pertains to City Council, we will soon see the bathrooms that are within City Council, which we are able to control. Those will soon be gender-neutral bathrooms. I want to shout out to my staff, Jesse Purvis, Emily Poston, Michelle Goldberg, and so many, Shane Pack on central staff who have been working on this with property management. So that's already something that we're going to be seeing on the City Council side. But I look forward to the work to make sure that all city spaces can have gender-neutral bathrooms so that everyone can feel included and comfortable using restrooms, and that we can be a shining example for other spaces. Thank you, Councilor Santana. This docket number 1051, will be referred to the committee. Oh, would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Fernand Anderson, Fitzgerald, Murphy, Pepin, Weber, Worrell. This docket number 1051, will be referred to the Committee on City Services and Innovation Technology. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 1052?
Docket number 1052, Councilor Flynn offered the following. Order for a hearing to discuss ways to ensure the operations of the 911 system and contingency plans in case of a 911 system outage.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, may I add Councilor Murphy as an original co-sponsor?
Councilor Murphy is so added. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a hearing order to discuss how we can ensure that our 911 system is operating effectively and that there are contingency plans in place in case there is an outage in our 911 system. As we know, on June 18th, 2024, the statewide 911 system faced an outage for about 2 hours, preventing residents in the state from calling 911 in case of an emergencies. When the outage happened, residents were told to call their local police and fire stations for emergencies or pull the nearest firebox to notify public safety agencies. Initial investigation indicated that the outage was due to a firewall malfunction, a feature that scans incoming packets of data and blocks out any type of malicious data from coming into the 911 system. The Massachusetts 911 system is called the Next Generation 911 system, which is an internet-based system that allows the calls to be rerouted if one call center is down and lets call centers communicate with each other more easily. One benefit of a Next Generation 911 system is decentralization, where issues can be localized and not impact the entire system. So it was alarming to see that a malfunction with this firewall was able to cause an outage in the entire system. We need to ensure that the 911 system has both the capability and plans in place to prevent a statewide outage from ever happening again. Each department should also have backup plans in place as a precaution in the event of additional issues with the 911 system. Education is critical. We need to inform residents of ways to contact their public safety departments in case they cannot dial 911. Ask yourself, did your parents or some of your neighbors that are older or persons with disabilities, did they know exactly what to do if there was a medical emergency in their house when that system was down last week? After this latest incident, in the age of hacking and cyber attacks, it's critical, in my view, that we do this now ahead of time on ways to contact their public safety departments in case they cannot dial 911 for an emergency. I also heard from residents in public housing developments across the city during this time, asking what the plan is for them to call 911 when the system was down. Did we have good answers for residents in public housing? Did we have good answers for persons with disabilities, for our seniors? Was that information automatically sent to those most in need of the 911 system? Did they know exactly what to do when this system went down? The answer, in my opinion, is no, they did not know what to do. Because I'm not blaming anybody, it's no one's fault, but we didn't have a public awareness education campaign. I think that's critical. Did residents in Chinatown, many of them seniors that speak only Cantonese, did they know exactly what to do when the system went down? Did residents that speak Spanish, did they know what to do in other languages? I think we need to explore this issue, find out exactly what happened, what impact it had in Boston, but to ensure it never happens again. But we need a public awareness campaign where we can educate residents on exactly what to do if this system crashes again. We can't take that chance. People's lives are in danger. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Flynn, for adding me onto this. You mentioned a lot of what I would have said, so just to reiterate that last week when this happened, I know that I got many calls and people were concerned, and it is very concerning when our connection to our first responders is shut down. I saw on social media that it had happened, but you had mentioned, Councillor Flynn, that many didn't know, and when they picked up their phones to call 911, if it was a medical emergency, a fire, needing EMS, whatever the need was, it wasn't available to them. So I do think that this hearing will help us talk about the need for the education around and a public awareness of what to do. There is a red firebox across from my house, but for many didn't even know that that was available. And when you call 911, it's usually the most stressful time, maybe ever in your life. And to think that you have to go outside and find a red box to connect is very concerning. So to just make sure people understand what to do if that happens again, I think is important for us to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Santana, Pepin, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Docket number 1052 will be referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 1053?
Docket number 1053, Councilor Weber offered the following. Order for a hearing to discuss protections for workers during extreme heat.
The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not sure if Councilor Fernandez-Anderson need to be recognized before me.
You have the floor.
Okay, my apologies. Could I add Councilor Enrique Pepin as a co-sponsor?
Councilor Pepin is added as second co-sponsor. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Okay, I'll be brief. You know, it's very hot. We had a heat advisory last week. I think we have another one this week, and you know, we see heat-related injuries for workers. You know, the heat exhaustion, heat stroke are the leading cause of weather-related worker deaths in the country. And unfortunately, there is no national requirement. There's no federal requirement for providing rest breaks and water and shade for workers in hot conditions. And even in places like Austin, Texas, and Miami-Dade County in Florida, the governors of Texas and Florida blocked local attempts to require rest breaks and water for workers in hot conditions. So I think global warming is here. We need to do as much as we can to protect our workers. Phoenix, Arizona requires recipients of city contracts to provide rest, shade, and water for workers. We should do the same here. Filed this hearing order so we could figure out the best way to protect our workers and show, you know, our brother and sister cities across the country, you know, that we can innovate in this area and, you know, provide the protections that our workers need. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Weber, for adding me as a co-sponsor. I simply want to stand in support of this because during the heat wave that we experienced recently, I witnessed Parks Department employees cleaning on parks. I saw our street cleaners cleaning our streets, and it was blazing hot outside, so I want to make sure that I'm part of the conversation where we can improve their conditions as workers, maybe considering improving our district yards that belongs to Public Works to make sure that they have the right material for any employee that is looking for shade or cool in hot temperatures.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Zapata, Durkin, Fitzgerald, Santana, and please add the chair. Docket number 1053 will be referred to the Committee on Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development. Mr. Clerk, please read docket number 1054.
Docket number 1054, Councilor Pepin offered the following. Order for a hearing to create more affordable homes and invest in our local communities with district improvement financing, also known as DIF.
The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I would like to suspend the rules and add Councilor Fitzgerald as an original co-sponsor.
Is it just Councilor Fitzgerald?
Yeah.
Then you don't have to suspend the rules. He's so added as a second co-sponsor.
Okay. Thank you. They say that home is where the heart is. Home is where we grow old and realize our dreams. But in Boston, home is becoming unattainable. Boston is in the top 10 ranked most expensive cities to live in the United States. And it actually just surpassed San Francisco as the second most expensive to rent. Where we have record high rent costs, bills, and home costs that are robbing us of creating a home. For families who have called Boston home for generations, for the students and young professionals laying down roots, and for future generations, I stand today to call for a new paradigm of community development. Let's forge a new path to create affordable housing and the green infrastructure necessary to support it. District improvement financing is a modern tool that empowers neighborhoods to control most of the property tax revenue generated from newly developed homes and new businesses in the area. District improvement financing, also known as DIF, ensures that development projects serve the needs of the residents residing in their neighborhoods. It will allow our neighborhood, like Roswell Square and Cleary Square, for example, to build affordable homes that my kids and future Bostonians will be able to afford if they choose to lay down their roots in those communities, while also making sure the square keeps its unique character and makes transportation easier. As we begin the Squares and Streets process of removing red tape for development, we cannot leave residents behind. To do this, we need a new vision. Our zoning code is 60 years old and over 4,000 pages long. making it so expensive and complicated that it ends up benefiting luxury development, not mom and pops on the block. As we modernize how we build new homes, the district improvement financing tool will give our community members a say in how that happens. It keeps the revenues from development in the community that created them. In Somerville and Medford, this tool has brought harmony and allowed nearby areas of their communities to add transportation options. When you give residents a voice, the results are not only better, they are stellar. It has also made financing easier for the cities, giving them a tool to fund costs that bonds cannot. Our own colleague, Councillor Anderson, filed a resolution to create a DIF in District 7. Small zoning initiatives like squares and streets are being launched across the city. I want our residents to have an opportunity to learn more about this option for community engagement. That is why I'm submitting this hearing order for the public to hear from experts and perhaps be encouraged to start one in their neighborhoods. We need more homes, and we deserve neighborhoods that feel like they're home too.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Councilor Pepin for adding me. Council, do you have anything else you have to say? Sir.
No.
I would like to spend order, and I apologize. I would like to add Councilor Braden as the third
original. Okay, so you do want to suspend the rules.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Pepin seeks to suspend the rules to add Councilor Braden as a third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Braden is so added. Councilor Fitzgerald, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you to Councilor Pepin for allowing me to co-sponsor along with Councilor Braden. The DIFs could be a very important tool, and I know for District 3 in Dorchester, and I'm sure for many other of you district city councilors as well, you'd love to see the investment made in your neighborhood stay and support the other things to support that investment. It's important to understand this is not a new tax. This is just taking the tax money that would be off of new growth, some going into the general fund, and some going into a portion of the community that supports housing, infrastructure, and other things that would help economic development in your community. So I know with the dearth of potential development coming to Dorchester, that I would love to see some of the benefits, because we always haven't been great at keeping the benefits in-house and reaping those benefits of what happens. So I think a DIF is a great order, and I look forward to hearing more about it and what it can do for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councillor Pepin and Councillor Fitzgerald, for including me on this, filing this hearing order. The DIF, the District Improvement Financing, is, as has already been said, is an economic tool that can last up to 30 years, authorised by Chapter 40Q of the General Laws of Massachusetts. It was passed in 2003 and amended in 2011 and 2012. And the programme is typically called the Tax Incremental Financing, TIF, in some states. The DIF promotes development of using incremental tax revenue for future development earmarked for current improvements. They aim to encourage public-private partnerships and channel tax funds to targeted redevelopment districts in the geographic area. I think as we're in this conversation about squares and streets, I think this is a very opportune moment to look at this again. This is not something new. Many of our local municipalities in the Greater Boston area already use it. City of Quincy has a downtown Main Streets revitalisation, 50 acres of mixed use. Worcester has downtown revitalisation, mixed use. Somerville is Assembly Row, 67 acres of mixed use and transit-oriented development. Brockton, Taunton, Dedham, Medford Square has a DIF. I would also want to acknowledge the continuation of this conversation raised by Councillors Fernandez Anderson and Councillor Baker through a hearing that was held in March 2023. And I look forward to continuing this conversation to identify potential DIFs and to take action so that we can start to use this very valuable tool to help improve our communities across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. The chair recognizes Councillor Fernandez-Anderson. Councillor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you. Under Rule 5, I would actually say that we've already debated and acted upon it within this year. So under Rule 5, like this is actually not an okay filing. I would recommend that the filer actually amend this version and maybe bringing in a variation that specifies that you know, exactly where you are looking or making it different, but it's a similar topic. We've debated it and we've acted on it this year, that I filed this year.
Okay. Just because the clerk needs to review and consider, can you give us the docket number on on your filing? Do you have it? All right, I don't know who will get to it first, but I do remember you filing on district increment financing. If the clerk could get the docket number and the filing, that would be helpful. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It did feel like Groundhog Day because I felt like I've had this conversation already. So yeah, I think the clerk, in terms of just kind of doing our due diligence when things come up like this, I think these are the sort of things that have been flagged. I know that there have been times when I have filed things that have already been filed and they have not been able to be filed in the same calendar year. So just curious if there have been any exceptions to the rules, and if those rules have changed, then it'd be helpful to know, because normally they don't even come to the floor if they have already been heard.
Thank you, Councilman Mejia. They sometimes do. That was Rule 15 in the first meeting, so it's Rule 15 that is under that needs to be considered. But I see Councilor Pepin, you have your mic on. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor. It's your point of order, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Sorry, Rule 5, not 15. 5 would be about in terms of the same year, 15 on similar topics for within the same day.
Okay. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor.
Yeah, just for clarification, this is it's a hearing order, and I believe Councilor Anderson was a resolution for District 7. So this is more to explore how we can have that conversation in our districts, not necessarily a resolution. So I just want to ask that if that's how this goes.
Okay. I will honor the 2 mics that are on, and then we need to take a recess because we need to review. So, Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
And thank you, President. Maybe it's because there's so much happening in this chamber. Maybe it was a resolution that became a hearing because I think it was first filed, and then I think it went into a hearing. Was it a hearing? It might have been a hearing. I think that it was presented as a resolution, and then it went into a hearing. Councilor Braden, are you shaking your head because you recognize that too? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you. Docket 0404. Happy to allow my colleague to take it to a hearing if in an amended version that doesn't overlap what we've already acted upon. Thank you.
One moment. We'll be in a brief recess for 2 minutes. In session. We are back in session. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to amend the title of the hearing order, and everyone has a copy of it, or they're about to have a copy of it in front of them, where it states, order for hearing to create more affordable homes to invest in our local communities with district improvements financing in Districts 3, 5, and 9.
Okay, thank you. So, Councilor Pepin, is this a motion to substitute?
Yes, motion
Okay.
to substitute.
That motion is seconded. So we have this new copy in front of us. Resolves the issue. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Fernandez-Anderson, Murphy, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Got to make sure I get the docket number right. Docket number 1054 will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 1055?
Docket number 1055, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson offer the following. Resolution to recognize and celebrate the independence of Cabo Verde and to declare July as Cabo Verdean Heritage Month.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you. As the first Cabo Verdean or Cabo Verdeana City Council elected to this body, I proudly present our resolution recognizing and celebrating July 5th as Cabo Verde's Independence Day and July as Cabo Verde Heritage Month. A little history of Cabo Verde. Portuguese colonizers imported enslaved Africans from the West Coast, created trade routes connecting Africa, Europe, and the Americas, with the archipelago developing into a largest port of the transatlantic slave trade through the 16th century, leaving a deep and lasting impact on the economic and political history of Cabo Verde and its diaspora. On July 5th, 1975, following years of plight and withstanding the clutches of Portuguese colonialism, Cabo Verde, also known as Cape Verde, emerged as a beacon of resilience when they achieved independence, which continues to inspire the world today. We cannot recognize the importance of this day without honoring the legendary leaders who helped us achieve independence, people like Amílcar Cabral, in addition to Titina Sila and Francisco Pereira. In addition to the 5th being Independence Day, July is also Cabo Verde Heritage Month, which offers an opportunity not just to celebrate the diverse accomplishments and contributions Cabo Verdeans have made throughout the world, but to affirm Boston's commitment to embracing diversity, fostering inclusion, inclusivity, and standing in solidarity with nations around the world in their quest for freedom, justice, and self-determination. While celebrating Cabo Verdean Heritage Month almost always involves dancing and food, we need to uplift all aspects of our heritage, specifically the diaspora here in Massachusetts, who thrive in the arts, medicine, academia, public health, education, nonprofit advocacy, and much more. We will be hosting a flag raising on July 5th, which, of course, you are all welcome and hope to see you there. We hope that you will join us to mark this momentous occasion at this time. Of course, asking for suspension and pass, but I did want to speak to my Cabo Verdeanos that are home. Again, senhor estou hoje na televisão. Meu nome é Tânia Fernandes Anderson, not Tanya, but Tânia Fernandes Anderson. A minha primeira cabo-verdiana que se representa ali na cidade de Boston como conselho municipal, e hoje se apresenta uma resolução para comemorar e também para celebrar nossa independência dia 5 de julho. Por favor, nos venham ali na City Hall Plaza dia 5 de julho. Mas bem cedo, por favor, 11 horas. E então espera, mas também nos celebra junto. É muito importante para nós ter uma representação ali na cidade de Boston. É um trabalho muito difícil e também sempre para não ficar forte, para não representar a nossa comunidade, mas não só como trabalhadores, como cabo-verdianos, mas como alguém que nos representa, nos filhos, nos família, nos amigos, nos companheiros na casa e nossa comunidade, mas também para não pega que as gente que está representando, para não verificar, mas está representando mesmo, mas está fazendo, mas está luta para nós, mas é verdadeiro hora que vem, que só hora de campanha, que só hora que se pedem os votos, mas hora que eles têm os apoio, nós deixa saber, mas sem que lá, mas sem representação, mas sem representar as necessidades na casa, mas que mesmo esses votos. Então, está ali como primeira cabo-verdiana, eletada na cidade de Boston, para representar nós com todo amor no coração, da família feliz e independência de Cabo Verde. E claro, outra vez, viva Amílcar Cabral. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? I encourage all of my colleagues to go to the flag raising on July 5th and happy Cape Verdean Heritage Month. Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Durkin, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, to suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 1055. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 1055. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Durkin.
Yes.
Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louis-Jean.
Yes.
Councilor Louis-Jean, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy? Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepen? Councilor Pepen, yes. Councilor Santana? Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber? Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell? Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 1055 has received a unanimous vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. This docket has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 1057?
Docket number 1057, Councilor Weber offered the following. Resolution to rename the Jamaica Plain Branch Library's Children's Room after Barbara Rhodes.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Barbara Rhodes recently passed away. We stood in remembrance of her. This resolution is to honor Barbara Rhodes, a beloved children's librarian at the Jamaica Plain Branch Library. Barbara was loved by all and played a role in bringing BIPOC and LGBTQ plus programming to the JP Library. She worked for the Boston Public Library for 40 years, 30 of which were spent at the Jamaica Plain branch. The Friends of the Jamaica Plain Branch Library asked that we honor her by renaming the children's room at the branch library to the Barbara Rhodes Children's Room. On a Facebook page honoring her, there were about 45 comments. Just one sample from Carrie. It's hard to imagine JP without Barbara's warm smile and kind heart. She was such a significant figure in the lives of my kids, who are now young adults and lifelong readers, due in no small part to Barbara's influence. They spent an alarming percentage of their childhood at the library. And there's many more comments like that. My kids both spent a lot of time at that library and grew up there. And I think this is a great way to honor Barbara Rhodes and her memory. So I'm asking that we suspend the rules and adopt this resolution today in support of her. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Durkin, Fernand Janison, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Pepen, Santana, Worrell. Please have the chair. Councilor Weber seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 1057. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 1057 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 1058?
1058, Councilor Fernandez Anderson offered the following. Resolution designating a hero square at the intersection of Humboldt Avenue and Humboldt Court in recognition of Curtis W. Heron, Jr.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernand Janison. Councilor Fernand Janison, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm honored to present this resolution calling for a hero square in honor of Corporal Curtis W. Heron, Jr., a native of the South End. Heron enlisted in the Army and served as a light weapons infantryman in the 5th Cavalry Regiment, earning the rank of corporal. On October 7th, 1951, Corporal Heron was killed in action while fighting in Korea and was declared a casualty of the Korean War, serving with honor in the U.S. Army. His memory and legacy are survived by his daughter, Cheryl, who has been fighting for this hero square in honor of her father. As the mother of a Marine, I am honored to have the opportunity to uplift the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice for their country and our community. I also want to thank the Mayor's Office of Veteran Service, not just for the privilege of bringing this before the council, but for all the work they do to provide care and services to Boston veterans. At this time, I'd like to ask my colleagues to suspend the rules and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and please add my name. I want to say thank you to Councilor Fernandez Anderson for bringing this forward. She mentioned that the Korean War is the forgotten war, and that's what it's referred to. But through this action, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you're remembering a family that made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. And, I'm proud of you for bringing this forward, so we always remember this soldier and the incredible sacrifice him and his family have made to our country. So I want to say thank you to Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Durkin, Mejia, Murphy, Pepen, Santana, Weber. Please add the chair. Councilor Fernandez Anderson seeks suspension of the rules and adoption of passage of docket number 1058. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 1059?
Docket number 1059, Councilor Fernandez Anderson offered the following. Resolution to recognize, honor, and celebrate July 1st as Somali Independence Day and to commemorate Somali Flag Day.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to actually withdraw this filing and resubmit it so that we are coordinating with the embassy. There's some special folks that we want to be here when we do it again. Thank you.
Thank you. This docket has been withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 1060?
Docket number 1060, Councilor Durkin offered the following. Resolution recognizing the advocacy of the 55 Bus Coalition by declaring June 26, 2024 as number 55 Bus Day in the city of Boston.
The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Council President. Accessible, reliable public transit is a right. We all share the responsibility to promote this in our communities. The 55 Bus Coalition is a grassroots community advocacy effort led by the Fenway Community Development Corporation, the District 8 Council Office, elected representative offices, and dedicated residents. It represents Fenway residents, stakeholders, students, and elders who rely on the MBTA 55 bus for various needs, without which access to essential services and connection to the wider city is cut off for some residents. Since the 55 bus route cuts made in 2021, the 55 Bus Coalition has worked with residents and city stakeholders to restore limited service. The 55 Bus Coalition's efforts include preserving connections to ADA compliant stations, preserving access for older adults, expanding the operating schedule to include commuting hours, preserving the unique route coverage of the 55, including Boylston Street and connections to downtown Boston. The 55 Bus Coalition has successfully advocated for the reinstatement of the 55 bus service following its temporary suspension. They've restored full day of service. They've advocated for a restoration of full day service from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 days a week via the bus network redesign process. And in addition, have done a great job advocating for all residents who use this bus daily. The MBTA must ensure that the 55 route riders, particularly in the West Fenway, have access to convenient and reliable transit. And the City Council voting on this today, I'm asking for us to suspend and pass and make today, June 26, 55 Bus Day in the City of Boston. Today there's an event at the Fenway CDC where we'll be relaunching the effort. The bus network redesign successfully is now including this bus line and restoring full service. So it's a great opportunity for the City Council to celebrate that success, but also continue to push forward for full service for this important and essential route. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Pepen, Santana, Weber. Please add the chair. Councilor Durkin seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 1060. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 1060 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 1061?
Docket number 1061, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Order requesting certain information under Section 17F relative to chronic absenteeism in Boston Public Schools.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this may sound familiar to many of you. I filed this 21 days ago at that council meeting, but this information still has not been received. And as you know, the administration has 10 days to give us the information when we file a 17F, and so hopefully I will receive it soon, but I did want to file it to get it back on the record. The original, which is still the same way I worded it, chronic absenteeism is defined by the state, by DESE, as the percentage of students missing 10% or 18 school days or more a year. I'm requesting this absenteeism data for last school year and the current school year that just ended, 23-24. I stated when I originally filed it, some of our schools have over 80, close to 90% absentee rate, and the city average hovers around 40% when 10% is what is considered chronic absenteeism. So I do hopefully want to get that data so that we can support our students who should be showing up to school every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the point of order.
Madam President, just a question, I guess a point of clarification. Did my colleague say that she's refiling the same thing again? Is this the same filing again? Is that what she said? Sorry.
No, I was saying
One
that
moment.
I was...
Councilor Murphy, one moment. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor, and you can respond through the chair to Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Right, that's what I was going to do. Thank you. I was
You have
just...
to do that with permission.
I'm not going to respond.
Councilor Murphy.
I'm not responding.
Okay.
I filed this 17F, and I hope to get the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 1061. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 1062?
Docket number 1062, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Order requesting certain information under Section 17F relative to Boston Public Schools athletics and transportation.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This 17F was also filed 21 days ago. I did receive this information after the agenda was online Monday afternoon, so I do have the information. And this 17F was filed because Councilor Flynn and I had filed a hearing order requesting a hearing in the Education Department around the athletic and transportation for our students. So this information has been received, so I will be withdrawing this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please withdraw docket number 1062. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 1063?
Docket number 1063, Councilors Murphy and Flynn offer the following. Order requesting certain information under Section 17F relative to BPS Sundays.
Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. At our last council hearing, we did pull from the green sheets the hearing order we filed to discuss the museum passes for all students across the city of Boston. And at that time, I did say that I was going to file this 17F to get information all the way through June. A few months ago, I had asked for the information. As many of you know, this BPS program is the first 2 Sundays of the month, but I'm asking that we have updated information through the first 2 Sundays in June from the beginning. So I'm hoping to get this information soon to help us.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy and Councilor Flynn seek suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 1063. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket number 1063 is passed. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 1064?
Docket number 1064, Councilor Mejia offered the following. Order requesting certain information under Section 17F relative to information for 2022 and 2023 Boston Police Department promotional exams.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a file that I think it was up for discussion a few Wednesdays ago. I'm just looking for the names, demographic information, and scores of all the Boston police officers who took the 2022 and 2023 statewide promotional exams. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 1064. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 1064 has passed. We are now going to go back to matters recently. Is there? Okay, yeah. We're going back to matters recently heard for possible action. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0990?
Docket number 0990, message disapproving the annual appropriation and tax order for fiscal year 2025. Docket number 0670, passed by the City Council on June 5th, 2024. I am filing an amended annual appropriation and tax order.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Orell. Councilor Orell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I can stand here today to present more data and statistics. I could show charts that display the trends in underspending around departments year after year. But ultimately, this debate is solely not about numbers on the paper. It's about the people we represent. We all were called to public service through our own lived experiences and the stories of those around us. And we answered the call because we care deeply about our communities and our city. I didn't need statistics to know that the net worth of black Bostonians was $8, or the life expectancy of those in Grove Hall was 29 years different from those that live near Symphony Hall. I saw it every day, reflected in my community and in the stories of those I held close. My own ability to sit in this chamber is because of a combination of government services, mentors, and nonprofits that helped me along my journey. I spent my summers at Northeastern's Balfour Academy getting tutored and prepped for college, which helped me earn a scholarship. Without those supports, I never had the path to a college as someone whose family didn't have the resources. We know we have programs that work, but we also know we don't have enough funds for them. So the assistance runs out, and the people who need assistance can't get it. And we know what happens to those who don't get the help they need. One of my childhood friends recently fell on hard times. He used to work multiple jobs to keep a roof over his head. But through a series of tough breaks, he became homeless. He told me the path for him to get housing is for him to stay in a homeless shelter for a few years. We needed to support people like him with housing earlier, while he was still employed. We have the programs to do that. My district has the highest concentration of crime. Last summer, my barber and friend, Max, was murdered around the corner from my house in his barber shop. In my 2.5 years on the council, at least 2 teenagers have been gunned down blocks from my home. Public safety plays a crucial role in the city. But to actually realize a city that is not just safer than other cities, but safe for all, it requires a collaboration that goes beyond any one city department to tackle the root causes of violence and address the social determinants of health. Last year, the people of Boston elected one of the most diverse city councils in the history of Boston. They know representation matters. They know that those who have lived the struggle will work to fix it. And therefore, because of that, they know that they can trust us. Out of a $4.6 billion budget, we are asking to increase funding to initiatives we know work. This vote should be easy. I want to ask you to imagine a Boston where there was no Mel King to fight for housing affordability, no Chuck Turner to push for a diverse workforce on Boston construction sites, no Bruce Boland to help create the linkage ordinance, and no Gene McGuire to ensure we push for better education for all throughout Boston. We know every success we have ever achieved as a city was paid by community members and public servants who fought for a better future for the next generation of Bostonians, for the future we have gotten to reap. I'm asking all of us to stand up today and be part of that legacy, to put our values to work for the future that our children and neighbors deserve to enjoy. I know some might feel this is a difficult vote, but I certainly believe if you vote from your heart, this vote is easy. It is certainly easier than those living the challenges we know our residents are facing every day, especially when we have the power today, through our vote on this budget, to make their lives better. We know down payment assistance works. We know housing vouchers work. We know youth jobs work. We know that workforce development, ESOL, and college readiness all work. The time for hearing orders is over. The time for resolutions is over. The time for beautiful remarks is over. But the time to make the lives of Bostonians easier in this budget, that time is right now. Vote yes for the people we represent, and vote yes for the city that you love. I want to thank the community that showed up and organized and lent a voice to the process. The amendments that we're putting forward are a reflection of us hearing you. Whatever the outcome, know that we have grown in our civic duty, and we are now forever linked in the chain of change. Now I'd like to present the packages. Package 1 reflects the spirit that was approved 10-3 by this council on June 5th. It includes $1 million for housing vouchers, which means 66 more families have homes this year. It includes $1.1 million for down payment assistance, $740,000 for youth jobs, $500,000 for right to counsel, $500,000 for college readiness, and $500,000 to support communities for families of murder victims. This package also doesn't have any reallocations for police, fire, public works, ISD, or Parks and Rec. It taps into historically underspent line items across many city departments.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I just want to say, Councilor Arel, you displayed such grace in this process. I'm still struck by the words that you just shared, and we picked the right one to lead us through this process. And so I'm so grateful for that you are the chair of Ways and Means. I'm so grateful for the data-driven nature of this process. Shout out to Karishma, shout out to Shane, shout out to everyone in central staff that worked so hard. Shout out to my colleagues who engaged in really difficult conversations. This was a really thorough process, and I don't see, if this is not the process to give life to the fact that a previous iteration of this council gave us the mandate to amend the budget, that voters then gave us, if this is not the process to get us there, I really have no idea how we get there. I don't. I have no idea if this is not it. If this process where we ultimately agree with the direction and the vision for this budget, 99.7%, we agree. In any class, in any school, that is an A+. We are saying to give life to the mandate that the people of Boston have given us, that prior iterations of this council has given each of us liaisons with the people of Boston by reallocating less than 0.3% of the overall budget to issues that community members have talked to us about. Councilor Arel, thank you. To my colleagues who've engaged in this process, thank you. It's difficult, but it's our calling. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you. And, thank you, Madam President. And I just want to acknowledge Councilor Arel. Just the amount of patience and thoughtfulness and juggling the multiple personalities that this body brings is not an easy thing to do. and you have done so like a champ. So I just want to acknowledge you for your leadership and really trying to make this really easy for us, because making decisions like this is not easy because we all have different stakeholders that we are accountable to. So I just really want to acknowledge and congratulate you for your leadership in this work, okay? And I need just a point of clarification. Was what you proposed was, just so that I'm clear, because what I'd like to do is offer an amendment. I rise just to make a motion to amend the proposed overrides on docket 0990 by striking the proposed partial overrides and inserting a full override. And you should have copies of this in front of you. No? Breezes? It's coming. We'll have it in 1 minute.
Okay.
Who has it? You want to go to?
Yeah, I'll go to, I see Councilor Coletta has her mic on. While they get that, I'll turn over.
I thought they were ready to go.
Okay, Councilor Coletta, I'll come back to you, Councilor Mejia, once we have it. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and I am just so overwhelmingly overcome by your words, Councilor Worrell. I want to thank you for your diligence, your professionalism, and your leadership that's been demonstrated here. I'm proud to serve the residents of Boston with you, and I just want to commend you for your empathy and your leadership as chair. I want to thank my colleagues for the spirited and robust discussion. I'm also proud to serve the residents of Boston with all of you to make this city more vibrant, prosperous, and abundant. Simply put, we have attempted to do just that. We've done our jobs with the tools that have been given to us within this budget process. As a reminder, as it's been mentioned before, Boston residents overwhelmingly voted to give us more control over the city's operating budget. Who was here in 2020 when we got hundreds of emails asking residents asking us to change the system? And we're here, we're in that system. They wanted us to fight for them in public, in the spirit of transparency, so they may hold us accountable. It is also true that they voted overwhelmingly to keep this body, through this process, more independent, to maximize our bicameral structure, and to hold the mayor accountable. This would be true for anyone who sits in these seats or who controls the other side of the fifth floor. What a beautiful opportunity that has been given to us to be even more effective for those we serve. What a beautiful opportunity to be even more fiscally responsible by understanding how to maximize underutilized taxpayer dollars to invest in these beautiful initiatives. And so I want to, again, commend the chair for his leadership and just say that I am disheartened with some of the narrative that's been pushed out there in this false dichotomy where some of these investments is at the expense of other initiatives or jobs or services. I've seen this movie before and I reject that notion. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us moving forward in this process to reject it as well. And so I encourage my colleagues to vote on this package, especially because the chair has been so diligent in making sure that it does not pull from any personnel for NISD Public Works. He listed it, I don't have it in front of me, but just something to consider. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata, for those. I think it's helpful to have the perspective of someone who was here in 2020, that this, again, is a power to work alongside the mayor and also to hold her accountable. And underlining, again, that there's so much agreement here. There's 0.3%. Councilor Mejia, would you like to, should I return to you, Councilor Mejia?
Well, I don't know if Central Staff is ready for it.
Let's just, yeah. Just let me check. Central staff, everyone has a copy of, the clerk does not have a copy. So the clerk needs a copy. I'll give everyone a little bit to just read and review. I don't have a copy. Thank you. Okay, everyone has it in front. Councilor Mejia, I'll turn it back over to you. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you. So do we start from the top again, or what?
The clerk has to read it into the record.
Okay.
Amendment of Councilor Julia Mejia, docket number 0990. Amended override. Docket number 0990 as overridden in part shall be overridden in full. Strike the proposed partial override number 1, parentheses, see proposed tax order as presented by Chair Worrell. Insert full override of docket number 0990. Mayor's return and modification to docket number 0670 as amended and passed by the council on June 5th. Parentheses, see committee report and tax order as passed by the council on June 5th, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Do I need someone to second? Are we good? Can I do
Yeah,
it?
so you have a motion on the floor. Is it seconded? Second.
That's fine. I got a second.
Yeah.
Twice.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. You may continue.
That's right. So here we go. Okay? I just want to be really clear that I'm bringing this forward to allow us the chance to complete the work that we began. A full override will restore the budget we approved on June 5th, which includes amendments totaling $15 million, or 0.3% of the $4.6 billion budget. Before June 5th, the Chair of Ways and Means, Councilor Worrell, conducted a series of budget hearings, gathered public testimony, and facilitated working sessions. Under his leadership, we amended the budget based on data-driven approach, aligning with the needs of our community and making investments that reflect the priorities of Boston residents and our collective priorities. The City Council's budget balances fiscal responsibility with the urgent needs of our city, supporting areas such as youth employment, housing, legal representation for families, and other resources. And I think it's really important, right? I think it's really important for me to underline this right here. This is an opportunity for us to demonstrate a little bit of political will and courage. If we, on June 5th, 10 of us voted for a budget that was going to deliver on what communities have been asking for, then today, on June 26th, we have an opportunity to make that happen. And that's all I want, is an opportunity for us to allow democracy to play out and for us to be able to get it to the finish line. And whether you vote in favor or not, at the very least, out of respect for the constituents that we serve, we should allow this vote to happen. And that's all I'm asking for. And then let me go back to my script in case I said it wrong, Alex.
Okay.
Are we good?
You can continue.
Because there was a lot going on back there. I don't know what's happening.
You can continue.
No, I'm trying to make sure that I understand what's happening.
Continue.
So, therefore?
Yes. So you would like to proceed to a vote on your motion to amend substantively the docket of 0990, not the chair's recommendation, but the docket for a full override.
Yes.
Okay. That motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion on the matter?
Yes.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia, I just wanted to applaud you for your bravery. Simply put, I think we voted, 10 of us here voted on the same thing that you're asking for us to vote today, correct? And basically, it's on record who those 10 are off the top of my head. I don't remember who voted no, but I leave that to my colleagues to express themselves. I will be voting on in support because I voted yes the last time. Nothing has changed. It's still a yes. I trusted Councilor Worrell, the chair of Ways and Means, on Ways and Means, to know what he was doing. He led us into a process that was fair. Some of us here went on record in the media and spoke about how they continue to support that same amendment, that we were rightfully justified, that the numbers were practical, that there were not real cuts, that it was a very, very, very small fraction of just 0.33% of the entire $4.6 billion budget, and that how we needed to invest in social determinants of health in order to address systemic, racist, and oppressive structures and systems here in the city of Boston. So I think that my position remains, I know that my position remains the same, that if we can override and we can support Councilor Worrell with the entire amendment, this is just basically getting more and exactly what, more than I think what Councilor Worrell is proposing here today is making sure that in the event that some folks have changed their minds about the past override on the 5th, on June 5th, that Councilor Mejia is saying basically, let's at least try to vote and get that full override. I know, again, most of my colleagues here didn't change their mind, didn't say, no, let's not override. Was there something wrong with the math? What happened? And so we should take a vote. And I move to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor. Oh, yes, but as I understand that, but as the chair, I want to give the chair an opportunity to speak. But also, for a move to a vote, you also will then need, I think it's a 2/3 majority. So will you allow Councilor Worrell to have a word, and then we can move to a vote? Councilor Worrell?
Just want to rise and say, thank Councilor Mejia for putting this forward. This is the original package. We're going to have packages that outline all the investments in the same polls. That's going to be before the body. There's going to be 4 or 5 different packages before the body that represent the similar things that Councilor Mejia is pushing forward. So we'll take the vote, but we'll have additional votes on the packages on all the investments that we voted on June 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. So just for clarity's sake, Councilor Mejia, you can. Yeah, you can. Okay, all right. Thank you. So just to be clear, there's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. We're going to move to a vote to allow Councilor Mejia's amendment to the docket. And that's just the motion to allow it. And then there's the motion on the actual substance of what she is asking for. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And just so that I'm clear, and so for those who are watching, so that they can understand what the ask is, all I want is an opportunity for us to vote on the overrides.
Yes.
So the first vote that we're taking is to allow that to happen here, right? So
That's what I just stated.
Right,
Yes,
no, so
that's what I just stated.
I know, but I'm translating for some folks who may not understand all of the way you all talk here. So the second part of it, and so that I can make sure that we're all following here, is that the goal is, right? The goal is ultimately is for us to say, done deal. The boat, the boat has left the building. The vote is not going to see the light of day in case you guys strike it down, right? So there is a possibility that even those folks who voted in support of the override, in support of the initial budget, there is a slight possibility that those folks may not allow that vote to come onto the floor because they don't want that vote to happen. So there is a possibility that even the idea of fighting for the things that we have been that we allegedly said that we wanted, we may not even get to see it because we may not have the political will or courage to allow it to come onto the vote if you all say no, right? So I just want to be really clear. The goal is to get this vote so that we can put to bed the work that we started. So 2 votes. 1 vote is to allow for us to have the vote, and the second is to vote whether or not we're going to override, correct?
That's what I stated, Councilor Mejia. And so the first vote, the motion to amend, requires a majority. That's 7 votes. And then the actual, if that passes, then the motion to override will require 9 votes. So, Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote on Councilor Mejia's proposed amendment, on allowing the amendment?
Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald.
This is to allow the vote to happen. Yes.
Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louis-Jean.
Yes.
Councilor Louis-Jean, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana.
Yes.
Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. The amendment has passed 11 votes in the affirmative. 12 votes in the affirmative and 1 in the negative.
Thank you. Now the motion is before us substantively. Would anyone like to speak on this matter? Is there any further discussion? The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor, and then...
Thank you, President Louis-Jean, and thank you to my colleagues for allowing democracy to play out. So I just want to thank you all for that. Even those folks who don't believe in what we're trying to do, I just want to thank you all for your courage to do just that. And I also want to give a shout out to Central staff and my team, because it is not easy being inside a chamber when all these protocols and procedures, and to have my wing woman over here, Councilor Anderson, really helping to support this process. And let's just vote. This is what the people wanted us to do, so let's do it.
The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to first acknowledge the professional work of Councilor Worrell during this process. I also want to acknowledge the City Council Central staff that did a tremendous job as well. Very professional, hard-working. I support Councilor Mejia in having a vote. I think that's democracy. I voted last time against it, and I'm going to stay consistent because I believe cuts, even if it's or reallocation to a department, especially public safety or neighborhood services, has an impact on the delivery of city services and personnel that we rely on to protect us, to fix potholes, to clean streets, to do inspections. And I want to stand with the city employees in their professional work as well. And having said that, that is not to say that my colleagues that disagree with me on this issue don't stand with them, because they do. I also want to acknowledge them for their professional work. Although we disagree, I do respect their position. But again, I will be voting no because I want to ensure that our city workers have every resource, every opportunity, every possibility, every service to do their job, to do it effectively. And at this difficult or economic difficult, challenging time, I think it's important to stand with our city workers and ensure that they have the tools necessary to provide effective basic city services. I do believe that reallocating funds from one particular job, from one particular department to another is a cut. I also believe it does impact delivery of basic city services, quality of life for residents, and it impacts future hires into the city of Boston It's difficult to bring people on board for many reasons. I think cuts to different departments will even have a more significant impact on the delivery of city services and attracting quality people that we need in our city departments to effectively deliver basic city services in a professional manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. You have the floor.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam President. Today we're tasked with voting on the FY 2025 budget and making decisions that profoundly impact our community. Deciding how to best balance all of the needs of our community and make the best use of our city funds most responsibly has not been easy. I am grateful that the Council has undertaken a robust budget review process under the leadership of Chair Worrell, and I want to share my thoughts with you openly and sincerely. Over the past weeks, I have listened intently to residents from every neighborhood, particularly our youth, families, and seniors. Your voices have guided me, and I deeply value your concerns and aspirations. I believe in the investments proposed by the City Council. They reflect our shared commitment to progress and the betterment of our community. However, these investments should not come at the expense of other critical city departments that provide essential services. I believe we have the opportunity for a budget that balances critical priorities as well as core city services. Our efforts in youth employment have yielded significant progress. In FY19, which was my first year working for former Councilor Kenzie Bach, we allocated $6 million for youth jobs. This year, our investment in youth jobs stands at $22.9 million, thanks to the tireless advocacy of our organizations like Youth Justice Empower Union. The mayor has promised a job to every BPS student this summer. My office is committed to ensuring this promise is fulfilled. If any BPS student needs a job or wants a job this summer, I urge you to please reach out to my office and we will assist you. We need to continue investments in our youth, not only through youth jobs, but also through the Boston Centers for Youth and Families. We should not be taking the money away from BCYF. And we must ensure our vital departments like transportation are fully funded and that our youth and families and all of our residents can safely get around our city. These services form the backbone of our community, supporting us in countless ways every day. This year's budget includes equitable employee wage growth, which the Council has supported, ensuring better pay for our lowest paid city workers, many of whom are Black and brown. I am also grateful that the mayor largely accepted our amendment to increase council office salaries so we can compensate council staff members appropriately, particularly with many council staffers being members of our Black and brown community, our immigrant community, and our LGBTQ+ communities. We have increased funding to support maternal and infant health, especially for our women of color. The Office of Workforce Development's budget has grown from $6 million in FY22 to almost $23 million this year, thanks to the ongoing youth advocacy, more funding, and better programs. This office has also increased funding for programs like Boston Saves, Center for Working Families, Youth Options, and Power Corps. Recently, NOAA awarded the office a $9.8 million grant to support workforce development and enhancing Boston's climate and coastal resilience, training nearly 650 new workers. This year's budget has also increased funding for the Office of Equity by $1 million to support city reparations work and invest in healthy pregnancies more translation and interpretation services, and gender-affirming identity services. Thanks to my colleagues, the mayor has also invested in a cultural affairs office, which staff and a grant program to support cultural events across the city. As a city, we continue to invest in housing priorities, such as preserving affordable housing through the AOP program, rental assistance, housing vouchers, and down payment assistance for the first-time home buyers. I am also pleased to see more funds allocated to support the right to counsel for our BPS families and increases in housing pricing staff. We always need more funds for these critical programs, and I will advocate for more ARPA funds to be committed to these shared priorities. Today's vote is not easy for me, and I do not take it lightly. To those who may not have agreed with me with today's vote, I understand your disappointment, and I apologize for any letdown this may cause. Please know that I remain committed to being a strong advocate for our youth, for our unhoused and housing insecure residents, for our immigrants, for our returning citizens, and for all residents of the city of Boston. And I believe that my votes today are the best way to serve all of our residents here in Boston. I am committed to continuing working together with our community to make Boston a city that works for everyone. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know I've said it many times, but thank you again, Councilor Worrell, for getting us here and all your hard work and your staff. I appreciate that. And thank you to Councilor Mejia. I also agree in democracy, and if someone wants a vote, that's what we've been elected to do, to take hard votes, so I do appreciate that. But I do just want to stand to say that we're about to vote again on what, the original budget and amendments, and I continue to believe that those amendments would do harm to our core city services, and that the departments that these original amendments were getting pulled from, the leaders of these departments say they need personnel, and we're not only not filling those jobs, but these cuts would force them to never have that funding or have it hard to put that funding back to allow these jobs to be filled. We were taking $3 million from the Boston Police, close to $1 million from our community centers. I've held many hearings over the last couple of years to make sure that our pools are open, that we're staffed, that we have lifeguards, and that our community centers are providing the resources that all of our residents, all generations need across the city. So to take close to $1 million from BCYF, I will never vote yes for that. And also $1.5 million from the fire department. So, like I stated when I first voted no, the money doesn't automatically get restored. These are permanent budgetary damaging that will be inflicted on solid union jobs, many of them entry-level, code enforcement, transportation, librarians, assessing, parks and rec. We are preemptively hamstringing the city's future ability to provide core services because we're making these decisions today. I'll be voting no again today for the reasons I've listed above and because I am concerned about this process going forward. But I do appreciate that the vote is on the floor to take, so I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say a few things because I just want to make sure it's clear for the record. Councilor Coletta mentioned that there's a lot of misinformation, and I just want to make sure that we know that the majority, if not all of these departments, and I'll allow Councilor Worrell to correct me if I'm misspoken, but all of them are seeing an increase. All of them. And so this is about us doing our work and saying, what have the historical trends been? What have the historical trends been in underspending? We had graphs, we sat around a table in the Pamonte room, and we looked at it, and we had these robust discussions about department, and I, just as much as everybody else, want to see every job vacancy filled. We have so much work. We are constantly calling on these departments to help fill a pothole, to do X, to do Y, to do Z. We held a hearing on vacancies in the city of Boston. Councilor Worrell has committed to holding another hearing, doing it biannually. We are promoting in our own newsletters job opportunities, promoting BCYF job opportunities at the Muni in Hyde Park. We want all of these jobs filled. When we look at the past data, when we look at the past 6 years of data, given the information that we have from central staff, that we had at the hearings, there's been a trend. And I honestly do not know how else we are to do our jobs as city councilors if we're not relying on data. We talk all the time. I believe that every process should be data driven. I believe this one was. All of the departments are seeing an increase, all of them. We looked at past trends and we looked at what our priorities were. Many of us are putting all of our colleagues enthusiastically. So I just wanted to counter that so many, these departments are seeing increases, and I'm ecstatic about those increases. I really am, because that means that we are doing more work at the city level to support our city and our residents. And we have the reality that there are some departments that are historically underspent. And as we try to get those jobs filled, and as we try to, and if we come back next year and we see that, wow, they've actually been able to hire everyone, this is a body that will enthusiastically support more money in a line item for permanent employees, more money in whatever line item is contractual services, more money in whatever line item. But we can only do what the data tells us to do when we look at the data. And I believe that that's a process that the chair so valiantly led. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor. Coletta Zapata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that I wanted to underscore your point and then also add to it. But because there's just been a lot of misinformation, and I encourage and implore people to do their own research, especially the media. We could safely say that none of the potential reallocations of the City Council will result in any loss of any union jobs. Any reallocations made are based on looking at 6 years of data on line items and spending to see where money has been underspent. Even still, the Council did not take all of the unspent money from any line item, meaning that there was significant cushion. Of course, there's long-term work to be done to move quickly to fill these vacancies that have largely gone unfilled in the last 6 years. We need to work together to make this a reality. If we see that hiring has skyrocketed, or that the personnel item even came close to being spent for any department, of course we will champion giving more money for hiring. And it is not a perpetual framework, or it is not saying that we cannot change future budgets if we were to do this today. I've been a consistent champion for all city departments in hiring, getting people paid more, and expanding opportunities to become a city worker. I'm asking, based on that, the care and concern for city workers that I love deeply, that you trust us when we tell you that this is the right move. It's 0.33% of the budget. We have the data, we have the receipts, we have the trends, we have the dollar amounts, the projections, everything that points to this very minimal change as being acceptable. Please trust us. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Janison. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't think I could have said it better than what you've already stated in terms of the process, in terms of how Councilor Worrell, along with Mr. Chair, along with team and staff, and all of us collectively, how we went through those numbers and took us to this through this very studious process where I think this second time around, for those of us who was here last term, really understands the budget or how it works in a better way. What's unfortunate here is that there's a process and that we have to execute to amend a budget, and the mayor then proposes a budget, and that is exactly what, as Councilor President Lujan mentioned earlier, voted on us having this amendment. Now we have the amendment, and we're trying to do the best that we can. We did. I feel like we did, and in fact, we did that in a very moderate way. 15 million. I mean, it's nothing compared to $4.6 billion. So think about that. For those of you at home, I think it's a misrepresentation and an exploitive to actually blur out these types of misrepresentations or erroneous representations of what the budget is and how it works. I think that we owe it to the public and those who we represent to actually explain. When I stood here the last term or today, if I say to you, look, assuming smooth spending here, there's a trend of overspending, of underspending. There are monies left year after year after year. They're underspending, and if you put it in personnel, which pays people and pays employees, then and then you give them an extra $2 million, but they can't hire up to $1 million within 1 year. Guess what? They're going to have another $1 million just sitting there. And so what happens, and we saw that people at home, we saw that in hearings where we heard from departments and the chiefs who told us that millions of dollars were sent back up to Office of Budget Management because they underspent, because they can't hire fast enough. Now, for reasons that Councilor Flynn mentioned, in terms of us not being able to build capacity fast enough, it is because we need to increase our employees' wages. We need to do better. We need to continue to advocate and fight for our regular working class, period, to earn more money to be able to survive the city. All true. However, the part that is misrepresented is this idea that politicians, elected officials have to stand up and defend their positions in terms of whether or not they care about city workers, whether or not they care about certain services, whether or not they care about constituent service or departments, which is total misrepresentation, completely. So I would say, look, it is $4.6 billion plus another $4 billion plus in capital that we have to go through. It is not a process that you can just pick up overnight and break and disaggregate these numbers. It's something that is arduous to understand, and so I think it's unfair, almost criminal, for us to misrepresent this budget and say, oh, city services, we care about that, and it's a cut. And I'm not targeting anyone because my dear colleague Flynn, I'm just saying that we need to be very honest and very clear on how the budget works. If there's unspent funds, they can't hire enough, they can't hire up to $1 million because we're not paying them enough, or whatever the reasons are, or because $1 million is a lot. Remember, it takes months to collect resumes and then the interviews. So we wouldn't be hiring until the end of the year, which still leaves some money left over. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about money that's left behind. Chief of departments telling us that money went back up to OBM. OBM not actually telling us specifically, not on all the dollars, exactly what happened to those monies from personnel. And so we're saying, well, we try to move it in contract, and maybe that way that there's a process in the city of Boston, if you guys don't know, that if it's in contractual services, that the departments have to come before the council to get permission to move that money from contract to personnel or otherwise. But if it's in personnel, the mayor can move it around anywhere she pleases, and that gives more flexibility for them. The problem with that is we have a process in front of us that we can actually amend and invest in services that actually support all of the people that we heard from in our testimonies. And then we do that. We go ahead and we do that, and we say, look, we have not done any cuts. It's a very modest amount, and we're doing that in a very practical sense. And still, folks will get up, or there'll be misrepresentation of who cares about city services and who doesn't care. No, everybody here cares. Everybody here wants people. No one is getting laid off, for the record. No cuts. There's not an actual cut. These are monies that are not being spent. They're all getting increases. Money's left over. So we took them and moved them around for a bit just for this year. That's all that it is. So I hear my colleagues, getting up and saying, defending themselves and who cares and who doesn't care. No, we know each other. We know that we all care. We're all doing the same job. But please, let's not get into the argument about defending our positions. Like, that's ridiculous. Let's not do that to people at home. Let's do more to do workshops to teach people how to read this budget. Let's engage our community more so that we can actually continue to do our job as the voters have asked us to do. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to be clear and for the record, I do believe that these reallocation from one department to the other department does have an impact on basic city services, on neighborhood services, on personnel. Why do I believe that? I have talked to many city department chiefs. I've talked to city workers. I've asked them their opinion on what these reallocations from one department to another department would have on them. And they told me exactly what would happen. They're struggling right now to provide basic city services, neighborhood services to residents. District councilors know how difficult it is at times to get something done in their district. There's just not enough personnel at times for a particular department, in Public Works, in the Parks Department. We don't have enough police on the street, as I constantly mentioned. We are down 300 police officers. We need to hire 300 police officers every year consistently for the next 10 years. A cut to the police department will have an impact on public safety, in my opinion. We also have a major problem at the Boston Police Crime Lab. The crime lab does not have the personnel to effectively test sexual assault kits. We are not in compliance with the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security law to test these kits in a certain number of days. In fact, we're not even close to meeting that deadline. We are testing these sexual assault kits with inferior testing techniques. We are not using Y screening, which we should be using, which is state-of-the-art testing procedure that many crime labs throughout the country have, including the Massachusetts Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Crime Lab, and the New York City Police Department. That's one example of what we need to do to address these quality of life issues, basic city services, critical neighborhood services, critical public safety services that residents rely on. And we need to do a better job, in my opinion, advocating for city services, for city employees, because they deserve it. If you ask city workers now, do we need help? Do they have enough resources to do the job? They would say no. So why are we reallocating funds away from one particular city department to another? So I don't think, as I mentioned, I was clear that someone that has a disagreement with me on this issue doesn't mean they don't care about city employees. I made that very clear, and I still want to make that very clear. I respect your position. I also come from my decision, like many of you, as a district city councilor that takes this job seriously and listens to city workers almost every day, like you do, talking about how understaffed they are, that they don't have the resources to do their job effectively. We need more Hokies in this city. We need to fix potholes in the city. We need to ensure that the grass is cut in our parks to make sure our ball fields are in good condition. So I can't support reallocating funds from one city department to another because, in my opinion, it impacts quality of life for residents of the city of Boston. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is my 5th budget.
Vet, your seasoned vet.
It's always new. I really want to commend Chair Worrell for his incredible leadership in this process, and also commend all of our colleagues for such a diligent and serious approach that we took to the budget this year. We take this job very seriously. This is the most important part of our work as a city councillor. We had a very data-driven process in which we scrutinised past spending. You've already said this. Over the past 6 years, we identified underspent funds. And then we all brought to the table our vision and our suggestions for how those underspent funds could be invested in ways that would really impact the lives of our residents in the city of Boston, impact the lives of so many folks who struggle, impact the lives of so many people in our city who are food insecure, housing insecure, who live in neighbourhoods that have high levels of violence and are suffering loss and death in their families. I really have to speak to the issue about struggling, how our city departments are struggling. Our city departments are not struggling because we're not giving them the money. Our city departments are struggling because we're not recruiting people to do the jobs. The money is there. Millions of dollars is there. And it has not been spent, has been underspent for years and years. Hundreds of jobs. Parks Department has vacancies. Inspection Services, Public Works, every department has vacancies. But the money is underspent. These budget amendments that we have, this budget that we're going to propose a vote on, that Councillor Mejia has asked us to take a vote on, the amendment that we presented 2 weeks ago and passed by 10, vote of 10 of us voted to pass it 2 weeks ago. That amendment did not remove jobs, but it will help working people be able to afford to live in the city. It will help new arrivals to get job skills and language skills so that they can become productive members and contribute to our neighbourhoods and our city. We celebrate, every week we're celebrating the wonderful contributions of so many immigrant groups from all over the world who come here to make a better life in Boston. A lot of the things in this budget actually help them become fully engaged and stable in their situation and become incredible, bring out their incredible skills and contributions and their determination and their courage, bring all of that to the city of Boston. They deserve our support. The things, just for those watching at the home, we're arguing about 1/3 of 1%. $15 million, 1/3 of 1%. It is not a cut. It is a reallocation of money that we as a group of people have thought long and hard about how we can use this small amount of money to make lives better for the people in Boston, to improve the efficiency of some of our government, our offices, our departments in the city. We're offering, Councillor Worrell went into great details when he made his presentation earlier, but college readiness. Our young people need to benefit from quality education and to be ready to go to college and make the best of that opportunity. I really also want to flag up things like we're asking to hire another arborist, a city arborist. Our Parks Department didn't have enough arborists for a long time. All they could do was just do safety trimming and pruning on street trees to make them safe in the public way. But now we've got arborists that we can actually do work in our parks. And we're asking for money for another arborist. So we're increasing a capacity there. We're asking money to support the burial support families in the burial of their homicide victims. Public safety in the police department. We're asking the police department to prioritise $700,000 to increase the number of lab technicians and to appoint a director for the crime lab, the Boston Police Crime Lab. They don't have a director and they have vacancies. $700,000. That's a public safety issue. The reason it's important is we have hundreds of testing kits from sexual assault that are left untested for a long time. And part of that also, there's an investment within the police department of $300,000 to buy new equipment to make that process more efficient. We're also in the area of public safety. We're asking the Public Health Commission to reassign money to support the Family Justice Centre to support the survivors of sexual assault. All of these things are very, very important. And they're the sort of issues that don't get airtime and sort of get forgotten about. I really do want to stress again, we're not cutting jobs. We're reassigning monies that have been left unspent over a period of time. We did a look back for 6 years, and we looked at the data, and we found that, yes, there's money that goes unspent. And we, as a group, identified places where we could help use that money this year, in this budget cycle, to make a difference to the lives of the people of Boston. I am going to vote in support of the whole amendment. I feel this is 1/3 of 1%, $15 million. And it is money, a very small amount of money in the scale of things, a $1.6 billion budget. But these dollars will make a huge difference in the communities that we are committed to serve across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. I just wanted to highlight something that you talked about. Just our cost of living does not anywhere live up to what we pay our employees. And we try to address that through the collective bargaining process. I've been on record as wanting a municipal minimum wage. It's important. We have to set a floor. And this council, every member will continue. We are all advocates for paying people what affirms their dignity, what will affirm them to live in the second most expensive city to rent. We are all champions here of our city employees and of wanting to make their lives easier and better in filling all of these vacancies. So thank you, Councillor Braden, for uplifting that. And I just wanted to uplift, if I didn't already, something that was really beautiful Monday night. Councillor Rao, there were people in this room, in these chambers, not people who are organizers, not people who know how systems work. These are people who don't know anything about systems. People who work at barbershops, people who just want to advocate on behalf of their community, on behalf of housing, on behalf of jobs. People who, and they announced that. They said, I'm not being articulate, but they were the most articulate out of anybody. People who have never set foot into City Hall. That's what our job is, to uplift them and to let them say, we hear you because this is your city too, right? That's the work of inclusivity. How do we make those people feel like this is their city? And I just want to uplift Councilor Rao. I know that there are some people here from that community testimony on Monday night, and it was really a sight to see. So thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, President Lujan. I know Councilor Weber hasn't spoken.
Oh yeah, thank you for allowing that. What I should do, yes, thank you. But I always want to do that, and then people will be in their feelings about like, you didn't call on me. But the proper thing to do is to recognize Councilor Weber because he has not yet spoken, and then I'll return to you, Councilor Mejia. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilor Mejia, for making space for me. First, I'd like to join many of my colleagues in pushing back on the easy narrative that, by doing these amendments, we're cutting into the ability of our departments to provide services. We saw over and over again in these departments that if there was any issue with providing services, it was because the number of vacancies in these departments were in the triple digits. Many of these departments added positions over the last few years while losing the number of workers, and so and as a little example, I wanted to push for someone to maintain the Jamaica Pond in JP. I approached the Parks Department. The response I got was, well, you could push for that, but we'll never hire that person. And so it's not that we don't have enough people, and if you take away some of these unspent funds, we won't be able to provide these services. What we have here are departments with, we saw the data, millions of dollars of unspent funds every year, and we've taken a little bit of those funds and tried to use them to fill in the cracks and help people who have fallen through the cracks in our city. And I'd just like to point out a little bit what we've done with a very little bit, of money. In terms of the city housing voucher program, we heard on Monday night that $1.5 million will keep 100 families off the streets and in housing in Boston. That's, when we're talking about, who are helping, you can think about those families. We, in a hearing, I was inspired by hearing from Bob Terrell from the Office of Fair Housing and Equity about how the most effective way we have of combating housing discrimination, in rentals to people with vouchers, is to have a fair housing tester program. I supported that strongly, and I just like to compliment my fellow Councilor Santana for bringing that issue up and my attention for proposing that in this package that we're about to vote on. This money, we help ESOL parents. Parents learn English here in Boston. We have worker training, workforce training. We've also have added investments in youth jobs. I'd like to point out that our values are aligned with the mayor on a lot of these things. That program has gone from just a few $1 million to over $20 million, and even in our amendments, the mayor, approved an additional $750,000 for youth jobs. So, I think that that is obviously something that is a great need in our city, and that we are aligned with the mayor on. I supported, Councilor Durkin's, push for a downtown parks administrator. And I believe that was approved in the amendments as well. So, part of, we can move money for some things. I think we have a great need for everything else. We've heard that there are 5,000 kids in BPS who experienced homelessness in the last year. The city spent $17 million busing kids who've been placed in shelters outside Boston back into Boston. The Right to Counsel program, we heard this is the best way to help keep families in their housing, prevent kids from going through the trauma of an eviction, and preserve our resources by actually providing attorneys for people with school-aged children here in Boston. Lastly, I don't think these amendments, I don't see them as a rebuke of our mayor. I think her priorities are our priorities. As the council president said, we agree with 99.7% of the city budget, and what we are doing is finding inefficiencies in the budget, places where departments have gone years and years without spending money because they can't fill the positions. I applaud the mayor's push to raise the floor for our lowest paid city workers. I think that is going to help us hire more people in departments that need it, and I look forward to being part of that and helping that come about. I don't think any change that we've made in our proposal will impact those departments' ability to fill all their vacancies. They'll still have lots of vacancies to fill and plenty of time to do it, and I hope that with the new CBAs that our mayor has managed to reach with AFSCME and SEIU 888 and others in the future will help us fill those vacancies that we need to be filled. And so I think when we started in January, I think it's safe to say that I had the least experience in City Hall of anybody here. I wanted to see a council that worked together, and I wanted to see a process that was level-headed and based on data. And I'd like to thank Councilor Worrell for driving a process here where we looked at the data and he created an atmosphere where we are all able to work together, whether you support this or not. It's my faith in the council has certainly been restored being involved in this process on the inside, and I'd like to thank all my council colleagues, especially the chair, Councilor Worrell. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I always got to just allow for grace, right? And I do appreciate the fact that there are words that sometimes people use when they're talking about situations, and I may not be the most level-headed person because I'm very passionate when I speak, but I do know that the previous council was highly effective, and I'm going to say that again because we managed to get a lot done. Even my council colleague here, Murphy, recently had acknowledged how much we were able to get done with the previous council that we had because we were unafraid to stand up to power. So just want to note for the record that in previous councils we were able to override and pass one of the largest amount of youth funding jobs under Council Lara's leadership. So I just want to note that this council is more subdued, but we are still making things happen just as much as we did the last go round. So anyways, here for what I'm here to talk about. So each year, my concerns regarding the transparency around the budget process continues to persist. My observation of the process is far too often where conversations and negotiations are conducted behind closed doors. And while I appreciate the commitment to public input, we cannot ignore the systemic issues that impact the budget process. Annually, we bring in various department heads and question them for maybe 1 or 2 hearings if we're lucky. And during these hearings, certain administrators are unable to stay for the entire time, and we get half answers, and we're going to get back to you, but we really never understand how you are spending your dollars. The lack of engagement and transparency hinders our ability to thoroughly understand and effectively scrutinize the budget, impacting our decision-making and the community's trust in how those funds are managed. In all my years doing the budget process, I have been a fierce advocate for youth jobs. And year after year, we continue to fail our emerging and young adults. And while we get a little bit closer, every single time it feels like we're always fighting for scraps. We have listened to young people who urgently need employment to support their basic needs. Young people have come into this chamber and have shared that it's not just for a pair of Nikes, that the money that they're making is helping to support their families. The money that they're making is helping to put food on the table, right? And I think it's really important for us to understand who it is that we're here to fight for. Oftentimes we get a little bit confused when we come into this chamber, but I'm very clear about who I am here to represent, and those are the people. And so I think it's important for us to continue to ground ourselves in that work. And I just want to thank again Councilor Worrell for his leadership. And as I often empathize how difficult this may have been for you, this moment really demands us to have political courage from all of us, all city councilors who live within and engage with our communities. We have seen firsthand the needs that confront our residents daily. The Stark home ownership rates are telling a story. Only 35% in Boston, nearly half of the state average, are able to be home owners. Even more concerning are the disparities facing Black and Latino communities with home ownership rates at just 31% and 17%. These issues that we are addressing today cross all district lines. All residents are impacted by the lack of affordable housing, home ownership opportunities across our city. If the city is truly committed to increasing home ownership opportunities, housing for all of our residents, developing youth, then I think that we need to put our money where our mouth is, period. Our residents, and frankly, I am too, exhausted of waiting and receiving only leftovers. We heard from the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute. And Tina, I am so glad that you are here today. Because in 1996, you were the keynote speaker at a conference that I hosted around violence. Fresh off of your turning your pain into purpose. And here you are, 30 years later. You have become the go-to in this community for healing and restoration. And all we're asking for is $1 million to help support your efforts. But the fact that we had to have people come into this chamber to literally beg to be seen gives us an opportunity to say, if we're really serious about utilizing our political clout, then this is an opportunity for us to take it to the finish line. Okay? This process has honestly been demoralizing. It was disappointing to see counselors oftentimes unwilling to participate in the process. I'm not going to get emotional, because there's a difference between being a politician and being a public servant. And when people go home at night and they don't have enough food on their table, or when a young person is unable to get a job, or when we lose another loved one, all of those things need to be weighed heavy in our hearts when we're making decisions about the lives of the people that we serve. And there needs to be political courage to make difficult votes that are not relying on whether or not you're going to get elected in your next election, but a vote that is about the people that you serve. And I got your back, people. I got your back. And so I think it's really important for us to recognize that if we're really serious about being a body that is not a rubber stamp to this administration, then we will rise up and say, we want it all. And this is what these times are asking us to do, is to step into our power and deliver what we have been asked to do. And as Councilor Breeden said, it is $4.6 billion, of which only $15 million in amendments. That's less than 0.3. That is chump change and a tip at a restaurant. We're not asking for much. All we are asking for is to restore trust in this body, and we do so by listening to the people who put us here. And I know this difficult vote could be for some, but the good thing about me is that I have nothing to lose when I come into this chamber. And the only thing that I care about is whether or not I can sleep at night, and I know that I can, because I take the votes that are difficult. And I know we have a bad habit of pitting people against each other because that's the easiest thing to do. But the fact of the matter is that this process, this particular process, allowed us to use data. And so any other vote than sending this right back and saying the council has the ability to override the mayor's veto will be unacceptable. Because what it does is undermines our power, it undermines democracy, and it waters down the process. But I am willing to go with the package number 2. Behind closed doors, you might get this, and behind you might, I'm gonna go through that because at the very least we get something. But we can't continue to function this way and think that we're going to get the respect that we deserve by just taking whatever scraps and crumbs are being offered to us. So if we're serious about flexing our muscle, this is the time for us to do it. This is the time for us to do it. Because people are counting on us to do just that. Bring it home so that we're not worried about whether or not you can stay here in the city of Boston. Right now, over half, that's 54.6% of Boston's children live in households headed by a single parent. I am one of those stats. In Boston, a single adult needs to make $60 an hour or $124,000 a year to live substantial here in comfort. I don't even make that much. Okay? So when we're talking about what is right, and when we're talking about jobs, when we're talking about unions, when we're talking about who it is that we're here to serve, let's not forget our jobs are to represent and fight for the constituents that live in this city. And that's it, our constituents. And our constituents are city workers who can't afford to live in the city of Boston. Our constituents are the young people who have come to this chamber day in and day out advocating and fighting for young people, right? Our constituents are the folks in the housing space that have been fighting day in and day out. The Budget Better Alliance folks, participatory budget. Y'all didn't get nothing this year, but at least you're still here. You know why? Because you care. Those are the people that we are here to fight for, or at least those are the people that I'm here to fight for. And I'm going to do so to the end. So I know that we're coming up on the end of my little time on the floor with the amendment that I'm proposing, but I'm really going to encourage my colleagues to recognize that this vote that we're taking right now is for the people. It is for the people. And if you can't live with that because of whatever decisions are, preventing you from doing so, then when our colleague presents other overrides, I'm going to have some questions for some considerations that we can wait for. I know that Councilor, my at-large colleague, talked about some concerns with BCYF and BTD and personnel, and so I'm just curious, once you introduce Bundle 1, maybe I can talk about things that we can do to make people feel more comfortable. Because at the end of the day, I think if we have to stay here until 10 o'clock tonight to get us to where we need to be, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. We're not going to just plow right through this. I am going to occupy the space that we need because we need to get this right for the people. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman Mejia. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Today I'm voting no on overriding the mayor's veto. I'm thankful to Councilor Worrell for your stewardship of the process and everyone who worked hard on central staff to get us to this point in the budget. The budget amendments that were submitted by the council are in line with city priorities, but unfortunately they are not without their trade-offs. I am sensitive to my colleagues' remarks, and I want to thank everyone for their role in this process. I will not disparage the process. For me, the following things are true. The mayor's budget is in line with my priorities, making strides in supporting city workers, fulfilling our commitments to collective bargaining agreements, affordable housing, public health, and climate. My vote is not a referendum on the use of budget powers. That's why I voted in support of the first vote. But I did, in that, I shared issues that I had with some of the budget reallocations. My vote is also not a referendum on many of the amendments themselves. In fact, as the chair of COVID-19 recovery, I'm excited to dig into remaining ARPA funds and push our city council priorities within that process. I want to thank everyone for their commitment to this process. As District 8 City Councilor, I am voting no on the budget override with emails and people who have contacted me with the same position. So I hope my colleagues will respect my decision to vote no. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to thank all my colleagues who got up and spoke, especially those who spoke in support of the process and spoke about the data-driven process that we led. I wanted to do a data-driven process thinking that the numbers and the facts could outbeat the politics. The numbers and the facts are just that. We took a look at the underspending, not only in different line items, but across vacancies in city departments. And what we saw for job vacancies is that there's 2,000 unfilled positions in the city of Boston. And if we were to be conservative and say, we pay our employees, our city workers, $50,000 a year, or that would be $100 million, but let's say we paid them $40,000 a year, $80 million in job vacancies. All we're saying is some of that money can be used for social services. Some of that money could be used to put young people through college readiness programs, or make sure that they have a job for the summer. 3,000 kids did not have jobs for the summer. We're asking not to even full the whole amount of the $9 million that will require for our young people to all have jobs. We're asking for $2 million. Our city workers, we can support our city workers in many ways. One of the other ways we can support our city workers is ensuring that they can stay in Boston. Down payment assistance, that helps that. Mm-hmm. And then this idea that we don't value different departments. Boston Police Department is receiving, and the fire department is receiving one of the largest increases in the history of Boston. $464 million going to our police department. $464 million. $306 million going to our fire department. $118 million of public work. So it's not we don't value them. We're supporting them with some of the largest increases in the history of Boston. Then on top of that, FY23, this city posted the most historic surplus for $192 million. Some of that could have been social services, the down payment assistance that we're all talking about, the college readiness programs. I was just hoping when I ran this process that the data beat out the politics. I was hoping that we can take a look at the numbers and educate our communities on the impact that these dollars will have in the lives of our constituents, our families, and our friends to make Boston a better place. But also when it comes to ARPA, ARPA is a completely different conversation. We're talking about operating tax dollars right now. Two different conversations. This body will have a vote on the operating budget and a vote on the ARPA. Two different conversations. We should be pushing for additional funding in areas that we don't fund on the operating and ARPA. So I yield the rest of my time, but just want to say thank you to the colleagues that are in support.
Thank you, Councilor Rao. And if I know I spoke a lot, but I did make clear that I am also in support. I think this was a great process. We're doing our jobs. And again, math was never my strong suit, but agreeing 99.7% seems like we are all aligned in what the vision for the city is. So if there are no more, comments or from my colleague, we are going to conduct a roll call vote on Councilor Mejia's amendment to the docket. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote? Oh, to override in full. The amendment to the docket to override in full. So, Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. No. Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia. C. Councilor Mejia, C. Councilor Murphy. No. Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Pepin. No. Councilor Pepin, no. Councilor Santana. No. Councilor Santana, no. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. 7 votes in the affirmative and 6 votes in the negative. Override failed.
This override vote has failed. The chair recognizes Council Worrell.
I'd like to return to my recommendations, but first I'd like to recommend we vote to accept the $850,000 added to docket number 09990.
Okay, so Councilor Worrell, you have a motion. Can you repeat the motion that you have on the floor?
Recommend that we accept the $850,000 added to docket number 0990 over 0670 in the mayor's modification.
Thank you. Can you just provide further clarity on that vote? I think.
Right. So when the mayor sent over the new budget, it was $850,000 that was added to that budget. As a city council, our responsibility is to vote on any appropriation of dollars. So that is what we're taking a vote on now, the $850,000.
Okay. It's a motion to accept. It's part of the committee report. Yeah, it's.
Yes, sir. Mr. Clerk, it's on the first page of the committee report. As chair, I will be recommending that the $850,000 increase in the mayor's return and modification be accepted and expended.
Okay, the motion has been seconded. Mr. Clerk, will we please conduct a roll call vote? Point of order. The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald.
Can we just get a little bit more clarification on what the 850 is and the increase? Only first time around, right? The mayor's return and modification be accepted. I'm just unaware of what the 850 is on the mayor's return. Even just the vocabulary for me is sort of new, so I just want to make sure I know what I'm voting on.
Thank you. The chair, Councilor Worrell, would you like to respond?
Yeah, so it's increasing the budget by $850 to go to different amendments that the mayor accepted within the budget. So we don't have any details right now. I can ask, we've been waiting from the administration on the details on what the 850 went to, but it's an increase in the overall budget.
So does that clarify? So my understanding, we received one budget. It was of a certain amount. We as a council are required to approve all appropriations. We received a second budget with a second amount. That additional appropriation we've never voted on, and we need to vote on that additional appropriation that was part of the returned budget from the mayor. I think there's a lot of seconds, but I'm happy to second. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilor Brayden. Yes. Councilor Brayden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. The motion to add $850,000 is unanimous.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Thank you. That increase has been accepted and adopted. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you. Now I move to reconsider the previous vote in order to move forward with the vote on the partial overrides, the original partial overrides.
Okay, that motion is seconded.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, is there any discussion on the matter?
I have to write all this down before we do it. Seconded by Councilor Fernandez. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Motion to reconsider, Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. No. Council. I'm taking.
Wait, what? No, I apologize. I can't. The vote is happening. Councilor, Mr. Clerk, continue.
Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. No. Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Pepin. No. Councilor Pepin, no. Councilor Santana. No. Councilor Santana, no. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. 7 votes in the affirmative, 6 votes in the negative.
Thank you. This motion has passed. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor. Okay, Councilor Murphy.
Yes, my question was, are we voting on each partial override individually?
Individually.
Or whole, because I thought it was the whole, and there were individual ones, and I appreciated that you were pulling from different departments, but I wasn't allowed to ask that once the vote started, because it seemed as though this one vote was going to be the end of it. So I just hope that all of our colleagues understood that each one, because you didn't speak to each one or what changes were made, because I know even changes were made since I talked to you this morning.
So
one moment, Councilor Worrell. Councilor Murphy, are you?
I'm asking through the chair to the chair if you could answer that.
Thank you. Councilor Worrell, if you would like to answer, you have the floor.
So the vote that we just had was to put my package, the package 1, back up, and now we'll be voting on the 4 different packages that we have.
But let's be clear, when you say package 1, it's written as partial override
Partial
one?
override,
But is that the
yes.
same? Because
Yes.
we were using different words.
Right.
And so I did not know that it was the same.
Yes.
Because to me, the package was the package.
Right.
Not the each individual partial override.
It's the partial overrides.
So we will be going through.
One by one, voting on.
Okay. So there will be 6 votes.
Yes.
And the first one just did not pass.
No. There was a motion to reconsider. It's not. So we are now about to go into the partial override number 1.
Right. Now we're going to vote.
Now.
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes again Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
All right. Yep. So this is partial override number 1. Spoke to this briefly. $1 million for vouchers. $1.1 million for down payment assistance. $545,000 for youth jobs. $500,000 for right to counsel. $500,000 for college readiness. $500,000 for communities for families and murder victims. It is a $5.7 million in investments, and it doesn't have any reallocations from police, fire, public works, ISD, or Parks and Recs. So this investment this package does not pull from or reallocate from police, fire, public works, ISD, or Parks and Recs. It just continues, as mentioned before by all my colleagues, taps into historically underspent line items across many city departments.
Thank you. Councilor Worrell, can I, if I could ask you a question? I've never asked.
Okay.
But
Okay. Can I move to recess?
okay. Let's move to recess. Do you want to put a time on it, or do you want to we'll just do you just want to, okay, let's just do, we are in recess. We are back in session. Just because there has been a long delay, I'm going to pass it back to the chair to describe the first packet that we'll be voting on. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, this is partial override 1 in the committee report. It includes $1 million for housing vouchers, which means 66 more families will have homes this year. It includes $1.1 million for down payment assistance, $545,000 for youth jobs, $500,000 for right to counsel, $500,000 for college readiness, and $500,000 to support communities for families of murder victims. In total, it's a $5.75 million in investments, and it doesn't have any reallocations from police, fire, public works, ISD, or parks and recs. It taps into historically underspent line items across many city departments.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Okay. We will call for a vote on this first partial override. Mr. Clerk, could you please conduct a roll call vote? Before you do that, Mr. Clerk, I just want to make sure that everyone, last time we started a roll call vote and there was still some confusion. So I want to make sure that everyone, before we start a roll call vote, understands what's happening. Great. Awesome. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on partial override number 1. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. No. Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. No. Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Pepin. No. Councilor Pepin, no. Councilor Santana. No. Councilor Santana, no. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Partial override number 1 has received 7 votes in the affirmative and 6 in the negative. Override fails.
Wait 1 second.
One moment. This override has failed. Councilor Mejia, if you would like clarification on the process. Councilor Mejia, would you?
For the sake of standing, but it's weird. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell for partial override number 2.
This one is simple. We're not taking from Parks and Recs. We're rather doing an interdepartmental transfer to support our cemeteries and additional arborists and a total of $264,000.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on partial override number 2. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin.
No.
Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald.
No.
Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin.
Yes.
Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana.
No.
Councilor Santana, no. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Partial override number 2 has received 9 votes in the affirmative and 4 votes in the negative. Override succeeds.
Thank you. Partial override number 2 has passed. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
This one is also simple. We're not taking from BCF, but rather doing an interdepartmental transfer into supporting programming at the Nazaro Center and for one new closet from a program similar to Katie's Closet.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the matter? Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on
Before you begin the roll call vote, I saw a light come on. Want to make sure there's no question about what's happening. So if someone has a question, please turn your light on before we begin doing a roll call vote. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, President Louisiana. I think, and while it might just be easier for us to just do roll call votes, I may have lost what in the world we're here. It would be helpful to me so that people can hear what we're voting yes and no on. So if you could say, we're voting to support this, 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 and we're taking from this, this, this. It's here, but I think in the interest of being transparent, I'd like that to be part of the process.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Mejia. I believe that's what Councilor Orell did. Councilor Orell, would you mind repeating so that everyone can hear? Councilor Orell, you have the floor.
Package 3 is
yes,
partial override 3, right? Increase Boston BCYF by $50,000 for programming at Boston Centers and Youth and Families. Increase Boston BCYF services $50,000 for youth clothing and supplies. And to balance these overrides, I recommend the following decrease overrides. Boston Center and Youth and Families, $100,000.
Okay, are there any other questions? Mr. Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call vote on partial override number 3?
Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. No. Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. No. Councilor Pepin, no. Councilor Santana.
No.
Councilor Santana, no. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Partial override number 3 has received 8 votes in the affirmative and 5 votes in the negative. Override fails.
This override has not passed. The chair recognizes Councilor Orell. Councilor Orell, you have the floor.
Okay. All right. This is package number 4. This is the 2.4.
Partial override number 4.
Partial override 4. This is 2.45 million package. It's similar, and that is all interdepartmental reallocations. It includes $1 million for the Police Crime Lab, $500,000 for the Family Justice Center, and $500,000 for the Digital Equity.
Okay. Are there any questions on partial, or would anyone else like to speak on this matter on partial override number 4? Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope that we can vote in support of this amendment or this partial override. Either that or we can put up and shut up and not say another word about funding the Police Crime Lab. This is an opportunity to reallocate money within the police department to address the staffing issues and the director vacancy at the crime lab, and also to provide new equipment, to purchase new equipment for testing sexual assault test kits. Also, $500,000 for the Boston within the Boston Public Health Commission to go to the Family Justice Center to support survivors of sexual assault. These things are community safety issues that we do support, and I hope that my colleagues will vote in support. Inspectional services. $230,000 within the Inspectional Services Department to increase plans examiners by 2 full-time equivalents to receive backlogs on plans. Our constituents call us all the time about what's keeping us. We need to be able, I want to put a back porch on my house. And it takes 2 years to pass something as simple as getting something in front of the zoning board to get a back porch put in your house, fix your back deck, some modest improvement to your home, and it's taking years to do. So these 2 full-time equivalents will help expedite that process. 200,000 within the Inspectional Services Department to increase overtime for pest control and our rodents. One of my colleagues constantly reminds us that there's no pest control services on weekends, and this 200,000 will help support that to allow inspectional services to do pest control inspections on weekends. 65,000 within inspectional service to increase building inspectors by 1 full-time equivalent to proactively prevent building collapses and hold short-term rental accountable. Again, another very, very important role that ISD does that has been, we just need to boost their capacity to do this. Short-term rental accountability is very, very important. And as my colleague from East Boston frequently mentions, the prevalence of, or the incidence of buildings actually collapsing in the City of Boston is increasing all the time, especially in her district. Department of Innovation and Technology, $500,000 within the Department of Innovation and Technology contractual services to increase funding for digital equity programs to address broadband gaps related to affordability, devices and skills, especially in low-income neighbourhoods. So many of our low-income neighbourhoods are immigrants, families who don't speak English. This is an important investment to help those to bridge that equity gap, that digital equity gap. So we cannot stand up and say we care about these things if we don't actually vote to support them. So I'm urging my colleagues to step up and get your courage and vote for these very important amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. You are, quickly have become a voice of reason, and as you said, this is your 5th budget process. So you've been here, you've seen it, you've done it, and I really appreciate that call to action. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to state that I'm voting in favor of this for many reasons. I sponsored this amendment to the City Council to deal with the crime lab issue that we have in the city right now. We have an inferior Boston Police crime lab. We don't have the personnel that are able to do the necessary testing of sexual assault kits. We have kits that have not been tested in a period of time. We're using inferior testing techniques, as I mentioned before, and we're not using Y screening. That's the state-of-the-art testing for sexual assault kits. We live in the most high-technology city practically in the world, and we're using inferior testing equipment. We also have a director of the crime lab that's been on leave for almost 2 years. You can't have a city department with a major division in that department that's been on leave for 2 years. And who's been in charge of it? Well, different people have been over that period of time. And that basically means no one has been in charge. We should be embarrassed as Boston residents that we don't have a state-of-the-art crime lab. Survivors of sexual assault deserve a crime lab that's respectful and understands the importance of getting this testing done immediately so that that information can be processed, put into the DNA CODIS system, provided to relevant court officials, hopefully for prosecution. We're not meeting the deadline that's stated in the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security of testing these sexual assault kits. We're not even close to meeting that deadline. It's really an embarrassment to the city of Boston. It's an embarrassment to the residents. It's an embarrassment to the Boston Police Department as well. I could go on and on about the crime lab. But hopefully this funding that we're providing them will help get this crime lab back on track. I have asked the Executive Office, the Mass Executive Office of Public Safety, to do an investigation of Boston Police Crime Lab. And I heard back from the Secretary as well of the Mass Executive Office of Public Safety. I also wanted to highlight other issues, other concerns in the crime lab, but I can do that at another time. We had a hearing on the crime lab several months ago, and I believe 4 city councilors showed up for the hearing. As it relates to the Public Health Commission, $500,000 to the Family Justice Center for survivors of sexual assault. Incredibly important program, inspectional services. And my colleague is right. I have been advocating for 7 years on pest control related issues because I think it's a significant problem facing the residents of Boston. It's a public health emergency, crisis in my opinion. And we don't have any pest control specialists that work on the weekends. The people that work for the city of Boston that do this work, they do a good job. They do a very good job. But we don't have enough of them. We need people working 24 hours, 7 days a week on pest control. I also advocated for a standalone city department on pest control. I don't know if my colleagues are going to support that or not. I'm voting yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I am interested in having a better understanding of our process. And I understand that we've already had hours and hours and countless hearings. And I really do appreciate a lot of my colleagues and the way we're advocating for the things that we deeply care about. And so I know that there's going to be an opportunity for us to hear about other things. But these are the sort of things that make it really difficult for me to sit here and hear advocacy around things that I know are important, like pest control and mitigation and all that sort of stuff is important, but I have a hard time when I am thinking about young people and I'm thinking about folks who need housing vouchers, and it just breaks my heart to know that we're fighting for things and not fighting for lives. And so I just think that while I may support and want to be supportive of my colleague, Councilor Worrell, I just think that morally, we just really need to start thinking about how we're showing up here in this chamber and making votes, and it's just, I'm just disappointed in this conversation right now.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this partial override 4 has a lot of important amendment increases that I support. I also was at the crime lab hearing, so happy to see that we're going to give support to the crime lab. The $500,000 to the Family Justice Center was my one amendment this cycle, so definitely want to support that. I mean, it's kind of funny, but not really, but I think all of us show up when it's the RAP hearings. We know that that's an issue, a constituent service issue that everyone knows as district and at-large councilors that matters to everyone in the city. So all of these things that we're asking to increase are important to me. I will be voting yes, but my concern is that it's not attached to a decrease anywhere. So similar, if not less effective than a resolution, how are we as a body going to make sure that it actually gets done? So to Councilor Braden's point, all of this, we want to stand up here and make sure that these things happen. But a yes vote today, I'm not confident means that these things are going to happen. It's just a recommendation to these departments. It's not like the other ones that are attached to an actual line item. So just want to put that on the record.
Thank you. The chair recognizes.
Name on something we agree with, but it doesn't give us any power as a council to force these departments to do this.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepan. You have the floor.
Point of order. I would actually like to take a step back to the partial override number 2. Motion for reconsideration of my vote. I actually want to keep some money inside Parks Department personnel services and not transfer them to contractual services. Is that possible?
So it's possible. Can we finish with partial override number 3?
Yes.
No, number 4, and then we can revisit number 2.
Yep.
So let's stay on the topic. Once there's a vote here, we will return. Okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Caleta Zapata. Councilor Caleta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I am really excited to stand up and support this, especially because in my district, as Councilor Braden mentioned, we've been having a lot of building collapses. And so I am hopeful that this position at $65,000 will be filled. And I will work tirelessly to make sure that not just this position, but also the $200,000 of increase in pest control inspections, $230,000 to increase plans examiners by 2 FTEs is also fully realized. And I just want to call attention to the fact that when you take the total amount of money that we're proposing for full-time staff members in ISD, it is more than what was in the first omnibus package. So let's just put that on the record and make that be known. Thank you.
Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Partial override number 4. I will also be voting in support because I think there's been a lot of advocacy here, and I still support all the hard work that we did here in this committee. So, Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on partial override number 4. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Caleta Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Caleta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin.
Yes.
Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yep.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepen.
Yes.
Councilor Pepen, yes. Councilor Santana.
Yes.
Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Partial override number 4 has received 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. This partial override has passed. We are in a brief recess. This will be a brief recess. We are now back in session. We just had a vote on, was it partial override number 4? Yes, okay. And we are going to return to Councilor Pepen's motion to reconsider. I see Councilor Murphy's light is on. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Yes, a motion to reconsider my vote on the first one.
Okay.
On partial override 1, but we can. No,
we will first take Councilor Pepen's motion to reconsider, just so that you are, you want to reconsider your vote on partial override number 2. Mr. Clerk, can you say what that vote was and what his vote was?
Partial override number 2, Councilor Pepen voted yes.
And what was the breakdown of the vote?
And it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It was 9 votes yes and 4 votes no.
Okay. So is that motion seconded?
Second.
So several of the colleagues have seconded Councilor Pepen's motion. There's no objection. There's the vote that colleagues can vote yes or no on. And what was required is a simple majority for that vote to pass. So in order for him to reconsider his vote. So a yes allows the reconsideration and a no would not allow the consideration. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote? Okay. I want to make sure everyone understands. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, this is just to allow Councilor Pepen to change his vote, basically.
To reconsider his vote,
Okay.
yes.
Just for the record, I'm going to support that. I'm going to support any time someone wants to change their vote going forward, regardless of what the vote is. I'm not going to stand in someone's way.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote on the motion to reconsider the vote on partial override number 2?
Councilor Braden? No. Councilor Braden, no. Councilor Coletta Zapata? Present. Councilor Durkin? Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson? No. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, no. Councilor Fitzgerald? Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn? Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiane?
Present.
Councilor Louisiane, present. Councilor Mejia?
No.
Councilor Mejia, no. Councilor Murphy? Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepen? Yes. Councilor Pepen, yes. Councilor Santana? Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber? No. Councilor Weber, no. And Councilor Worrell? No. Councilor Worrell, no. 6 votes in the affirmative and 1, 2, 3, and 5 votes in the negative. Does not pass.
Thank you. The motion to reconsider is not passed. Councilor Murphy, you have and so the vote for partial override number 2 stands as is, and that partial override has passed. Councilor Murphy, you would like a reconsideration on your vote on partial override number 1? Yes, okay. Can I please just chatter among colleagues? I just want to be able to focus on one person who's speaking. Councilor Murphy, putting your microphone on, you would like reconsideration? Okay.
Yes, I would like to reconsider my vote for partial override 1 from no to yes.
Mr. Clerk, is that motion seconded? Yes. Yes, okay. Mr. Clerk, can you?
I'm writing it down.
Okay.
Partial override number 1.
Yes. What was the breakdown on that vote, Mr. Clerk?
Partial override number 1 received 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 votes in the affirmative and 6 votes in the negative.
7 votes in the affirmative and 6 in the negative. Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Councilor Murphy would like to reconsider her vote on partial override number 1. You would like to switch your vote from a no to a yes vote. Mr. Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call vote? Wait, the chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm voting yes to allow Councilor Murphy to change. But my question, Madam Chair, is do we allow people to change their vote depending on what their vote is? Or is it something that we should always give someone the opportunity to change their vote? I just don't like the inconsistency where we allow someone to change their vote based on whether they're supporting something or not supporting something. I just wanted to say that on the record. I just wanted to try to be consistent anyway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. All colleagues are allowed to vote as they please. Councillor Mejia, you have the floor.
Yes, I do. Just really excited to see all of this happen. Thank you, Councillor Murphy. But I think it's also really important to recognize that there is another part of deliberation. I forget what it's called, but I know that people can make a vote and then we can have a discussion and they can change their minds. I think that that is part of the process, right? Because after you hear your colleagues go back and forth, you might have a change of heart. So, yes, we could do that.
Okay. Does anybody else need clarity or anyone else have a question? Okay. Mr. Clerk, please conduct a roll call vote on Councillor Murphy's motion to reconsider her vote from a no vote to a yes vote on partial override number 1.
Councillor Braden. Yes. Councillor Braden, yes. Councillor Coletta Zapata. Councillor Coletta Zapata, present. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin, present. Councillor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councillor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councillor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councillor Fitzgerald, yes. Councillor Flynn. Yes. Councillor Flynn, yes. Councillor Lujan.
Yes.
Councillor Lujan, yes. Councillor Mejia. Yes. Councillor Mejia, yes. Councillor Murphy. Yes. Councillor Murphy, yes. Councillor Pepin. Present. Councillor Pepin, present. Councillor Santana. Present. Councillor Santana, present. Councillor Weber. Yes. Councillor Weber, yes. And Councillor Worrell.
Yes.
Councillor Worrell, yes. 9 votes in the affirmative.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murphy's motion has passed, and now the vote count on partial override number 1. Mr. Clerk, can you please let...
So changing Councillor Murphy's vote to a yes, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes in the affirmative, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5 votes in the negative.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a question, but why are we picking and choosing which colleague can change their vote depending on what the issue is? Shouldn't it just be give every council the opportunity to change their vote if they want to change their vote depending on what they heard from our colleagues? Just allowing some to change their vote and others to change their vote depending on what your point of view is, it's really inconsistent, in my opinion, and it looks terrible for the body. It looks like we're playing favorites and we're not serious about the business beforehand. Let's be consistent, and if we're going to allow one person to change their vote, allow everyone to change their vote.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Every colleague is allowed to make whatever decision they would like on their vote, and whatever is consistent for them, their beliefs, what they're supporting, and so everyone has their own constituencies and their own decision making in deciding how they're going to decide on any vote. The chair recognizes Councillor Mejia.
We're staying on business here, y'all, because this is what democracy looks like. Councillor Flynn, people are going to have conversations and they're going to have different thoughts, right? So I think that that's great. And I think that let's just go through the process. We still have a few other overrides that we need to get through. And I would love to just keep it moving. Let's just go.
Thank you. Okay, so we did, we considered Councillor Murphy's motion to reconsider partial override number 1. I am now going to recognize the chair, Councillor Worrell, but just so that it's clear, Mr. Clerk, the current vote on partial override number 1 is now an 8-5 vote.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Worrell. Councillor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask for reconsideration of partial package number 1 in order to propose a new partial override.
Okay. So can you repeat that one more time, what you want to do?
I'd like to ask for reconsideration of partial package number 1 in order to propose a new partial override.
Okay, that motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion right now on the motion to reconsider the partial override number 1? Okay, Mr. Clerk, in this motion,
I have to write it all.
okay.
So this is a motion to reconsider
Partial override 1.
Number 1.
Which is what Councilor Murphy she just had a motion to reconsider her vote.
Who seconded?
Who seconded? It's seconded by many. So I know you need one.
Me.
Councilor Coletta Zapata. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Worrell. So right now, before the body is your motion to reconsider partial override number 1, which requires a simple majority. Are there any questions on what we are voting on right now? Councilor Fitzgerald, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we all just received the paper, and while it's pretty explanatory, self-explanatory, I'd still like someone to vocalize what the changes are,
Yes.
just so it's understood, right?
I
That'll happen.
understand. Right now, we are considering his motion to reconsider, and then the substantive part is the second part.
All right, understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Although if it would be helpful for you to have him explain that now, right now it's just the motion to reconsider. Okay. Councilor Flynn, you had your light on. Just wanted to make sure.
Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing me. I basically had the same question as Council Fitzgerald, so thank you for calling on me.
Councilor Worrell, would you like to give a little bit, and then after the motion, we can discuss it further?
Yeah, and what's in front of you right now is just a pull from execution of courts. It's $4 million. This is not a department that supplies city services. There's no staff. $4 million that's going to be going to down payment assistance, ESOL, the Finance Commission, youth jobs, and what else? City housing vouchers, right to counsel, support for communities holistically for families of murder victims, placemaking, public arts projects, and continued support for the Artery. And then we also have college and career readiness.
Okay. Thank you. Right now, before the body is Councilor Worrell's motion to reconsider the partial override number 1. And so we are going to do a roll call vote. It requires a simple majority for reconsideration. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Okay.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn.
We are currently conducting a roll call.
Okay, we'll come back.
Is that a present? Okay. No, we're currently in a roll call vote. We have to.
We'll come back to that. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. No. Councilor Pepin, no. Councilor Santana. No. Councilor Santana, no. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Madam Chair, I just want to be sure, this is just to allow...
The reconsideration, yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. 9 votes in the affirmative and 4 votes in the negative.
Thank you. For both, it is really important for us to respect the roll call process. So let one counselor speak. That one counselor who has to speak is the one counselor who is speaking, giving their yes or no vote. If there are any questions, it is really important. I'm trying my best to wait as much as I possibly can prior to the vote to answer any questions. I understand that this can be a confusing process, but once a roll call vote has started, it cannot be disrupted. I will give as much time on the front end as possible to answer any questions. Ask them if you have them, and please do not be disruptive of someone else's roll call vote. I am handing it back. Okay, Mr. Clerk, what was that roll call vote?
It was 8 in the affirmative, 9 in the affirmative, and 4 in the
Okay, thank you. That motion, the motion to reconsider has passed. Councilor Orell, you now have the floor. If you'd like to address more of the substantive questions, I know that you did it a bit beforehand, but now is the time to discuss it, the amendments.
Yeah,
The changes.
as I said, $4 million from execution to courts. It's going to things like housing vouchers, youth jobs. What else are we doing over here? Youth jobs, English, ESOL classes, finance commission, housing vouchers, right to counsel, youth employment, and we also have support for communities holistically for families of murder victims, placemaking, revitalizing commercial corridors, the Finance Commission, and college readiness. As I said, it's $4 million from execution to courts. This is no employees, no staff from this line item.
Thank you, Councilor Orell. It should say partial override number 1 at the top, just for clarity. Central staff. I don't. Yeah, it should say partial override number 1. And can I have a question, Councilor Orell? Is this the same in terms of the increases? Is it the same as the original partial override number 1 that you proposed?
No, it is $1 million, like 1.75. I don't have the exact amount, but it is less.
It is less. So okay.
Yes.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this partial override. These are the things that are near and dear to our hearts. In the city of Boston, we have one of the second most expensive job market, housing market in the country, and down payment assistance is a game changer for folks who, city employees and those who want to stay and buy a home in the city of Boston. ESOL, another very important issue for me in our neighbourhood. We have a very robust adult education a coalition that supports immigrants who do not speak English, parents of kids in our schools who do not speak English, to learn English, do their citizenship exams, and do their GED. So any money that we can put into supporting new Bostonians and to be more successful in our city is money well spent. The Finance Commission, it's sort of this nebulous thing. What is the Finance Commission? The Finance Commission has a total budget of $340,000, about the same as a city council office. The Finance Commission, one of the achievements they did a few years ago when the space for the site of the Millennium Tower was being sold off by the BPDA had valued that site for $25 million to $40 million. And the Finance Commission, which oversees these sell-off of city-owned property, said no, 25 to 40 million is the value of the garage, but it is not the value of that site. And they challenged the valuation of the site, and the city sold that site for 120 million. Right there, the Finance Commission made the city $100 million. So to give them the very modest sum of 190,000 more to do their jobs. We're supposed to fund this department, and we do an abysmal job every year. City housing vouchers. We heard in multiple testimonies, I think we heard the other evening, that this money, this 500,000, would prevent 100 families from being out on the street. The right to counsel, I'll leave my colleague to speak to that. The impacts of that. Youth jobs, again, incredible investment, trying to offer our young people the opportunity to develop job skills and be more successful in our job market. We heard from the Louis D. We heard from the folks the other evening about the impacts of homicide on families, and this increase of $500,000 to support communities holistically, the families of murder victims. This is generational impact. Violence tends to repeat itself in communities over and over and over. And coming from Northern Ireland, I know how devastating that we have people whose families had a murder in their family, or a family member was murdered, and 40 years later they're still suffering the consequences. This money is incredibly important and life-changing. The other big, again, already spoke to this, the college readiness money, the investment in college readiness. Preparing our young people to be successful in college, very often they get to the finishing line in high school, they're coming out of high school, but they don't have a complete set of skills to be able to be successful in college. So college readiness is very, all of this is incredibly impactful investment. It is an investment in the future of our young people, and just to really, all of this is money well spent. So I'll not say any more, but I urge my colleagues to support this partial override of number 1, because it's life-changing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. And I misspoke, and I apologize because you just stated it, but this is to just be considered a new partial override package. And so it was, my apologies, it is correct as it is written. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd just like to ask the Chair of Ways and Means, could he just explain for the public and for us as well, execution of court, special appropriations, could he just give us an idea of what that is, please?
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Councillor Worrell, would you like to respond to Councillor Flynn?
Yeah,
you have the floor.
Yep, this is the settlement fund. So when the city, if they wrongfully fired, let's say like a firefighter, and they had to settle in court, those funds, these are the funds that we use. It is constantly under budgeted, and it's something that the city has to pay. Right now it's at $5 million, and the city, as I stated before, in FY23 has a $192 million surplus, so we have enough money to make sure that all of our lawsuits or settlements are paid for.
Thank you. The chair recognizes, no? Okay. The chair recognizes Councillor Weber. Councillor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And just to follow up on that, I think we had $5 million last year. We paid out 20-something million in judgments, so we can clearly meet the need. We're not stripping all the money out of this fund. We're still going to leave $1 million there to pay out judgments. And obviously, if the money goes over that, we have the resources to pay our legal liabilities, which we'd be increasing if we don't delay the police exam, which is something I'll get to later. But something, I just want to talk a little bit about this package. There is a lot in here that is so important and could do so much for people in our city. We talk about down payment assistance, we talk about youth jobs, talk about assisting people who've experienced homicide. The city housing voucher program will keep people off the streets. Right to counsel, we talked to 5,000 kids experiencing homelessness in the last year. $17 million we spent on busing kids so they can continue to go to their original school and they don't lose touch with their home base. I care a lot about these projects, and I am not going to allow us to leave the possibility that these things will pass. We're going to have to go through every single combination in this budget And because I can't go to my constituents and say, well, there might have been something that we could have passed that would support these programs. So, we've been here for 6 hours. I'm ready to be here for another 6 hours because I care about these programs. Okay, and so we are going to have to go through every possible combination of money left over in the budget. And I will not rest. If they're all defeated, so be it. I stood up for my constituents. I stood up for people in the city that need it. We are going in order of reasonability. The execution of courts has nothing to do with any department, division, that in the city. And so $4 million, we leave $1 million in that account. There's been no explanation. We've had correspondence with the mayor's office. There's been no indication that this would trigger any problem that, in terms of how we're paying liabilities in the future. It's obviously not going to impact our city services. Perhaps it's a reminder to our government that we need to be treating our employees fairly so we don't run up liabilities in the future. But it leaves that there's $1 million to pay for any kind of claims that comes up, and we can obviously find the money. So I really hope we can pass this. If we can't, we'll be talking about all these programs very shortly. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this partial override? The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
I agree, President Louis-Jean, with my colleague. I can be here until tomorrow. I already got my daughter taken care of. I'm good. Because this is what it looks like, y'all. We have to fight to the end. We have to find every single dollar, right? And if this is our opportunity to do it without harm, because many of my colleagues were afraid of overriding the way it was written because they were afraid of other things, this is a no-brainer. We're not hurting workers. We're not hurting the police department. We're not hurting anyone. What we're doing is helping the community. This is an easy, no-brainer. Let's do this. We got it.
Thank you. Does anybody else have anyone else like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Fitzgerald, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess my question would be, if we always find the money, where does the money come from, right? If we're only putting $1 million and whatever the spend is each year on this stuff, and we say we will find the money, where does that money come from? I guess is a question that's a crux of my decision.
Thank you. Because that is a question that is probably directed and pointed towards the chair. I know that the chair spoke about the surplus, and we know that there's cash on cash. So free cash. So I'm not sure, but Councilor Worrell. Oh, and also, I'm a lawyer, so insurance is also often a path. Sorry, I was like, I'm so in Councilor vote. Insurance is often a path. I'm trying to answer your question, Councilor Fitzgerald. So insurance is often a way that corporations, corporate entities, the city as a corporation, are able to pay their legal liabilities. I'm not saying that with 100% certainty, but insurance is often an avenue. But I'll allow Councilor Worrell to answer.
It's getting late.
It's getting late. There's a song. It's getting late.
So yeah, they budget now $5 million for it, and they overspend now. So that is a good question, like where they're getting the money from. What I would assume, we have a thing called free cash, which right now is valued at, or the amount inside of our free cash is $500+ million. So I would assume, because those are reserved for one-time payments, that they would probably pull from there. But in the past, they have been finding the money, and I believe it was in excess of $20+ million more than what's currently in there.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. You have the floor.
Yeah, sorry, I'd like to just address Councilor Fitzgerald's good question through the chair. For me, I'm not sure where the money comes from when they pay these judgments, but that doesn't bother me. We've asked we put this forward in our initial package. We've gotten a written response from the mayor's office. They've had a month to explain it, or 20 days or whatever. You know, my conscience is clear that they can come up with the money and they can pay these things. You know, if there was a problem, this was going to hurt, you know, like schools or something, you know, we would have had that provided with that information by now. And so, you know, I think the most reasonable assumption is the free cash. But, you know, obviously, as we've seen through this process, there are many departments with millions and millions of dollars every year that don't go, you know, spent, and it's possible that those monies go to, you know, pay off these judgments. But, you know, I think we've done our due diligence. We've asked the mayor's office; they're the ones who know, and the response has been, well, we think this is where it comes from. But so, as an attorney, you know, not knowing where that money comes from, I'm comfortable with that, given the fact that we've basically put it on their plate. Let's have it. Tell us the worst possible, and what we've gotten is not much. So, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to highlight $4 million is still a lot of money. It is taxpayer money. We do have to be, in my opinion, fiscally responsible, especially during challenging economic times. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Mejia and then Councillor Caletta.
Thank you, Madam President. And the reason why we are having this conversation here today is because we're trying to advocate for the things that the community has asked us to do. And if we have a pool of money that we can pull from without causing any harm, then yes, we have to be fiscally responsible, but this is what it looks like when we're trying to take care of the community that we serve. And if we have the opportunity to do that with this pot of money, I think that we should go through it. And I would just note that while I do appreciate IGR here, and that's their job is to be here, I also think that it's a little bit uncomfortable to have IGR in our deliberation process. I just want to note that for the record.
Thank you, Councillor Mejia. These chambers are open to the public. Councillor Caletta, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I just want to say, we're talking about fiscal responsibility. So my understanding with this execution of courts line item is that it's been level funded year after year.
Yes.
Despite the up of like $20+ million, a little dip, and then up again. So it sounds like the administration is extremely uninterested in trying to budget appropriately for this line. It seems like it's a placeholder for them. And so through Councillor Worrell's explanation that it's most likely free cash, but for us, it seems like we are trying our best to get these answers. And so that is being fiscally responsible. So my conscience is clear to vote for this, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same, especially ESOL classes. We have a wait list of almost 6 months in East Boston for parents who want to speak English, who want to access this economic mobility tool for their families. And I've gone to many graduations at Maverick Landing, East Boston Library, and so I think that this, again, is doing so much positive, so much good, and there's no harm here, so why not vote for it? Anyway.
Thank you so much, Councillor Caletta. And so many of us were recently at INE with the graduates of an ESOL class and looking at how long the wait list was. I believe it was me, it was Councillor Weber, it was Councillor Flynn, and you're right, it's a no-brainer. So, Councillor Durkin, you have the floor.
So I am just reading from the letter that the mayor sent in response to the budget. And it says, we disapprove proposed cuts to the execution of courts line item used to fund legal judgments and settlements because these expenses, like public safety overtime, are legally required expenses that historically have required this level of funding at minimum. That this line item is inconsistent with the messaging that has been proliferated about the City Council's budget. This is the one thing, I think, in the working sessions that did not fit within the this is historically underspent. So, this can't be from free cash because free cash has to be from an appropriation. So both things are true. This has historically been overspent, and two, it can't be free cash. So we don't know where it's coming from. I just think it's not necessarily a ways and means mindset to pull from something that is historically overspent over time. So I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. I don't think it would be accurate to say a ways and means mindset, because this is the instance in which, like for a lot of the reallocations, it was looking at money that was historically underspent. But my past 2 years on the council, there's been other principles, guiding principles for the Ways and Means Committee in terms of reallocations. And then I'll second to say is it sounds like the chair had asked questions about where is the money coming from. That's a question that I would like an answer to. I am actually, I think the insurance avenue may be one, I'm not sure, but given that we have this mandate to reallocate funds, and given that there seems to be a method of paying, statutorily the obligation is different from overtime, just wanted to put that out. That's a statutory obligation, here this is a legal obligation. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you. I guess, I hope to be brief, but what's interesting is that this total here, what we've come down to, and I'm not sure how the other two are what's left on Councilor Worrell's proposals, and I'm not sure how that's going to go, but what we have before us is less than $4 million when you do all the appropriations and you have to incorporate tax and everything else. So what's interesting is that we can defend, placeholder monies because we know we're going to overspend. We know we're going to need money to contract out attorneys if we need to. But the actual items on this sheet, we've come down to, if you look all the way to where I think it's youth jobs. Increase youth employment and opportunity contractual services, $210,000. We should be ashamed of ourselves. And then when you get to housing, especially in terms of the voucher program, the city housing voucher program, we have people sleeping on the streets. We have mothers or fathers with their babies in cars, crying to us about being homeless, and $500,000 to just move funds that we know that either insurance, and yeah, of course there's insurance, or that this placeholder may or may not be used, but most likely will be, because so that there is a plan to supplement whatever overspending in execution of courts. And then we talk about how we care as much as we have, if we have unions here talking about rights for workers, we will quickly get up and grandstand on all of the issues about why supporting workers' rights is important. And of course I do. I'm an immigrant and I've worked hard for a very long time, since the age of 13. Of course I do. I don't have to explain myself. Then we talk about racial equity. Some of us cringe when I talk about it because oh my God, here we go again. But we talk about how, black people die 22 years sooner in Roxbury than in Back Bay. And is that okay? What are we doing? We're now scrambling for crumbs. We're talking about less than $4 million. We have a whole bunch of, for those of you at home, shout out to the youth or teenagers that are still in the chamber pleading and have been advocating for months, waiting for us to defend their needs and advocate for their rights. We have people from the Louis D. Brown Institute and our very own ED. and who has gone through this, who will gladly give out of her pocket if she can to bury a community member, and who provide services. We call on them all the time. And yet, less than $4 million out of a $4.6 billion budget. This conversation today has gotten so political that now we are scrapping just to defend a less than $4 million budget. That is so devastating to watch. And I'm quite sure it's because at home there are not too many people that, again, that have been previewed to understanding how the city's budget works, and it's our job to continue to teach them or clarify. And here we are, gladly defending some issues, city services, of course. Again, we all care, and I shouldn't have to defend my humanity, my blackness, why youth is important, why all of this is important. We are happy to talk about, increasing police because we want people to have higher quality of life and not work overtime. But then when we come to Black children, Black issues that impact immigrant advancement, Black men and boys, when we're talking about specifically issues of college readiness, we're talking about Black boys, the highest to drop out of high school. We're talking about the most disenfranchised, the most vulnerable, the most without access, the ones that are muted, the ones that don't have a voice, the ones that don't have access, the ones that cry, plead, beg, and die because of it. And we talk about these numbers, we talk about racism being a public health crisis, and then the minute we get down and we can make an impact for Black and brown people, we make it an issue. We say, we defend a placeholder that we know clearly they supplement those monies all the time. We did get a response on how much they spent last year in lawsuits. It was not $4 million. They went way over. So this is not about where it's coming from. This is getting way too political. If you are a no on your vote, let's vote. If you are a yes on your vote, let's vote. And I'm not trying to take away or I'm not suggesting anybody's right to express, because you see clearly that I vote accordingly to whatever I think is right. But let's be honest about what we're doing here and what's important to us. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And for those folks who know, I've been incredibly generous with the way I've been showing up in this chamber because I want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt that we've come in here to do the people's work. But it is almost going to be 6:30, and we are still here trying to defend crumbs. I do not think that it is just for us to be making decisions based on favors and political interest. No. We have been hired to do a job, and that job is to advocate for our constituents. I am very disappointed in this body right now because we talked about how well we worked. But when it comes down to the bottom line, and when it comes down to taking a vote, we're going to put our heads down and say no on the things that matter to the livelihoods of the people that we serve. How can you all go back into your districts and say that you care about housing, that you care about young people, that you care about those who have been victims of homicide? How can you say you care about those things? And ESL and teaching people. How can you say you care about those things, and when we're giving you an opportunity to demonstrate that care with a vote that's not going to impact all of the things that you've been complaining about, then not do it? This is why this political process is a sham.
because we do not have the political courage that it takes to do the job. The only people that you should be beholden to are the people that live in these streets, the people that we serve, not political power that puts you in these seats. And I've been very generous with my tone and my delivery because I don't want to offend anyone. But I've gotten to the point where it's like, I'm not going to sit here and allow a vote that all we need is 9. And we already almost got 8. So we just need one courageous soul to say, I am going to step out of my comfort zone and deliver for the people. Okay? I think it's time for us to take a vote, and I think it's time for us to do the right thing. And that is it. Let's take this vote, and let's see who's who, because this is what these times require, is for us to be accountable. No more lip service. Let's take the vote, and let's give the people what they've been asking for, period.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Fernandez-Jennison, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. If it's helpful, I was just looking this up. So, if it helps, the city revenue always exceeds expectations, right? So they can always pull from that surplus. For example, FY23 budget was $3.91 billion, but we actually brought in $4.21 billion. So every year, there's lots of extra money, if that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say that during those working sessions, there were some really beautiful moments of us rowing in the same direction. We talk about the trauma of murder victims here in our city, and their families, and the work that so many are doing, but not enough, which is why we need this increase. When we go to celebrations about people graduating from ESOL classes, but they tell us we have so many more people who need English classes. This is our opportunity. When we talk about housing, fair housing, when we talk about vouchers, this is our opportunity. I am more than comfortable with this reallocation, and I will be voting enthusiastically yes, because I know that this is a line item that we will fulfill that obligation. And this money, it's obviously been so politically difficult to do anything. Here we have an opportunity to do one small thing in response to community who gave us these powers, given to us by a prior council. This is the opportunity for the Mass Alliance of HUD tenants, for the Peace Institute, for our own Office of Fair Housing and Equity when we talk about what we need, for people who are facing eviction, who are getting evicted every day in our city, right down the street at Edward Burke Courthouse. This is our opportunity to stand in the gap. This is it. This is it, right here. Less than 0.0 whatever of the budget. $4 million of a $4 billion plus budget. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll keep this really brief. I do want to make another plug for the Finance Commission. The Boston Finance Commission is a very they go below the radar. Not many people know. If you ask people in the street what the Boston Finance Commission is, it's very hard. They're also known as FinCom. They're an independent watchdog agency created to monitor any and all business of the city in Boston. The purpose of the FinCom is to ensure that taxpayers, residents, business owners and employees of the City of Boston have an advocate for honest and transparent government operations in the city. The Finance Commission offers an outlet for concerns and complaints for those who feel they're not being heard. They convene regularly throughout the year. Meetings are open to the public and citizens are encouraged to attend. And it's really, as I said, they have a budget of $340,000 per year. They monitor all of our city government, all of the city departments, and as I said, just the example I used earlier, they actually saved the city $100 million within the last decade. So It's one of those things, in the absence of having an Inspector General in the City of Boston, the FinCom is a very important function that we have underfunded for decades. So, and that's another piece of this particular amendment that I want to hold out. It's not sexy, but it's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. The chair recognizes Councillor Orell. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to just kind of share a little bit more numbers with my colleagues and this idea of like, where do we find the money? We go over budget in Boston Police Department 33 in FY23, $33.8 million. Execution of courts in FY23, $27 million. BFD overtime, $10.8 million. And yet in FY23, we posted historic surpluses of $192 million. We have the money. This is a small drop in the bucket. Just want to say, we're talking about hard economic times. It's not just a hard economic time for the city of Boston, but it's also a hard economic time for the people who live in the city of Boston, right? And that's why we're fighting for down payment assistance and vouchers and college readiness programs. So this idea that, financial hard times only apply to the city of Boston, it also applies to our constituents and our city workers as well. And about the money, we're paying every other overage in the city of Boston, $33.8 million, $27 million, $10.8, and still posting surpluses, and still having a lot of free cash on hand. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going, does anyone else have any questions, or would anyone else like to speak on this matter? We're going to move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call vote on the partial override, the new partial override proposed by Councillor Worrell?
Councillor Braden. Yes. Councillor Braden, yes. Councillor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councillor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councillor Durkin. No. Councillor Durkin, no. Councillor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councillor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councillor Fitzgerald. No. Councillor Fitzgerald, no. Councillor Flynn. No. Councillor Flynn, no. Councillor Loujain.
Yes.
Councillor Loujain, yes. Councillor Mejia. Yes. Councillor Mejia, yes. Councillor Murphy. Yes. Councillor Murphy, yes. Councillor Pepin. No. Councillor Pepin, no. Councillor Santana. No. Councillor Santana, no. Councillor Weber. Yes. Councillor Weber, yes. And Councillor Worrell.
Yes.
Councillor Worrell, yes. 8 votes in the affirmative and 5 votes in the negative.
This override has failed. We're in a brief 5-minute recess. Thank you, everyone. The chair recognizes Councillor Worrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few new packages and partial overrides here, but we're going to just stick with the partial override number 5. This package is simply delaying the police promotional exam a year. We know the history of the police promotional exam and how it was found to be discriminatory. We know that the delaying the police exam a year will have a great effect on diversifying the police supervisory ranks, which are currently not as diverse as we would like. I've heard that there is not one black supervisor in B3, B2, and C11, which all serve black communities, black and brown communities. We need a diverse set of supervisors that reflect the officers who are serving under them. With the $1.8 million package, we are funding more than 500,000 of youth jobs. We are also funding housing vouchers for 34 families and workforce training and a pilot program for fair housing testers as well.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the chair for putting this forward. I worked on these cases, and the kinds of promotional exams that the Boston Police Department has insisted on giving has resulted in a supervisory ranks, that's sergeants, lieutenants, and captains, with less than 10% of those officers being officers of color. This has been caused by using a test for 30 years that just results in very few officers of color being promoted. The easiest way to have the current exam, which was given in 2020, is to make promotions off that list for one more year. That will allow the department to promote a significant number of officers of color to the ranks of sergeant, lieutenant, and captain, and in doing so, create a more diverse police department. This does not impact staffing, services provided. It has no possibility, not that I agree that any of the other amendments we recommended would do that, but here there's absolutely no connection to any of that. We've heard MAMLEO, which is the Massachusetts Association of Minority Law Enforcement Officers, has advocated very strongly for this. Nearly 40% of our police department patrol officers are officers of color. This would help give them a fair shake in our police department. It would make our police department more diverse and better at representing, our community and our city. In addition to MAMLEO, we had a hearing on this, and I don't know if he's still in here, Larry Calderon from the Patrolmen's Association. My understanding of his testimony was that he was not opposed to a delay in the exam. I know the patrol officers, the Patrolmen's Association has not come out officially. It seems like their main objection to us voting for this is that the police department can still go ahead and give the exam anyway, but this is our chance to send a message to the police department, and I hope they take it. My former colleagues at Licton Liz Reardon have already sent a letter to the city saying, based on these numbers, based on the 2020 exam, without making any more promotions, you have less than 50%. Officers of color have been promoted at less than 50% at the rate of their white colleagues, which is clear discrimination under Title VII. And by postponing the exam, we prevent a lawsuit being filed against the city. I worked on these lawsuits. They go on a long time. The city hires outside counsel. It costs, I think the city has spent millions of dollars defending those lawsuits. And we have the visual of our police department opposing diversity in its own ranks. This has been a problem since the early 1970s. Our police department initially refused to hire officers of color. We had the First Circuit require them to do that. We've done a decent job hiring officers of color in the patrol officers' ranks, but it's unbelievable that we still have this issue. And most concerning of all, we sat in the hearing, Commissioner Cox, we asked about the exam, or I did, and what we've seen in these cases is that you can have many different types of selection procedures. You can have a written exam and use it to rank people point by point, which produces the widest point disparities. You don't even need that. You can use oral boards, an in-basket. You can just do a mock press conference. We're talking about people who are trying to become lieutenants. They've been in the police department for 10, 20 years. We need people who have good oral communication skills, good leadership skills. Delaying the exam allows us to reach some of those people who have been on the department and have served our city for a long time. So I think some of you have been told that this is not a meaningful thing to do because the police department can still give the exam. This gives everyone here a chance to stand up and say, I care about our police department and diversity in our police department. The ball will be in the commissioner's court. He can decide to go ahead and spend that money and give an exam, but you have done what you could by voting for this. And not only are you doing that, by voting for this, you are supporting a great series of programs that go to people who need the help. I think everyone here can do a lot of good for our city by voting for this. Again, no possible connection to services provided, hiring. What you're doing is you're allowing people who've been at the department for decades, who've sacrificed a lot, who still work for the department, to get promoted. These are people who scored 89 and 88 on the exam. So we're not. These people are highly qualified, and on behalf of my former clients, MAMLEO members, I hope you support this. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Council Weber. And I love that you bring your experience as an attorney representing police officers into this space. I just want to uplift that, we heard during public testimony from a former president of MAMLEO, all of us who were here during public testimony heard directly about why this would be important. Yes, is progress being made? Sure. Is it happening, and there are promotions this Friday. Is it happening at the pace that they should be happening? No. And I think that this would allow that to happen. MAMLEO, JAGO, the Latino Law Enforcement Group are supportive of this. And I think, as we are having conversations about what community safety looks like, where community safety should come from, if we don't have diversity in the ranks and the people who are on the streets in our stations, we are really missing the mark on what representation looks like. And so I'm just on the record as going in support. I want to thank Councilor Weber for your version of the lived experience that you bring to this as an attorney who represented them, but also hearing directly from the former head of MAMLEO. I go to MAMLEO events all the time. They just had a Juneteenth event at MAMLEO, listening and talking to them about why it's important for us to be advocating with them alongside our Black and Latino officers is critically important. This is something that I'm going to be very happy to support, and I want to, again, hope that others will as well. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I ask a question to Council Weber? And the question is, what is the official position of the Boston Police Department on this? And what's the official position of Commissioner Cox on this as well?
Thank you. Councilor Weber, if you'd like to answer the question, you may answer Councilor Flynn's question.
Sorry. I don't have the official position. My understanding is that Commissioner Cox, we talked about in the hearing, he said he wants to give the exam this year. What I found troubling from my experience working on these cases, what it showed was that score differences were a result of myriad factors. Intelligence, studying habits were not those factors. These are experts from the city, experts from our side testified about why these things are happening, and then to hear Commissioner Cox say we're going to help diversity by giving this exam and making sure we change people's studying habits. He talked about studying, which it's like going back to 1972 and ignoring everything we've learned, and that's why judges, Judge Wilkins in state court, Judge Young in the federal court, looked at these exams and said this is not a valid promotional tool because it doesn't measure intelligence and it doesn't identify people who are going to be good at this job. I know I'm going beyond your question. I'll just finish with this. The promotions that will happen will not be based on race. It'll be allow them to promote people who scored 89 and 88. A majority of those officers will most likely be white, but it would allow us a sizable portion of officers of color to be promoted. So we're just trying some reverse discrimination. It's allowing them to reach people who scored 89, 88, regardless of their race, which will promote diversity in those promotional ranks. So thank you.
Councilor Flynn, would you like to respond to Councilor Weber?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would. Thank you. Thank you, Council Weber. I still don't have an answer on what the official position is of the Boston Police and Commissioner Cox. We're making a recommendation on impacting a human resources decision as it relates to hiring and promotion. I think we should know what the official position is on the Boston Police Department before we even vote on this. That would impact my decision. That would impact how I go about making a decision. Is there anything else you could add, Council Weber, in terms of the thinking from the police commissioner of the police department, or is it too late to find out what their position is?
Thank you. Through the chair, Councilor Weber, if you'd like to respond, you may.
Yeah, it's okay, Councilor Mejia. So Councilor Flynn, through the chair, we're not, this is not in a vacuum. We have the police commissioner testifying in the council chamber that he wants to give an exam this year. Mamleo has done advocacy because the police department has announced that it wants to give an exam this year. So as far as the official position, they want to move forward with the exam, and they think rather than presenting us with, we're going to try some different things, my brother-in-law is a police officer in Northern Virginia. Their promotions are based on mock press. They do a mock press conference for lieutenants because that's what they do. They don't sit there with the books and do evidence rules. But so our understanding from Mamleo, from the police commissioner himself, is that they insist on giving an exam this year, and rather than give different components to the exam, they think they're going to solve score disparities by promoting studying, which has never been the reason for the score differences. So I think we're on very solid ground that the insistence is that they want to give the exam this year.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want everyone who's tuning in, and for those who are still trying to catch up, is that this whole idea is that all we're trying to do is to delay the test. We're not here trying to get rid of it. We're just here to delay it till one more year. That's it. That is it. Because we want to do this to help support, right, some of our officers who are of color, who want a fair chance this year. That's it. That's it. It's just 1 year delay. That's all we're asking for.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Yeah, sorry, I just added a little detail to that in terms of, we'd extend the use of this list by 1 year. The previous exams were 2008, then the next exam was 2014, so they used the 2008 exam for 6 years. In 2014 to 2020, they used that for 6 years. We're just asking that they use the 2020 exam, which I think was given late in the year. They didn't certify it till 2021, but just to allow them to use that for 4 to 5 years, which is well within the previous 2 exams. And again, you go down the list. We're talking about people who scored 89 and 88. The people who did very well. People who you have to have served in the police department for each exam for a certain number of years. These are very highly qualified police officers who are currently in our Boston Police Department. And so that's I don't know, hopefully that answers your questions.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Council Weber. I appreciate your response. So I'm just thinking, just want to add, does it make more sense to have this type of discussion in a committee hearing where we can talk about the issue and get expert testimony and hear from people? Or is it more important to have it during the budget vote? I think it's a major decision we are making, and it's a major recommendation we are making. I don't know if this is more of a symbolic vote on this, or if we actually are able to transfer this money and a test would happen. That's why I would request having a hearing on this specific subject so everyone understands exactly what the pros and cons are for having a test or not having a test, instead of making a decision based on funding for the particular test. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just because that question was pointed at Councillor Weber, I'm allowed Councillor Weber, you may respond through the chair.
Yeah, I think we had a hearing on this, and we touched on this. That's why we spoke to the police commissioner. I know Councillor Flynn's attendance is exemplary, so I'm pretty sure you were there. So, I know Councillor Mejia, I think it was her hearing order, so I'll let her speak to it. But I do believe we've had a hearing, and we've been talking about this for a while. Councillor even wrote an op-ed that was published in the Boston Globe about this, and so I think we've definitely put out the message that we want this test delayed, and it's been indicated to us that they don't want the test. The police department doesn't want the test delayed, or the commissioner doesn't. So that's why we have this before us now.
Sorry, the chair recognizes Councillor Mejia. Councillor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, and not only did I host the hearing this year, but I hosted the same hearing the year prior. And this is when we discovered, well, we've already known the discrepancies exist. It was the Boston Police Department, officers of color in particular, that reached out to my office last year. We hosted a hearing around the hiring, firing, and promotional practices for BPD. You were in that hearing. So then this year, we refiled and hosted the hearing again, and this was an opportunity for us to bring these officers to the chamber to discuss and share why. So, Councillor Flynn, you are such a strong advocate for the police department, and they love you for that. And I think this is an opportunity to be an advocate for police officers of color who can love you even more, for you to stand alongside us with this particular vote. So I know that you got this in you. I know you're going to consider it. And that's why we're going to be friends forever, because you know you love me, right? Okay.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Collada. Councillor Collada, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I think I rise just to remind all of us that we don't need to ask permission from anybody. We were put here for a reason. We're the microphone of our residents, of our constituents, and we do what we think is best for them. And so if you don't think this is best for them, don't vote for it. But if you do, please vote yes. I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collada. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councillor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, Madam Chair, if Council Flynn is interested, I don't want to put it on this microphone, but I have the clip to the Commissioner's exact statement about black officers not being readily capable of taking the exam. So it's actually on video, it's recorded. I just don't want to play it here. Just be respectful, but I have it if you're interested. If you would like to go on recess, I'll show it to you.
Thank you, Councillor Fernandez Anderson. I also just want to, I think I've already spoken, I'm enthusiastically in support of this, and I just want to echo what Councillor Collada said. We have a role, and that role has to be one that can be supportive, we can be rowing in the same direction, but we also have an accountability role. And it's not always to just agree. We can disagree. We can have disagreements. We're all working towards the same goal, even in those disagreements. So I again want to thank you, Council Weber and Council Mejia, for that hearing and for your work. If no one else is looking to speak, Mr. Clerk, we are going to conduct, if you could please conduct a roll call vote on partial override number 5.
Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald.
No.
Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Councilor Pepin, no. Councilor Santana.
Present.
Councilor Santana, present. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. 8 votes in the affirmative and 4 votes in the negative and 1 present. Override fails.
This override has not been adopted. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
I'd like to ask for reconsideration of partial package 1 in order to propose a new partial override.
That motion has been seconded. It's a motion to reconsider. So can you repeat, just so that for clarity, what the motion is?
Of partial package, ask for reconsideration of partial package 1 in order to propose a new partial override.
Okay. Are we all here? Thank you. Do we all have it before us?
Yep, it's coming around
Okay,
now.
thank you. Can we please keep discussions to a minimum?
So what you have
There's one mic, and Councilor Worrell has it. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
This partial override is for right to counsel. We've heard Councilor Weber advocate for right to counsel and the importance of right to counsel. Tenants, Councilor Weber always brings up how many of our Boston Public School students are experiencing homelessness, and we're just looking to make sure that we have a right to counsel pilot inside of the city of Boston. So what this is doing is just taking $500,000 from execution of courts for a pilot program for right to counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a motion to reconsider partial override 1B offered by Councilor Worrell. Let's do the motion to reconsider, which requires a simple majority, and then we will talk substantively about the partial override if the motion succeeds. Yeah, partial override number 1, and it's labeled 1B. Colleagues, may I ask my colleagues to, hold on. I'm going to go into a brief recess just so that we have clarity on a naming thing. We are in recess. So what we are taking a vote on right now is a motion to reconsider the partial override 1A, and we need a simple majority, and therefore we are going to conduct a roll call vote on the motion to reconsider the partial override 1A. Mr. Clerk, please conduct, if we could have silence in the chambers. Mr. Clerk, if we could please conduct a roll call vote.
Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. 10 votes in the affirmative and 2 votes in the negative.
Thank you. This motion has passed. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor, and then I'll go to Councilor Weber.
I'd like to ask for reconsideration of 1A?
We just did that.
Oh, no.
It passed.
Two. Madam President, brief recess?
Brief recess?
Yep.
Okay, we are in a brief recess. We are back in session, short-term memory, and I don't know who, if anyone had their mic on, if there was someone speaking, but Councilor Worrell, will you just tell us where we are?
Yep, now we're voting to pass. Now we're voting on the actual
Okay.
amendment.
So can you state for the record again what the amendment is? What the partial override is?
Yeah.
The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
$500,000 for right to counsel coming from execution of courts.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Chair, for putting this up. Again, execution of courts, we have heard nothing other than, we shouldn't touch the money, but, we don't know why exactly. Here, so we've gone from 4 million from execution of courts to 500,000. There's still 4,500,000 in execution of courts. We've been given no reason why that is not legal or not a valid use of that money. Right to counsel is something that can help a lot of people. We have talked about it, or I have, for a long time. One thing that I haven't mentioned is the idea when we started talking about this program was that the state was going to come in and provide its own right to counsel program. Well, typical underperforming or under-delivering fashion, the state legislature has not funded right to counsel. There's instead of $25 million, there's a $2 million pilot, something that is not going to help us. There is a huge need, and we can help provide attorneys for people who need them the most. With this, there is, and I would like to clarify one quick thing. So in our response on the veto from the mayor's office, there is a sentence which says that she is approving 3 things, and I think it's some down payment assistance, something else, and legal representation for families. This program, we heard, would require $500,000 to do a pilot. There's $500,000 allocated to those 3 things. So, maybe it's 150. I don't know what it is. It's definitely not the full amount. And since then, we found out that the state is not providing a right to counsel program. So even if it's $650,000, we add this 500 onto the amount. The mayor wants a program like this. This allows us to effectively bring this pilot. This is going to be an innovative program. Other cities have provided right to counsel. New York, Philadelphia, Newark. No one has tried to provide these services to families with kids in schools. Help kids not have to go through an eviction. Mm-hmm. It's incredibly traumatic. Mm-hmm. It'll help save money for the city because people will not have to be bused. $17 million in a year to have to be bused back into the city. So it's a little unclear to me. The mayor obviously supports this, and I applaud her for supporting it. I think we can put more funds into this with execution of courts, and hope you'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. And I just want to thank you for your advocacy on this. As a former housing attorney, evictions are traumatic experiences. Making sure that school-aged kids can stay in their place, and we know that stability improves educational outcomes. That just is what it is. And when you go to housing court down the street, you notice that the people who are being evicted are often poor women of color with children. This will help to stabilize our families. And so I want to thank you for all of your work on right to counsel. It is imperative that we act here. It is not a significant amount in the grand scheme of things. And I think that hopefully my colleagues can join me in supporting and join Councilor Weber and all of those who support right to counsel so that our families facing eviction can have a resource. There's an extreme power imbalance in housing court. If you have an attorney, your outcomes are that much greater and better. If you don't have an attorney, you're often just out of luck, and there's just so much that you don't know about what your rights are, that the fact that you're in the state of Massachusetts, only a judge can evict you. I got a call yesterday from someone who thinks that they have to move out ASAP just because the landlord is trying to sell the home, when there's absolutely nothing that prohibits the landlord from selling the home. And there's nothing that says that the tenant has to leave immediately. She wouldn't know that if she didn't call my office. We have to make sure that people have assistance and legal representation if we care about stabilizing families so that they can then go on and succeed in school, right? If people are being pushed out, pushed into shelters, pushed onto the streets, kids cannot succeed. And so I wholeheartedly support this override. It's not a lot of money. It's important. It's crucial work to the people who call office every day on the number one issue that our constituents are facing and that our city is facing, a housing crisis. So I ask for support on this. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia, and then I'll go to Councilor Weber.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'm just curious about process. I'm going to assume that there are other amendments that we're going to be out here advocating on behalf of, right? Because, I also know how politics works. I know that sometimes we are all in together and then we're not, and then people find ways because I know the theatrics. Okay, so I'm going to, in good faith, trust this process with the understanding that we're not going to compromise other things that we all have been advocating for and fighting on behalf of. So a question through the chair, through the president to the chair. There are other things that we're going to be discussing, right? Like everybody here is going to feel like they've won something, right, Councilor Morel? Okay, good, thank you. No, because we're all winning here. I just want to make sure, because I know that the way this council works is there's people who are favorites and people who are not so much so, and I just want to make sure that everybody feels heard. That's it, thank you.
Thank you, and I'd like to offer a reframing. Just from the very beginning, these, again, yes, of course there are people who advocate, but these are all of, like, I honestly wholeheartedly reject the dichotomy of people winning and losing. This is us working towards a better city. That's one of the things that aggravates me the most, because that infuses politics into this process, and it's already here enough. Who is winning? Our residents. That's what matters. Our residents are the ones who matter. This is about them winning. It's not about saying, I passed this, I did this. This is about our residents winning. This is about our residents winning. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber.
Yeah, sorry, just a couple extra things to clarify. One is that when we advocated for this in the initial amendments, Office of Budget Management, and I didn't have these conversations, our amazing central staff had these conversations. They were advised to put the money into fair housing and equity, and that would be able to run a right to counsel program. In the mayor's response and the veto, they allocated some money. None of that money went to fair housing and equity. It went to the Office of Housing. I'm told yesterday, evening that, well, that's because Chief Dillon would run the program, which would be great, and that's why the money should be there. If we approve this, it would go to fair housing and equity. My understanding is that we actually want to have a good functioning pilot, they can still use that money in fair housing and equity. So in terms of the idea that, I just want to rebut two things. One is that you shouldn't vote for this because, one, the money would go to a different department. You're supporting this program. The city would have the resources and be able to figure out how to use them, and I have faith in our administration that they would do that. And two, that you shouldn't vote for this because sometime in the future we may learn that execution, of course, we can't touch any of that money. I don't think that's a reason to vote against this. This is a reason. Right now, what we know is that we can use that money. If it turns out later that we tried to get this program going and we tried to take the money from a bucket we can't touch, so be it. Right now, what we know, what we've been told by the administration is just that, they don't want us touching that money. We don't have a legal opinion or anything that says we cannot take any money from execution of the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Jenison. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to express to Mr. Chair that, through Madam President, that I sympathize with you in your position because not only do you have to answer all the questions, but you're navigating calculations. You have to make sure that you balance the budget every single time you do amendments, and you have to manage in terms of the conversations here. But then I know that you presented your list, this one first, because there's so much going on and that you have a lot right now, and so you're just trying to execute expeditiously. So I don't think that there was a method to choosing which one the council chair, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, chose first. But I do think that, sorry, Councilman here, I don't mean to say like that you misstated, but I think what I am hearing her intention to express is that she would like to prioritize. So if we, like, do we feel like this is priority one in the event that we are okay, our colleagues are okay with amending or pulling $500,000 only from this department, then is this the absolute priority? For example, is the Louis D. Brown a priority over this? Like, so we, you know, not Louis D. Brown, but rather Bureau of Services. So I think the point is not about who wins. The point is about, and I know that you might have expressed it in your own way, and I don't mean that in a bad way. But I think the point is, can we look at it, and if our colleagues are okay with pulling just this amount out of this department, then can we look at what the priority could be in place of this? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have, would you like, okay. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on this increase, I'm going to support this. I do know the importance of having counsel when you're going before court. I saw that when I was working at the probation department, so I do understand the importance of this. I do also want to state for the record that, you know, this is taxpayer money. And a lot of these programs are very good programs. They're excellent programs. But at some point, we just don't have enough money in the city to fund every very good program. We're in the process of potentially, well, we're raising taxes on residents. And this money is coming from somewhere. And I think we do have to be fiscally disciplined during these economic times, and to remember that this is taxpayer money that we are spending, and we have to be sure that every cent of taxpayer money is spent appropriately. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be supporting this override. Increase fair housing and equity contractual services, 500,000. I think we did this. If I remember rightly, Councillor Webber, this was your maiden speech, and we had a wonderful hearing here in the chamber, and we also had a very robust working session with the Mayor's Office of Housing and folks from different departments, and also from BPS were there, folks who deal on a daily basis with families who are being displaced. I think in terms of fiscal prudence, I think $500,000, if we just consider that it is costing Boston Public Schools $17 million a year transporting children back into Boston to attend school who've been homeless or displaced from the city. If we can even prevent like 20 families from being displaced, this will be money well spent. So this is really low-hanging fruit in terms of prudent use of city funds, and I totally and wholeheartedly support it. I also want to remind folks that during the fiscal year, the Mayor can always submit a supplemental appropriation request for approval of the City Council for any department or account that needs money. It's not the end of the world. If it looks like they're running out of money, the Mayor comes back and asks us to put more money in their kitty. It's not the end of the world. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Just want to say I underline, score, cosign what you stated. The chair recognizes Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin, you have the floor.
I just have a question through you to the chair. I know you have...
One moment, because the chair, there's a question being directed towards you through me.
Yeah, I just have a question to the chair through you. I've taken issue early in this meeting with pulling from the execution of course court special appropriation. Are there other things in the stack that pull from that same appropriation? And if so, my issue, I think this is a great program. I think Councilor Weber has done a great job advocating for it. And I'd like to support this, but I think my issue is where it's being pulled from. And if we are just going to, within this stack, continue to pull from a line item that I don't support pulling from. But if I could say, you know, sorry, I don't want to, I'll let that question sit.
Thank you, Councilor Orell. Would you like to answer that question, or I can go to someone else and return? Okay, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Madam President, if you allow me, all councilors have the right to propose a motion to amend. So if you have recommendation of where to pull it from, I think that's really on you, our responsibility individually to make that recommendation. So thank you so much for supporting such a wonderful program. What is your recommendation where to pull it from? Through the chair.
If you'd like to respond, you may. If you don't have a proposal, then you don't. No. Would you like to respond? I'll turn your mic on if you would. Okay. Thank you. Councilor Orell, there have been a few questions sort of directed towards you. If you'd like to speak, you may. If not.
Yes.
Okay. One moment. Oh, Councilor Webb, did you just turn your light on, or has it been on? I apologize. Okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Orell. Councilor Orell, you have the floor.
What amendment, what increase, what investment went first? Luck of the draw. I'm hearing from my colleagues now on that process. I mean, this was done in the last, 15, 30 minutes, right? So there's no priority, there's no favoritism. It was just luck of the draw. In terms of how many amendments we have coming from execution of courts, I have one here for fair housing, one here for...
Can you say the amount too?
Oh, right to counsel, $500,000. We have another one for college readiness, $500,000. Have another one for homework help, $150,000. City vouchers for $500,000. Another $1 million for city vouchers, and then 1.5 for down payment assistance, and then execution of courts again for youth jobs. Also,
youth jobs, what amount?
1.35, and then support for communities holistically for families of murder victims. I mean,
what
it
amount?
would be what amount was that? 500,000. I mean, it would be easy if I could just. I mean, I tried to just put the $4 million up to kind of push through, but yeah, that didn't work. So here we are trying to piece it all together. And I haven't done the math on this yet to see what's the total, but I'm happy to take a minute to do the math to see what it actually totals, to see if it's the $4 million.
Wouldn't it total, $4 million?
It could be, because I mean...
Is it all from execution of
courts? Yeah, it was
courts?
all for execution of courts. I haven't done the math to certify that yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Shane is going to do that math. I don't know if there's anyone else who would like to speak while we wait. But I do understand the issue at hand. Maybe people agree to a lesser amount, and this is not where you'd want, but there's no there's no superior way of doing it than the way that was initially presented for the entire execution of courts amount, and now he's going one by one because there's no other choice. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I have a question. I apologize, I didn't hear, but was English language classes, was that included? No? Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Sorry, well, just to the
Councilor
chair.
Weber, you have the floor, and then we'll return to Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, I just want you to, I want to confirm another question that was sent your way from Councilor Clever Zapata about whether English as a second language classes were included in there. I believe someone responded to her no. I would like confirmation from you. Councilor Weber, you have the floor, but Councilor Worrell, if you can answer that with confirmation, that would be helpful. Thank you. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Yeah, I think to address Councilor Mejia's comment, I support all the programs. I think we've done a great job coming up with a broad range of stuff. I would like to see, us voting on money coming from a wide range of resources. I'm not sure if you only read the ones affiliated with execution of courts, but if there's any other, I guess to the chair, if there's any other amendments using any other sources, I think we should be looking, broader than just the one resource. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin, and then Councilor Fernandez Anderson, and then Councilor Worrell.
Thank you so much, Council President, and thank you so much, Chair Worrell. Given that I've stated my position on pulling from this particular line item, I'll be voting no on anything that's pulling from execution of courts.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you. So I'm going to be voting in support because I think when you're talking about priorities, for me, and I've stated this before and then it was misquoted about credit or something like that, but it's not about credit. When you're talking about priorities, if execution of courts keeps people housed, prevents homelessness, and then there's youth jobs that we are already investing in, but we need more. We need way more, but we are already investing in. And then there's, in terms of the college readiness, a program that has to be started from scratch, but could potentially, we could look into postponing that. The priority here does sound like is preventing homelessness. So for me, as a city councilor, as a parent, as someone, community member, I would say that we want to prevent homelessness first, and so I'm going to have to support it, even if the other ones, hopefully we get one more in there, but this is definitely a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Question to the Chair of Ways and Means, if you could, through you. Is there a way we could see all of the amendments prior, so it's not just put in front of us right away and we have 30 seconds to make a decision on it before we vote? It would just be easier as we talk if there was a copy. I don't know if that's allowed or not, that we could all kind of see it before and maybe be a little bit more educated as to what we're voting on.
Yeah, thank you. And I do just want to say that the reason why it's happening this way is because the original package failed, so he's doing them one by one, which is the only way to really do it.
No, I absolutely understand, but if we're going to vote one by one, I'd like to see each one by one vote on what's proposed.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, let's go to Councilor Mejia, then Councilor Murphy. Okay, Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I rise to support my colleague, Councilor Weber. When he first introduced, when he did his maiden speech, I was all in, right? And I think that this is an opportunity for us to run a program here, a pilot. This is just to really see what it could look like. I joke around the fact that I was like Erin Brockovich when I was helping to support people in housing court, and I didn't even know the first thing on how to do it. And it was really intimidating to do that as a case manager. So I think if we can create some funding to help support this initiative, I want to be all in. As a BPS mom, as someone who also faced housing insecurity growing up, I often talk about the fact that I didn't have my own room until I was in the 5th grade, and my mom and I bounced from place to place, and oftentimes it was really traumatic. So if we can help support our families with this override, I think that this is an opportunity for us to yet again demonstrate our political courage and support our colleague with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to assume, but I'd like to ask through you to the chair, the reason why we're going to see one at a time is we did have all of them in front of us at the beginning. It didn't pass. So I do appreciate that they are now coming because that's how we have to do it now. Is that correct? Yeah, I mean, I think it is, but I just want to
Is that
have
the
that on the record, yes.
Is that the title of your question? That's your question? Okay, great. Thank you. I think that Councilor Worrell has a number of questions to answer. So Councilor Worrell, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam President. And yes, they were all in front of us, and we also had a working session as well, where councilors raised their hands in support of reallocations of funds, and that's how we came to this package. But because that package now has failed after the working session, and so many councilors were supporting that package, we're here now. And the reason why we can't just hand out each one of these amendments, it's based on what actually passes and what gets rejected. So if this gets passed, right, then it changes everything else. We have to recess and then do the numbers again to see how the money's then spread out again. So that's why we can't put it all out, just because things will change based on how the vote goes. And also, it's not the only execution of courts. It's not the only funds that we'll be reallocating. We'll be reallocating from IGR, and there's other departments as well in here.
Thank you. Okay, it's a lot of
Oh
chatter.
yeah, I want to go ahead. I was going to move to go ahead.
There's a lot of chatter. Councilor Worrell?
I move to recess.
Okay, you'd like to go into recess?
Yes.
Okay, we are in recess. Back in session. All right. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
We'll be out of here by midnight. We're going to be substituting 1B. We're just going to have the conversation with Councilor Weber. He's agreed to lower the amount that we're pulling from, acknowledging the amount that was already allocated for the right to counsel. So we're going to be looking to pull $350,000 from execution in court for right to counsel. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion to substitute. Is it seconded? Second. Okay, that's substituted. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Okay, let us, Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Partial override 1B, Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia.
This is an easy yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin.
Yes.
Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana.
Yes.
Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Override 1B has received a unanimous vote in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. It only took us.
Yes.
So those were 13 votes in the affirmative. This partial override has passed. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to introduce another partial override, and I'm recommending that we override the following. Okay, we'll do that one then. It is $50,000 for our council staff, and it's coming from IGR. So $50,000 to our council staff, coming from $50,000 from departmental contractual services from IGR.
The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Shane, I think you have the wrong piece of paper. Yeah. We already approved right to counsel. Let's not snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Yeah, we all did.
It should say city council staff for compensation. It doesn't say that.
Mine says $50,000 for right to counsel.
Yeah, it's the wrong.
Yeah.
I want to say my gratefulness towards central staff. I know there's a lot of paper shifting around and a lot of changes, so I still think everyone's batting 100, so good job. Councilor Morale. I didn't get one. I don't have Okay, thank you. I think I got it. Okay. All right. Does everyone have the right document in front of them? It should say 1D, partial override of Councilor Brian Morale. I recommend that we override the following increases. So does everyone have it? Yes. Great. Okay, the chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I rise to enthusiastically support this override, not just because it's going to come out of the IGR department, but because I really do believe, in all seriousness, that when I think about our staff and I think about the work that they do, and I think about other city departments and their staff and the amount of money they get, I just think that we're doing just as much work, and I think this is an opportunity for us to help support our staff. So I want to go on the record enthusiastically supporting this override. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the chair for bringing this forward. I'm going to be voting no on this. And the reason I'm voting no on this is I don't want to see us taking money from one particular governmental agency that's doing their best to bring it over to the city council staff, and they're doing their best. I just don't want to pit people and staff against each other. I would like to get my staff a raise, but I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it this way. And having said that, my staff has been with me, most of my staff has been with me 7 years. So I want to see them get a raise, but I'm not going to do it this way. I think we have to do it through the process of allocating, getting money from the budget the traditional way and not this way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I just want to clarify that this amount, the $350,000, was like, I would have preferred that we didn't have to do this via the amendment process. This was what the city council had put in for increases so that people could juggle and allocate things in their office the way that is benefits and that makes the most sense for them. I'm not going to double speak. I do not double speak. And if I'm advocating for more money for people throughout our city through collective bargaining agreements, I'm for sure going to do that for our staff who are here with us at 8:30 at night. I am going to advocate for that. And so I did not want this to go through the amendment process. This is part of what we normally submit to the administration, and I was disappointed that it wasn't accepted. I've had colleagues here, some who may not support it, who have asked that I actually asked for more money. They asked that I ask for more money for our staff. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia.
That's right, President. You're doing such a good job tonight. Thank you. Yes, and if we really want to talk about equity, and if we really want to go there, if we really want to talk about equity, we need to recognize that in terms of staffing and in terms of the rate of pay that city employees get as opposed to city council staff, there's a huge discrepancy. And it's $50,000, Flynn. We're not going to break the bank with that. And so I am going to rise again to encourage my colleagues. This is an easy vote. No one's going to get hurt.
And I would also just like to state again for the record what Councilor Braden said, read about the mayor's ability to reallocate funds throughout the year. We see it on the agenda, actually, and we don't do enough with it, and then it's a communication, and it goes forward. I again want to reiterate that I wanted this to go the normal process, and it didn't happen that way. The chair, I thought someone else had their light on. Oh, the chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you. I'll go on record and say that I was one of the people that has strongly advocated for council staff to get paid more money fairly. We've done the math in many ways. Most of us need a minimum of 5 staff. When you expect people to have master's degrees, some of them are attorneys who come in and dedicate their careers and life, because they're here with us 60 hours easily a week on salaries that are maybe a range between $55,000 to $70,000. It's not fair. It doesn't even meet the study in terms of the minimum required to adequately afford to live in Boston, even if you're just renting a 1-bedroom. So when you do the math is not mathing. And yes, to second Councilman Mejia's point, as chair the first term, I looked at the numbers in terms of how we are paying staff, in terms of demographics. We're not as equitable either. So maybe checking ourselves and how we're paying our staff based on demographics and who's who and who qualifies and what race and who we're hiring for what. Maybe being intentional in that as well, if we're going to talk about that. And I can easily ask any staff right now, do you feel pitted against each other? No. People want raises. People need raises. Nobody feels pitted against each other because guess what? They need a raise, and we asked them to work hard. We asked them to hang on and with us, and then we can't retain. Why? Because the administration will then attract them because administration can pay them more money than we can. And so we lose them. So high turnovers and all of these other issues. And we want, the consistency and the continuity in terms of service, in terms of projects, in terms of policies that we build out for in our office is important. So strongly support this. I am one of those people who feel that what we requested was low. I appreciate Council President for, again, she requested from the administration. Originally, those conversations happened early on before the budget is decided on. The response was no. 0 is what we got. 0 in response. So then some was accepted in the first amendment, and now we're trying to go a little bit over. And this doesn't even get us to the numbers. With 5 staff, it doesn't even get us to the number to pay the minimum of the $77,000, and that study was a few years old, the minimum that is required to live in Boston. So I hope that you guys will vote the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
So I agree with my colleague, the great counselor from Roxbury, but I think one thing that I have questions about in terms of contractual services for IGR is if these are the people who are advocating for us to get money at the federal government, you know, for electric school buses, millions of dollars for housing. I would take issue with cutting from federal lobbying. So I'm just curious, sort of, and I understand that these contracts may be something that happen every year. I don't know if they've historically existed, but lobbying at the federal level is essentially how the city is able to advocate for itself in the halls of power in DC. So while I care about the city council, I care about our staff getting the support they need, I don't know enough about this line item to support cutting from it, so I'll be voting no.
Thank you. I'll just state that we as a city council, there's only so much that we can do, right? The mayor can actually do a lot more, as Councilor Braden said. If there's a need to reallocate, if there's a need to move money around, there are so many different avenues. We as the city council are so limited in our ability to do anything with money for our people, for our workers, for our staff. We are limited. This is an avenue. This is the window. I talked about it earlier about how we do not pay people enough for the cost of living in the city. And I don't see this as pitting against one person against the other. This is from contractual services, permanent employees, people who work with us, people who are here still at this hour. We have so many limited ways of being able to do what we want to do as a body of 13, to stand up for our staff, to be there, to say that we are fighting for them, for your offices, whether it's increases or seeing if you can add someone to your staff or rearranging things. It's important. I like the deference to not wanting to tie the hands of the administration that controls a more than $4.4 billion $6 billion budget. To me just kind of makes me go a little, I feel like I'm in some sort of weird reality show, that we fighting for $50,000 are the ones. But I understand that, but we have so many limited windows in terms of our ability to move money around. And it is a power question. There's a power dynamic where on the other side, there is much more flexibility if there was an issue we need to do this, or we need more money, or how we get, we see it all the time, I'm saying, every week on the agenda. Maybe not every week, but money being moved around. And the question you ask, I honestly, not in every instance, but I feel like it's not one that we are the ones that need to answer. The chair recognizes Councilor Rao.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. And just to add some numbers behind why IDR got brought up in the first place. Yesterday, when we were all in the working session, 10 people raised their hand saying that this was the place that they will be willing to cut from. So this is nothing new to the council. This is something that in our working session yesterday, 10 people raised their hand and supported this. On top of that, in FY23, I think we're asking for $50,000. FY23, contractual services for IGR was underspent $167,000. On top of that, year over year, this year, FY25 budget, it is still going up by $120,000. So they underspent in FY23 by $167,000, and they increased that line item by $120,000. And all we're asking for is a portion of their increase, even though they have still underspent in the FY23 budget. So just wanted to lay that out for everybody so everyone can remember the numbers that we looked at and how the IDR line item came to be part of this package.
Thank you, Councilor Rao. And I just want, I meant Councilor Fernandez, and I know that you stated your advocacy, but there are a lot more people who were advocating for a lot more money. He specifically told me, you're not even asking for enough. You are not asking for enough for our staff, for people who have master's degrees, for people who are still living with their parents, for people who have to spend their own money on gas. There's no city car for our staff to get. That's what this is for. And I think, you know, Councilor Worrell said something about the money that's being underspent. I think why the underspending framework is a good one, because it's just saying, show us your math next year. If you're meeting that line item, boom, we got you. We will not touch that. We understand that that this is a line item that you are meeting, that we are matching. We are filling every vacancy. We're using every dollar. How are we to fulfill our mandate if we are not looking at trends and if we are not data driven? And so I just want to thank Councilor Worrell for uplifting that, because I was making the argument without knowing whether we were talking about underspend, but it buttresses my argument all the more knowing that this is coming from an underspend. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I appreciate it's going to be 9 o'clock at night, and we're here until whatever time we need to be here, but I'm going to say for the record that I missed my daughter's first day at work so I could be at the working session, right? I've been an active participant in this process, right? So now is not the time to keep asking questions when we've had so many opportunities for us to do that. Now is the opportunity for us to come here and get ready to vote. 10 votes approved this yesterday. So now let's just get it through the finish line, and that's it. Like, at the end of the day, we can't pick and choose when we're gonna show up, and then when it's come time for us to do the real work, we wanna like delay and have questions. All these questions could have been asked when we were having the hearings and working sessions. If you didn't participate in those, watch the tape if they exist, but let's just get through this because it's almost 9 o'clock. And I'm a single mom, okay? I'm a single mother who had to send my daughter in an Uber on her first day of work. I missed the game that she had so I can be in a public hearing. So if I can make those sacrifices to do my job, then I expect everyone here to do the same, and let's get through this.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you so much. Madam President, thank you for going on record and stating about our limitations in terms of doing our job and how limited we are and how we are not, after this process, we're not able to have access to any types of funding or being able to amend or being able to reallocate or being able to ask or pull or move things around. And that is why earlier, and I would have wished that we had the time, and I know that with time constraints, we were trying to be brief on our presentations today, but that is why I filed the ordinance today to say, look, we provide essential services and we provide incidentals that should be, we should be looking at resources that should be backed by resources in order for us to adequately do our job. And most of us come out of pocket. Most of us spend outside of this because we have to get the job done. And I've been told by the people, oh, just use your campaign fund. But, you know, to Councilor Mejia's point, some of us are single parents, some of us are women of color. It is more difficult for some of us to raise funds in our campaigns. It is more difficult for some of us to be able to move around. Nobody here's a victim. I'm not crying that game. What I'm saying is that keep an open mind, that for some of us, we come here with all the difficulties, all the challenges, and we still put our foot forward, and we still show up, and we still try to do our best. So in terms of the ordinance, I look forward to Madam Chair Coletta for us to hold that hearing and for us to look at this conversation, come back at this, and understand that we do not get any financial supports. We go into hearings, we can't translate them. Here, if you do hearings here in the chamber, sure. But if you do a community meeting, you don't have the money to pay for a translator or interpreter to interpret your meetings. That is so ridiculous. If you're making photocopies, do it all here, but if you're doing by masses and you have 300 people showing up, guess what? You gotta go to Staples and you gotta pay out of pocket. If you are trying to do any types of transportation or mobility, people with mobility issues, people with access, guess what? I pay different buildings, even city buildings, we pay rent in order to hold those town halls. If we have to pay for food, if people have to stay there for babysitting, if they're bringing their children, we are paying that out of pocket in order to do our job for constituents. So That is how limited we do this. So every time we show up in community and we have a youth this or town hall this or listening session that, it is coming out of counselors' pockets. And that is super debilitating. So if we can at least look at $50,000, it's real simple. $50,000 out of contractual services where the mayor can easily say, and like I've said this before last year, and I try to explain as much as possible. Like you take this $50,000, she can actually go into personnel just like they have been. It's not just her. The chiefs can make recommendations, can go back to the mayor and say, oh, we haven't spent $2 million. Okay, that money go back to OBM. OBM then decides where else to put it. They do it all the time. Plenty of cushion. I've given examples of how we underspend. I've given examples of where we can get it from. We have it here, and now we're scrambling over $50,000. It is comical. Can we please take a vote?
I make a motion. Thank you. Let's vote. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, can we please conduct a roll call vote?
Partial override 1D. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. No. Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. No. Councilor Pepin, no. Councilor Santana. No. Councilor Santana, no. And Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. 8 votes in the affirmative and 5 votes in the negative. Override fails.
I just want to reiterate the advocacy that I heard from people about this and that I wasn't doing enough. That I wasn't doing enough. That I wasn't fighting for enough money. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to introduce partial override, which is now being passed out. This is for youth homework help, and this is coming out from Office of Budget Management Personnel Services, and it's in the amount of $150,000.
The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor. Can we please limit conversation to the councilor who has their light on, who is speaking? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and Madam President, sorry. It's getting late. When I said I would be here, I'd be glad to be here for another 6 hours. It wasn't a goal. I will be withholding my comments from here on out. I think these are all great programs. I would like to see everything come up for a vote. And I'm hoping that's why for anyone whose projects these are, I think these are great ideas, and I'm going to support them. But I want to see us be able to have as many votes as we can on these things. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Okay. Mr. Clerk, please conduct a roll call vote.
Roll call vote, partial override 1K. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald.
No.
Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia.
C.
Councilor Mejia, C. Councilor Murphy. No. Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Pepin.
No.
Councilor Pepin, no. Councilor Santana.
No.
Councilor Santana, no. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Seven votes in the affirmative and 6 votes in the negative. Override fails.
This override has not passed. Mr. Chair, Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to do a partial override this is to support communities holistically for families of murder victims. This is also coming from Execution of Court, and this is in the amount of $500,000. This is all the great work that's done around trauma support or supporting families who've had a loved one die by gun violence. This is that work that the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute does, and so many other great nonprofits. So $500,000 to support communities holistically for families of murder victims, $500,000 from the Executions of Courts.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Worrell. This was something that we enthusiastically supported in the working sessions, in our hearings. We heard in community testimony. It would be great to show the council working collaboratively in support of those who really are, when they are at their absolute worst and need help from the city and from the institutions that the city turns to. So I just think that this was a worthy cause. We've heard from people, we all have constituents, and we're all trying to figure out how to help. And we know what works. We know the people who are doing the work. We know that the city, relies on institutions all the time. And I was just so incredibly moved by the testimony at our public hearing on Monday from a dozen families who had to display their trauma to get an inch out of us. Right? This is an inch. They put their trauma on display on that microphone right there so that we could support their work with some financial resources. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. The folks from the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute that were here the other night gave very, very powerful testimony. And it reminded me of my growing up in Northern Ireland and seeing the effect of violence on families. And it's generational, as I said earlier. It's generational, and those wounds are very deep and long-lasting. And sadly, multiple generations can experience the same thing over and over and over again. And in Northern Ireland, when some of the people that held on to hope and offered succor for people and help and support were women who lost their children to violence. And they would hear of an incident of a young man or a young woman or someone being killed on the other side, in the other community that you're supposed to hate. And those women got their coats on, regardless of what the weather was like. They got their coats on, they got a cab, and they went across the peace line to be with those other families and support them. And reach out in a human way to support somebody in the worst hour of their lives. And that's what the Louis D. Brown Institute does. I live in Alston-Brighton. I have a lot of contact. But I was very deeply moved by the work that they do. And if we've got a heart in this council, if we say no to this money is to go into health and human services, contractual services, so we can write RFPs to support the non-profits that are doing that peace work. They're healing, they're helping to heal the wounds and the trauma, wholesale trauma. Communities in this city that have lost 30, 40 kids in over time. It's just incredible. This whole performance this evening is making me sick to my gut. We should not have to fight for these things. This is a no-brainer, and I'm really tempted to use some really foul language, but I'm not. This is an absolute disgrace. We have to crawl around here and fight for every single vote to do the right thing in this city council. We talked about this for months under the incredible leadership of Councillor Worrell. We talked about it. We had a working session the other day and we had 10 votes to support these things. And here we are today and we're not even able to get a few votes to get this thing across the line. All of this homework help for our kids that are struggling in school who want to go to college. This is an absolute disgrace. And the folks of us who are trying our damnedest to help people in need. We can stay here to midnight. We could stay here to 6 o'clock tomorrow morning and we still wouldn't get consensus. This is an absolute disgrace. I'm losing my temper and I'm crying, but I'm so upset. It's excuse me, beg your pardon, it's unbelievable. So I urge my colleagues to find their hearts and get a spine and vote for the right thing here. This is ridiculous. We have to have those. Excuse me, to have the parents of children who lost their lives to gun violence come in here and beg, practically get on their knees to beg us to do the right thing is obscene, and we have to do the right thing. So let's get on with it here.
Councillor Braden, thank you for your words, for your courage, for sharing, for always bringing the background. Thank you for apologizing for cursing, because there's no cursing in chambers. Someone mentioned at our community hearing on Monday that there's actually no word in the English language for when a parent loses their child, because it's not something that's contemplated. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you, Madam President. So at the age of 10, I got on a plane. You guys know the story. I got on a plane by myself and came over from West Africa to America. And I would live in academy homes from that age. I can count at least a dozen friends from childhood who I've lost to gun violence, one of which happened right in front of me, and as much as holding his wounds down, his gunshot wounds, while it was happening, I wasn't thinking about the bullets coming through, but I was thinking about, hold your breath. You got this, hold your breath, hold your breath, hold your breath, you got this. The ambulance is coming, somebody already called 911. I remember this happened right in Washington, or now Malcolm X Park, where the pool is, right by the pool. I'm in a bathing suit and I'm wet and I'm holding his wound down, thinking that by doing that I could save his life. He ended up going to the hospital, and after a week or two he recovered, and the very next day after coming back home on Humboldt Ave, he was shot and killed right on his porch. I was on my way to go see him. And this was just at the tender age of 15 for me. And so then I would grow up in this, in this neighborhood, and so many of our friends, so many of us have friends who've been shot. We live in this system, in this strange world where we talk about white supremacy and what it's done to our people. The level of systemic oppressions that have confined our people to underground sex and drugs and violence. And we produce the conditions where our youth are forced to be in these violent situations. And then when we lose loved ones, then we cry and we take pictures and we pray. We come to the memorials, we say we're sorry for your loss. And then in 2021, fast forward, I'm working, I just got inaugurated, I'm a city councilor, and I went to the mosque. I remember it was a Friday, I met this young Cape Verdean kid, and I remember him speaking Creole. I was like, oh my God, there's only a few of us, oh, assalamu alaikum. What an amazing kid. He's like, oh, sister, I volunteer, I love Islam, I love you, sister. Like, thank God, another Cape Verdean. A month later, I hear he was killed. And I reach out to his wife, and she tells me, thank God you called, because you're the only person, she doesn't speak English, you're the only person that can translate for me, and Muslim, because my husband wanted to be buried as a Muslim. And so immediately I never went through this process where I have to look for resources. Of course, I called the Peace Institute, and I called the state, I called city, I called the mayor's office, I called different mosques. And the amount that the state gives is actually not enough, especially for Muslim burials, because there's a particular special way. And so they were short still about $5,000. This mother of four, now widow, could not bury her husband. And the Louis P.C. Brown Institute sat with me, went through the application process with me, cried with the mom, looked for resources, would actually provide that sort of counseling. And it wasn't the city didn't have those resources. The city did not have supplemental anything program to support this family at all. It was devastating to call back this wife to say, yeah, I'm a city councilor, but there are no resources. There's nothing else that I can do. So of course, we had to go through the mosques and fundraised overnight because there was only one more day to bury him according to Islamic traditions. And we, by the grace of God, we end up fundraising that emergency funds. But then there's the pain that comes after. The family that is left to scrap, to put the bills together, to mourn. And she couldn't. She was alone with 4 kids, and she had to figure all of this out. And she's only 31 years old. And so I would say that all of us either has a story or we can connect to the story. There is no way, and as Councilor Braden so eloquently put it, it's absolutely despicable that we can stand here and justify not supporting programs like that. We commoditize Black bodies, we create the violent conditions to which we then result in situations, and then even in their death, we don't respect Black bodies. We don't say that Black victims of violence deserve respectable burials, that their families deserve to be supported even in a time of loss. And it's heartbreaking. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
This has been a very emotional day. It really has. Because I remember the first time I took a budget vote here in 2020. And I came in here so hopeful that I could really make a difference. And I was so devastated by that outcome. And I have not been able to recover from that since. And I feel like this particular session is bringing me back to that place, because I know how much we all care about the things that we're fighting for. And how disappointing it is that despite our efforts and our advocacy, that we're still unable to deliver for the people. Louis was my neighbor. I had just started working with young people around violence prevention efforts. So when young people come to this chamber and ask for money for youth jobs, it's because I know that's gonna save a life. Because Louis was part of a group called Teen Against Gang Violence, right? So just the irony that it's almost 9:15 and we have gone line by line, budget by budget, fighting for little things that could make a big impact in people's lives. And we're still here asking our colleagues to have a little bit of courage to do right. And I know I get very passionate. I am who I am, and I'm okay with that. But we can't just keep ignoring the voices of the people that have come into this chamber and have asked us to advocate for the things that they need. And this particular amendment, it's not about the lives of the people who are here. It is the ones that are no longer here. And allowing them the dignity that they deserve. And so I know this is going to be an easy one, because I don't think anyone here in their right mind will vote no on this particular amendment. This one will have a unanimous vote, because I can't hear one justification as to why we're not all going to rally around this particular amendment. And if there is a no, I need to know it.
Thank you, Councilman Mejia. I'm just still flabbergasted by the testimony we heard on Monday and how important this work is, and that we have a mandate that I think 3 people on the council were here when it was voted for. 3 people. And this is what we got. Those who voted for it did not have to deal with the implementation and the political decisions. But this is the work. All of it, our measly $15 million package, that was the work too. Every single one, that was the work. It was not to do a comeuppance, it was not to do any, it was simply to do our job. Simply to do our job. Simply to do our job. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin.
Actually, let my colleague speak first.
The chair recognizes Councilor Santana.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to rise. First, I wanted to thank all my council colleagues for sharing their stories or other people's stories. I will be supporting this. I will be supporting this amendment very proudly. If I may share a little bit about my story, I know many of you know, in 2016, I lost my oldest brother, not to gun violence, to a car accident, and I just remember all the financial situation that put my family and I in, and by no means we would give any amount of money to bring him back, right? But that doesn't take away from the sacrifices that myself, my family, my parents, my sister, I'll have to make to get through that time. So I just really want to thank all my colleagues for their efforts, for being vulnerable, and I will be proudly supporting this amendment.
The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin.
Thank you, Madam President. I also just want to take a moment to thank my colleagues, but I noticed that at every single working session, at every single public testimony, the Louis D. Brown Institute was there. The moms were there talking about the testimony. And I think that, Councilor Mejia, you're right. It's a very hard one to not vote unanimously. I'll be voting yes on this. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for everyone's stories as well. Very moving stuff. It was hard because earlier this was part of other package with other things that I did vote no on, and it was hard for me to make that vote solely because of this line item, really. But as it stands on its own, and knowing that with my, the maiden speech was about outreach to people that have had trauma, and knowing the Louis D. Brown Street in District 3 and the work it does, and having visited many times and participated in some of their projects. I'm happy to support this and as it stands. And so, like Councilor Pepin said, Julia, this is an easy vote, and I'm looking forward to a unanimous vote on this.
Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote, partial override 1J. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin.
Yes.
Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Louis-Jean.
Yes.
Councilor Louis-Jean, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin.
Yes.
Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana.
Yes.
Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Partial override 1J receives 12 votes in the affirmative and 1 negative. Override passes.
Thank you. This override has passed. I'm incredibly grateful for the advocacy that we saw. And I know that this work is important. And I'm incredibly, at the same time, saddened that those who don't have someone present for equally as meritorious causes. That's our job. That's our job, to balance things out for those who aren't able to advocate. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you.
One moment. Oh, Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
I'd like to move for a vote on the capital budget.
We haven't even finished this yet.
That's gonna come. We're not at green sheets. We are in the middle of the operating budget. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm now presenting an additional partial override. This is for English for speakers of another language, parent classes across the city. This is coming from Human Resources, current charges and obligations in the amount of $100,000. The Treasury Department personnel from $100,000, and Office of Equity Personnel Services $150,000. So this is for English speakers of another language. And I know Councilor Coletta Zapata has a lot of information regarding the great work that New Bostonian does here in the city.
The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank Councilor Worrell for moving to make this an individual amendment. I have been working closely with Claudia Green from English for New Bostonians. We all know them well. They're a portion of the Immigrant Advancement Office. They've been around for forever. And the amount of parents and adults and folks hoping to extend their education, and it's funny that people are leaving before we're voting on this, but anyway, I do think that...
Hold on. Can I just... we have one counselor speaking. There's a lot happening, and I understand that. But if there's a need for discussion in a way that is disruptive, as that there's a lot of disruption happening, you can step out. I'm not encouraging anyone to step out, but doing it here in chambers is disruptive to the process. It is 9:25. Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and I will keep my comments brief. In summary, so with only $200,000 for the coming school year, we could continue supporting 9 existing English as a second language for parents and caregivers classes serving 150 parents. So this is a tangible difference that we're making in 150 parents' lives, and expand community capacity to add 5 to 6 new classes, which would serve a total of approximately 250 immigrant parents. An additional $100,000 for much-needed English to help new immigrants gain employment. Wait lists are up all over the city, higher than pre-pandemic levels, and programs are struggling to meet demands, especially with new arrivals. And now, as I said earlier, I have been to many graduations of folks who are talking about their stories, discussing of their journey, of their desire to achieve the American dream. They are the best of us. They are an incredible reflection of what hard work and dedication is. All they're trying to do is provide food for their families to make it here in America. And I met somebody who works from 6 a.m. to I think about 2 to 3, and then they go to their second restaurant job. And they want to become a server, but they work back of house. And in order for them to become a server, they need to speak English. This would allow them to get tips. And I don't know about all of you, but when I was in college, I was making the most money of my life as a server. This is a way to unlock another economic level for folks. And when people are talking about pulling themselves up by the bootstraps, like learning English is a way to achieve that. And so I am so incredibly proud to present this. I did notice that 1, 2, 3, 4 people left as I was speaking. And so I would kindly wait for them to come back before we decide to have a vote. Thank you.
Okay, what I'll do is, if there are people who have their mics on now, I will let you speak if you'd like to, but I'm also going to move for a recess until we can get folks back in here. I see Councilor Braden, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, and Councilor Mejia. Councilor Braden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little discouraged to think that some of our...
Oh, apologies.
Beg your pardon. I'm a little discouraged. I think our colleagues need to be here to hear this. This is an incredibly important program. $300,000 for English for new Bostonians to help support English language learners and our new Bostonians is incredibly impactful. You get incredible bang for your buck. In our neighbourhood, we have the Alston Brighton not the Alston Brighton Health Club. We have the Alston Brighton Adult Education Coalition. It's a broad group of folks who offer English language classes, citizenship classes, and helping folks get their GED. And I go every year to the Gardner Pilot Academy to their adult education end-of-year celebration. It's not always a graduation because people continue on to the next level. But they have, a few weeks ago, I went and the 150 parents of children in our school system were learning English. There was one new dad, his baby was just a few weeks old. And he was there to get a certificate for his participation. These families, both parents are working 2 jobs to put food on the table and provide housing for their families. They're working incredibly hard, but in the midst of all that, they find time and they turn up faithfully every week for their English language classes. As Councillor Coletta said, this is life-changing for families. They're able to earn some more money and support their kids and have a better life. This is not small. This is not an insignificant program. This is an incredibly impactful program, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, this override, because we're just doing so much good with this work. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. The chair recognizes Councillor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you. So this is not new. We attempted this last year. I don't know if you guys remember in the budget. This will be the 2nd year that we're promising English from New Bostonians that we're going to be supporting them. And so hopefully we are successful this time around. Last year, I proposed an amendment for this. I also filed a hearing, and in partnership with Council Mejia, we held a hearing specifically around ESL supporting non-English speaking parents. This year, I don't know if you guys remember, but you all voted in support of this already on a resolution that I filed. I've been working with Claudia Green for about over 2 years now, a couple years now. So in terms of creating not an allocation, but a line item specifically to support ESL for parents or non-English speaking parents. So imagine being a parent and all that you have to do, and having to go to your children's appointments and having to deal with everything as a parent. Your responsibility is taking them to all of their medical, if there's mental health, therapy, the gym, sports, homework. Oh, what about homework? They can't help you with your homework because they don't speak English. So the homeschool connection obviously is compromised. You have parents with children with IEPs. I used to be an interpreter where I had to go specifically to IEP meetings and courts. And it's not just translation. It's not translation of a language. So if you understand language, it's interpreting into culture, and it's interpreting specifically to exactly what the topic is. So not only interpreting the language of the IEP and understanding what is a behavioral health analysis, like what does a full comprehensive assessment entail, and then interpreting that into the culture and language that parent understands. So navigating that, the kid is already is shortchanged because they don't have access. So there's plenty of data that shows that our children with parents that don't speak English are already disenfranchised, but then further disenfranchised because they don't have the supports at home, and then no homeschool connection. So this is extremely important if we're talking about our children's academic success, setting up our families for economic mobility and growth. So for all of us here, children of immigrant people who talk about, for example, I know that Councilor President Flynn, with his district as well, has a lot of these situations with, he's mentioned, I've learned a lot from you, Councilor Flynn, about your constituents in terms of folks that speak Mandarin and Cantonese. You've explained the difference, and it was really impressive to hear you represent your constituents in that way and explaining how ESOL is crucial for not only the families as a whole, but obviously their children's success. So I look forward to your support, Councilor Coletta. Thank you so much for putting this forward, and as I said, I 100% support it. And again, all of you here have already voted on a resolution where you supported to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. And I want to just acknowledge that there's strength and vulnerability, so I really do appreciate everyone who has literally bringing their heart into the chamber just so that we can deliver. So I just want to say thank you for allowing that to really also show up in this space. So it's not lost on me that you have allowed that. So I appreciate it. So I'm rising, obviously, in support, wholeheartedly. I just want to thank Councilor Coletta Zapata for her leadership. You represent a district that you understand your district, you understand their needs, and so your advocacy in this space, I'm always going to go hard alongside you. And I too have worked with Claudia when I had my own nonprofit organization. A lot of the work that we did was with recent arrivals and making sure that parents understood their rights, that understood what the American education system was all about, because that made them stronger advocates when they were navigating the education system. But what I am really super excited about is this whole idea in that these investments really help support folks on when we're thinking about economic empowerment, right?
My mom, I always talk about the fact that my mom, till this day, I'm still her official translator. I was 9 years old. I was going with her to the welfare office, to the doctor's office. I was the official translator for my entire community. At 9 years old, I was translating things that I should not even be thinking about at that age, right? And so when parents and people have the skills and the tools that they need, that they can fight for themselves, right? And so I just want to go on record in support of this, and I think that this, and I don't want to get too for nothing, but I really believe this is another no-brainer. I don't think how in the world we can't support this. This is also one of those things that I think it just makes sense, especially for, you know, folks who represent large populations of immigrants who are coming to this country. This is your opportunity to show your constituents that you see them, that you hear them, and that you're here to support them. So I am so encouraged that I think that we're going to get this through the finish line, Councilor Zapata, Coletta Zapata, okay, got the hyphen in there. But I am really encouraged.
No hyphen, just two last names.
That's right. Zapata, at least I can say it. But I just want to just thank you for your leadership. I just want to go on the record to let you know that I am encouraged, and I know that this is going to pass. Maybe not unanimously, but we're going to get it to the finish line.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. I'll just say I wholeheartedly support this. We have so many people who are showing up to job fairs, so many people, and they're like eager to work, but they can't speak English. This is what helps. This is what helps. And we have people here coming here. We need, and traditionally we've solved our labor issues, our workforce issues with immigration, and so we need to research that. Again, Councilor Weber and I, Councilor Weber, Councilor Flynn, we were all at a graduation last week, INEE. They received grants from the Office of English for New Bostonians to give these English classes so that people can learn how to speak English, basic stuff, basic stuff, so that they can then become our leaders, the leaders here in the city, workers, our hotel staff, our bus drivers, our nurses, our nursing assistants. This is how we get it done. This is how we get it done. And the need and the wait list is so incredibly long. That's what they told us at INE. We were there celebrating people who were graduating, and they're like, but we need so much more. We hear it from every provider. People who just want to learn English so that they can feed their families. And Councilor Fernandez Anderson made a point. A lot of these people, new arrivals, they don't have the capacity or the ability to be up in City Hall chambers. They don't have an advocate. That's us. That's us, our job, our advocacy, us. Not anybody else, us. Very vulnerable population. And this was something that we advocated for through ARPA dollars. One-time funding, it's not guaranteed. This statement right now through the operating budget is important. People are counting on us. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I apologize to my colleagues. I said I would remain quiet, but just on this point, and to elevate the work my wife and International Institute of New England do, this is such an important thing. We talk about our migrant shelters, and they're full, right? The reason why they're full is because these places, for the most part, have an entrance but no exit. And the reason why is because people don't have the skills to live out on their own. They don't have the language, worker authorization. This is a way we can get people who are here to raise their families, and be part of our community, to welcome them into our community and give them the basic skills that they need. I think my wife, we were talking a few months ago in December, our state shelter system was full. We had 7,500 families. We got permanent housing for 6 in the month of December. 6 families out of 7,500. This is a way in Boston we can help families that need it. I strongly support it, and thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata, for bringing it. So I'm saying that this is a way we can help families get on their feet and live here in Boston, be part of our community. If you support immigrants living in Boston, this is a great way to do it, and I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question through you, through the chair. I see that we're allocating $300,000 in increase, and then there's $350,000 being decreased. I just want a clarification on that.
Councillor Worrell, would you like to answer to the chair that question that Councillor Santana posed?
Yeah, it goes back to how we proposed the investments and the reallocations. So we're pretty much stuck to how we proposed it in the original package. So therefore, we have to mix and match, based on what was proposed. So that's why you see the difference in the amount here. But the only request for ESOL was $300,000. But when we were pulling from or reallocating from these departments, we reallocated in these certain amounts. So that's the only way we can mix and match the investments with the decreases.
Councillor, now I have a clarifying question. Wouldn't that be cause to either increase it to 350 or take it down to 300? No, to balance these increased overrides, I recommend the following decrease override. So it adds up to 350, and the ask is for 300. Oh.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, we can't. We're stuck with the original proposed amount.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Right.
I see what you mean. Okay. I see what you mean. Okay. Does anybody else have any clarifying? The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
So I get what's being said. I just want to know again. So whether then, if this passes, what happens with the extra $50,000 in decreases? If that's a fair question, and I just want to go on. I absolutely support ESL and our ESL families and parents. I'm an ESL kid who grew up learning English and Spanish. I do have reservations about the departments we're pulling from, but would like clarification on what necessarily happens with the extra $50,000 that we're pulling out.
Thank you. That's a good question. I don't know if you consider it. I'll let the chair, if you have an answer to that question. Councilor Worrell, if you have an answer to that question, you can respond.
Yeah, and this is why I was saying how things are moving. So as things get accepted, then we will rework where that additional 50,000 can go to, right? So we can allocate that additional 50,000 to someone else.
It's being decreased.
Say it again.
The extra $50,000 is being
right.
decreased. So you're gonna
Yeah, we can once if this was to pass, right? We can find somewhere else to allocate that $50,000 to, right? So I think in the other package, I think there was another 50,000, so we could couple those, right, and create $100,000 to go to another investment.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Worrell, Councilor Santana, okay. I'm gonna go this way. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you. All right. President Louis Shen. Maybe a question for the chair.
Okay.
I don't know who's going to get it, but I'm going to ask the question. You let me know who gets the answer. Maybe it might be the clerk. But since we had the $50,000 that we were trying to get for the city council staff, since that failed, can we use the $50,000 to support that amendment?
So, if so, yes, through the chair, you've asked a question.
Yes. I just need to know who to do that.
I heard Councilor Worrell answering the question. It looks like he's speaking to Karishma to get some clarity. Because I don't want to, I think he is actually better to answer it than I am.
I don't
so,
even know if we could do that.
Councilor Worrell, do you have, okay, Councilor Worrell, would you like to respond if you're able?
Similar to what we did, I forgot which one probably was the first one. Oh, it was the right to counsel where we substituted. We have to create another substitute, add that in to this, and put that up for a vote. Okay. So we'll have to, go to recess and substitute and amend this override.
All right. I just, this is all very, entertaining. So just want to, Alex, stop laughing.
Thank you. I am going to kick it to Councilor Coletta Zapata. It's unclear if that's what we want to do, but Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And for those of you who weren't here, I just want to reiterate how incredibly life-changing and some of the tangible differences that even just $200,000 will make, even if we go to $300,000, like that's whatever it is. But it would add 5 to 6 new classes, which would serve a total of approximately 250 parents. Imagine what that will do for families who are trying to make it here in the city of Boston. And I don't know about everybody else, but I knew what I was signing up for when I put my name on the ballot. I know exactly what our powers are and how to utilize.
It's happening again, okay? One mic, it's the speaker whose red light is on. Who's due respect?
Thank you.
Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you. I was just going on a tangent saying that I knew what I was signing up for when I put my name on the ballot. I knew that this is the process that we would be going through. This is our lever in this system that we are in. You can advocate to the administration. Sure, they'll promise you something. Will they deliver on it? I don't know. Are you going to get more than $20,000 worth of flowers for your district? I hope so. I really, really, really believe in this amendment. It will change lives. It is transformative. And while I myself have not gone through any ESOL classes, I am trying to learn Spanish every single day on Duolingo. That is very difficult. I have seen and heard stories of families and individuals who are going to school. They have internships, they have 2 jobs, but still they leave their couch, they leave their homes, they could be watching HBO, they could be watching anything they want, but yet they take the time to go take these classes because it is that important. And so I just felt the need to underscore that. And sure, like Office of Human Resources, current charges and obligations, $100,000. What is that to this life-changing investment for these families? And so I'm appealing to your heart, to your minds, to your souls. Please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to add, Councilor Earl left, but like underspends again, historic underspends. 6 years of data, data-driven process, right? Like we had working sessions, we were supportive. Yeah. Yes. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Can we go just a short recess? I think I have some clarifying questions. I just, based on how we poll, and I agree with the chair that basically if you ask to decrease here 100,000, then 100,000, then 150,000 in the original amendment, you have to bring them. They have to equal the amounts in the original amendment. So whatever pieces and chunks, they have to be the same size. They have to be the 100,000 to 200,000, and then you have to match the numbers. That's why it's so difficult each time that we try to represent amendments. Now, I just wanted to make sure that we did that with the other ones that we just approved, because then if it goes upstairs and we didn't, we would have made a big mistake. So if we can go to recess briefly. Look.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Is there anyone else who has their mic on? Okay. We are going to go into a brief recess. Thank you.